turn it on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイベー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地位をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming mode 始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh my son, stay curious my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way 突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause
I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 4.67. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt train
believing. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world washing over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own light.
We must survive. So choose your weapons wise. Stand and fight for your life. I take a breath. Heart is rising when there's nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come. Now the time has come. I will fight.
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL, the final day of the Year of the Rabbit Spring Gala. I am Mazel, joined by Jamada for the first time in a regular season cast. So we got the kickoff, and I'm glad to be joined by you today, man. And we got some bangers to kick off before we get into Chinese New Year.
Oh, absolutely we do. I mean, obviously, eyes will be on the second series, but we will have to go
Absolutely.
through our first one in a BLG FPX. It should still bring us as much excitement. There are a lot of expectations that need to be met, but yes, naturally, everyone is going to have that second series on their mind. Top Esports taking on WBG. It should be nothing short of an absolute screamer.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the BLG FPX rounds. I mean, both those rosters, definitely want to get a win before going on a 2-week break
Right.
here, especially with the kind of performances, the closeness of some of those series as well. I think that's super important to kind of highlight going into this one. It is the day before break, but it is still a very important day nonetheless. And it is the day before we go on break for Chinese New Year, which pretty big deal for the LPL. As you're taking 12 days to kind of rest, relax, and enjoy the newness of the year. And it is the year of the rabbit, my friend Jamada. So I'm wishing you a very happy Chinese New Year. And I know we have a very special performance coming out to kick off this final day before the gala ends. And I'm very, very excited to see what they have in store. It's always grandiose. It's always beautiful. And of course, it is always red, which is the best color for anything like this. Obviously bringing fortune and good luck. And very, very excited to kind of have this capper off before we take our break, because it is weird to some extent for a lot of the world that we start off 2 weeks and then we have a little bit of break and get right back into it. But it's an important part of the entire season for the LPL. And speaking of, we do have our performance coming up here. So I hope everyone sits back, enjoys, and happy Chinese New Year. As we said, always grandiose. And again, a happy Chinese New Year to everyone there. And love to see those kinds of kickoffs. Love to see the culture kind of integrated into the LPL esports scene, which I feel like is always so important. So great stuff, Jamada. And a beautiful way to kick off our final day.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't really go wrong, really, with a bit of Chinese New Year celebrations at all. And what a wonderful performance that was. Yeah, I think kicking off our day, particularly positively, BLG FPX, right? A lot to talk about. Yeah, thank you. Keep trying to keep ourselves on track here. BLG FPX, I think, a lot to talk about, right? Neither team with a win so far. FPX's loss felt a little bit more heavy-handed, simply on the basis of it was against Team WE, who hadn't picked up a win since last year. Of course, for a long time throughout last year, may I add. And BLG coming so close in their match of the week against JDG. Had to feel quite bad considering how close that game 3 was. Are going to be hungry to pick up their first win of the year before they go on China.
Yeah, and then we got our match of the week to round us out, which could not go wrong with that one either. Weibo Gaming's first showing of the spring split here. Top Esports, they were looking real good in the first series. See if they can continue that one. But we got to look at our first series and circle back a little bit more. We have FPX coming in here with a stand-up roster, a lot of, possible changes, a lot of sub potentials, but have seen Xiaolao, who he is on the starting roster for tonight. We have Haoya as well in the jungle. We got Care in the mid lane, who is the big eyes on for tonight. LWX former world champion, the only holdover on the FPX roster as well, and then Lila as well coming in here for this roster. Something very interesting about this, 4 LDL structure call-ups for this roster this year, and I think that's something super huge to highlight, where it is LWBX who's the veteran at this point, Jamal.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy to think about. You call back to that FPX roster that won Worlds so many years ago now. We're all getting old. It was one of the bright and shinies of the lineup,
It is.
of course. But now the veteran, the captain, as it were, and of course BLG, rocking Bin, Shun, can as a substitute jungler, but I suspect Shun will be playing the majority of the games. Yagao Elk.
If he isn't, I'm rioting. Bias showing. Bias showing.
he will riot, so he better be starting. Of course, so much to talk about this BLG roster, which has been put together to win, right? And so far, didn't quite find it against JDG, but I'm sure we'll be looking to kick off things the correct way after their loss here today.
Yeah, and I think something when we were talking about BLG as a whole, right, they did come off of a year last year that was a disappointment. They tried to put together a super team. It did not work. They have changed out everybody except for Ben. And I think Ben being that mainstay, showing off, right, feeling like he is able to 1v9 in a lot of situations, even in the preseason, offseason, things like that. He is a huge piece to this puzzle for BLG to find success. And speaking of, right, we get to see them come out here. See if we get any fun intros today. But Ben taking to the stage, #1 in hand as well. Now, the man in the jungle himself, Shun, will be taking to the stage next. The Nidalee / Kendrick player, calm, cool, and collected. Oh, got him. Yeah, gotta find the right way. Gotta go the right way to the right squad.
Is that so
Same style. They definitely talked about it. They definitely talked about it a little bit. So that was Yagao, obviously, for BLG. Now we have Elk coming out. Don't know what that one was, but I like it. I like it.
Honestly,
is,
I'm loving.
Go ahead.
I'm loving like the evolving meta of the walkouts now that players are back in the arena with crowds. As a
we get the on the point, the thumbs down. Is that to the crowd? Is that to my favorite? I want to see the coach meta develop. So far, we've had very, very wholesome coach interactions with these outros. I want to see a coach come out and do something crazy like the players.
You know, me too, but I just feel like, you know, coaches usually are the leaders. They have to be the mature ones in the group, you know. So
are you saying that? Okay. Well, I need to rethink my whole approach to life, I guess. I want to have fun, all right?
I know, me too. But of course, FPX lineup. Let's see what they'll have in store for us in their walkouts. You know, I'm sure spirits remain high.
Yeah, for sure. And Shallow, who takes us to the stage here, originally on the FAS Blaze roster in 2021, got promoted in the second split of 2021. I love to see him coming out here again. 4 out of 5 members are a developmental piece that has been within the organization, within FPX Blaze. That was Hauya, the FPX Blaze call-up, right? We also, okay. See, the man knows he's the carry, and he knows he can carry the outros too. Love it, love it.
The center of it all.
Just wholesome world champion there, LWX. You know, just a quiet little walkout. Brief wave, and then we have Lila as well coming through the FPX
floss
developmental cycle, and love it. He was originally on the Royal Club in 2019, but has been with the FPX Blaze roster for a little while now. And love to see the walkouts, but love to see again back to that conversation of FPX are all inning on the structure that they've been trying to build up through the LDL roster. I think that's something that we do see in bits and pieces through the LPL. I feel like we don't necessarily see 4 out of 5 pieces. And yes, they're all at differing stages of development. They've all been within the system for differing amounts of time, but it is still astounding that all 4 players besides LWX have come through this system and now have been promoted.
Yeah, exactly right. I want to hit home on the point you just made, right? 4 out of 5 players as sort of developmental pieces at the exact same time on a roster is not something you see very frequently, and you know it can oftentimes quite hurt in the immediate, right? In terms of those results, you're not always going to have, you know, 2 or 3 voices on a lineup to look towards as a younger player. In this case, it is just LWX, right? And often enough, you would actually see the inverse, where it would be the AD carry who perhaps is the rookie, because you want to have your you know, carry player who's normally in that AD carry slot, focusing on doing what they're doing, whilst you have veteran players perhaps in the jungle or the support role or even the mid lane role. So, you know, for FPX, we'll see how they'll continue to get on and hopefully develop as a roster, because like you say, 4 out of 5 is a very, very unusual amount of younger players to have on a lineup, and it can oftentimes also show in terms of, you know, very tense decision making moments in some of those high intensity games where you need to pick up a win.
And I think immediately coming into this one, you have to see, obviously, the first win of the season is on the board for both teams, but it's the duality of the projects for both these two teams, right? You have BLG, who are, to me, honestly, feels like they're trying another crack at the super team meta, especially with a lot of the pieces they put together. While FPX, obviously, we've talked so much about the development of style. BLG are looking to refine their aggressive style, while FPX are still trying to find their style, Jamada.
Yeah, right. And I think for FPX, it's going to take a while. I feel like for BLG, with the level of players that they have, it shouldn't take as long, right? I think they already kind of have some pretty strong building blocks to work off of inside of Bin, Yagao, Shun, right? I think it's more about how they're going to continue to incorporate Elk and On into that formula, because honestly, Elk and On, I feel like haven't really been the talking points of the BLG lineup as frequently, but they put out a pretty good showing against Ruler and Missing no less in their JDG series. So I'm happy and excited to continue to see that growth continue.
And we will see just that as picks and bans for game number 1 are underway. We have FPX on the blue side, BLG on the red side. It is the Kindred, the Renekton, and the Ryze banned away by FPX. Not giving Yagao a chance for redemption at the Ryze pick now that it's fully in meta. We also have the Jax, the Ballista, and the Syndra banned away by BLG.
Yeah, so things like Lucian, Yumi, Nami as well, of course, all up, Zeri, Sivir, all of that good stuff. Syndra's also rising to priority as one of those first picks, so not surprised to see BLG ban it away on one, especially with Ryze taken off the table. And Yumi spells nothing less than Zeri usually, so will BLG go towards the good old Nami Lucian lane? We'll have to see. It seems to be the evolving. Well,
Shocker.
Evolving. It's not evolved in about 4 months, but
yeah, shocker that we're about to get a Lucian Nami versus Zeri Yumi. I mean, honestly, at this point, maybe it's worse than the Aphelios Jinx meta last year. I don't know anymore. I'm starting to feel like it is, but we'll see if they just lock in the duo, right? There is a potential for some funniness to come through, but I expect that to be pretty tried and true. As we said, I feel like a lot of the eyes on are towards the top side of the map, towards jungle and things like that for these matchups, and there's a lot of insurance policies being bought up in the bot lane, but I think facilitation for jungle is exactly what BLG needs for Shun, and they get it.
Yeah, really like Shun on those engages. Specifically, I think it was Wukong, and he was on the Vi as well in that JDG series, so we know him very happily as one of the engagers, and I'm liking the evolution, rather, of Shun in general. Is kind of just starting to sacrifice a little bit more. I feel like it is kind of the jungle meta as a whole anyway, to kind of just, you know, go in, set up your laners in particular in the early to mid game and just throughout, but I think he's definitely been filling that role quite well, considering, especially off the back of last year, we're quite used to seeing Shun on pure carry champions whilst he was on IG, so changing up his play style quite well. There's the Zeri that we expected. Wukong will be in the hands of Haoye, so nothing out of the ordinary so far in the first 3 picks of both sides. It's now all about the bans, and I feel like for BLG, Sylasar is likely going to be removed out of Kair's hands. I think he just looked to take away the comfort out of the mid lane, and we'll see what they decide to go towards beyond that. They will open out of the Akali though.
I am just saying, we got the boring stuff out of the way, everybody. All right, you can pay attention now. We're gonna get to the solo lane. We're gonna get to the fun. We're gonna get to what is gonna be crazy. This, hopefully, at least that's what I'm hoping for. So as you said, the Akali banned away. The Ahri also banned away, so some of that mobility out of mid lane taken away from the Ryze and the Ahri against Yagao. We have seen a pretty heavy reliance on those types of champions so far for BLG to try to find success with the matchup of Shun, Bin, and Yagao. That top trio is just so ridiculously good. We get the Jace ban by BLG against Xiaolahu.
Okay, interesting. So
it's one of his comfort picks.
It is one of his comfort picks, yes, but I was kind of anticipating that Sylas ban a little bit more. So we'll see where BLG decide to go on their 4th pick, because Jace and Akali both technically flex picks in their own right. But we definitely see Jace more on top, and we definitely see Akali way more in the mid lane. So split
they
on the bans
play
on their second phase.
Fiora, I guess. You know?
I guess they just,
who'd have thunk?
And that's pretty fair, but he also has something that was pretty scary in the JDG series, known as the Camille. So I wonder if that will come out. There are a lot of pretty strong into Camille champions already banned away. So if they want to give Yagao a counter pick, I feel like Camille Blind wouldn't be too bad. However, the Galio definitely sets up
Love
for
it.
it on 5 anyway. So,
it's literally the perfect pick. That's exactly what we wanted to see for BLG, was a facilitation through jungle and a way to match up with Yagao and Shun, and we have that combo now.
Yeah, we do indeed. By Galio, and then I expect Camille will be coming on the final pick for BLG.
Do
no
it.
less. So
Lock
let's
it
see
in.
what FPX will give us. Something very
Let's
special in the
go.
Cassante. Now, I would usually be very hyped for it. Marcel, I've been enjoying
It
so
ain't
much
looked good
Cassante
recently, Tabata.
in my
It
spare
ain't
time, but
looked
it's
good.
not looked good.
It's
Exactly.
not
It has
looking
been
good.
Struggling in the LPL so far, it feels like. I'm not even sure if it's picked up a game win yet, to be honest. I would have to go and double check some stats, but anytime I've seen Cassante on the Rift, it's pretty much not one. We'll have to, watch that one with bated breath, as there you go, Care gets a silence.
So he does get that comfort silence. I think that's another big thing. I kind of want to see how opting into comfort would do for FPX. And yeah, they didn't get the Camille or the Jace, things like that for Shallow, who I do wonder how he does on the Cassante. But seeing Care on the Silas is an immediate benefit, I feel like, for FPX. And now I'm sure there it is. Bin's going to lock into Camille, and there is a potential for another Bin 1v9 performance here tonight.
Yes, there is, and I mean, he's got all the facilitation he needs. Another point-and-click lockdown through Shun. He's also got Yagao on the Galio, and on the bottom side, Lucian, yes, you want to play towards it, but if you need to leave it on sort of a pseudo-island where it can be self-sufficient, oftentimes it can be enough, though we have definitely seen some pretty strong duo answers, player-wise, from Zeri-Yumi players into this lane, so we'll see how Elk can get on against LWX and Lola, but BLG, like we've kind of been echoing, are very happy to lean on Bin for the carry potential, and he's got the perfect composition around him to do just that.
So big things coming into this one. We had already said the duality of kind of the structural project for both these teams, how they're approaching the year, but specifically in game, the question of BLG is how do they find consistent and constant play through their solo lanes, through this combo of jungle and solo lanes, while FPX, they've got to play through Care, and especially LWX as a late game carry for themselves. We've already seen Care really take the reins of the carry mantle here for FPX already, even in their loss, and I want to see that continue here today, Jamada.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like FPX as well, even though they may lack on the true engage tools consistently throughout, I think that they're not really going to care about that in this kind of game where they're going to have Camille, Vi, and Galio jumping on their head. And with that in mind, I feel like they've actually given themselves pretty good tools to deal with some of that dive as well. Just Boomy existing, Silas also can snatch away that Galio and use it defensively for his team if he has to. Wukong pretty good at peeling backwards as well. Isn't always just about diving in, trying to assassinate those core targets sometimes.
True.
Just the disruption of the double cyclone can be really, really big in just buying those crucial seconds for the likes of Yazeri to get off the damage he needs to take down some of those divers. Here we are, game number 1, Marcel.
We are in the final day before the Chinese New Year break. You hear all the audience cheers, and as we hit the rift, it is FPX versus BLG, striving for their first wins in the season in Spring Split to go into a break with their head held high to some extent. We do just get a traditional line of skirmish here between FPX and BLG, maybe a little bit more to say later on. But again, back to the big points. I think we do need to set a bar in this game, specifically one on each side. Bin, I mean, if he just continues to be this non-stop carry, even if they're losing, if they find a way to hone that in, I mean, that is a conversation for potentially best top laner in the LPL, right? He has shown that he is head and above a lot of these matchups. And on the other side, you've got to set a bar for Care, while be it a little bit lower of a bar as he's a newer player, a new developing piece for FPX. This man has also just picked up the carry mantle. And I think if they could find ways to buy into both those pieces respectively for each team, that's where they find success.
Yeah, definitely. I think on the FPX side, right, Care, showing us so much promise last year, and FPX as a whole, once Summit was added to that lineup, giving us that fantastic summer run. It was a big pleasure to watch, and to see Care kind of come into his own as well. Silas pick, Swain being in meta definitely kind of helped him out as well. And on the opposite side, I mean, Bin starting off the year pretty much just gapping 369. There wasn't really much.
That's a pretty good way to start the year.
It's a good year to start, right? And there's not too many other. Well, let me retract my half statement. The LPL has plenty of stacked top laners, but as far as the expectations of tops, 369 is pretty up there, and of course Bin is. But to make such short work of him throughout that series really does have to make you wonder what will Bin also do to some of the other premier top laners here in the LPL once we get around to him. Xiaolahu is going to have his work cut out for him, and he's going to have his work cut out for him already because he's getting ganked.
Yeah,
potentially
here. That level 3. He stepped back up. Wall breaker not going to connect there. So nice little movement. Ghost was utilized by Xiaolau, who gets the thumbs up as he walks out by Shun. But early gank goes a little bit wide there. You got a little taunt in the mid lane. You gals going hand to hand with Care. I feel like Care wins that one out with the sustain for sure. But we're getting at least some lane aggression from both sides, honestly. A couple summoner spells burned in the bot lane. 2 on the side of FPX and just the ignite by L.
Just the ignite by L. You can see Haoye just shadowing over this lane, giving it a bit of coverage. They know Shun's on the top side, so no forever gank. That's why LWX and Lolo are so happy to just kind of aggress forward a little bit there in response to the trade itself. But all in all, very nice to see both junglers trying to just get, at the very least, a little bit active around their lanes. Shun a little bit more hands-on, knowing Xiaolahu's Ghost. But I suspect beyond that, we probably won't see too many visits towards the top side, unless it's involving Yagao as well. Once that level 6 comes in, I suspect BLG will do their best to get Bin accelerated.
True. I do want to ask you a question here. Maybe you'll have to wait as Haoye is actually trying to get a gank onto Yagao. Doesn't really have anything but the flash. Still gets connected on and in some trouble with the stun back though. Is he trading? Oh, flash from Care will get him out of dodge, and unfortunately for Yagao, he will be the first blood to FPX.
Yeah, and real nice. The warrior trips to decoy, tanking up a couple of tower shots for the trouble of that dive, and Care gets out.
Oh,
nice
LWX steps up way too far. One little dash, it's not enough. One more, there you go. Elk gets the response, the bubble lands, and it's a quick twofer in the bottom lane for BLG.
Was not expecting that. Oh, I feel like LWX and Lolo are actually going to disengage that.
My
now
God.
on the top side, Xiaolahu
Eating the land, the ball breaker that time. They have the damage. It's a snowball. It's 3-1. FPX were calm, cool. They were like, okay, we got first blood. Everything's looking good. And then all of a sudden, they find themselves down 2 kills.
Yeah, I just felt like they were going to entirely disengage, but it feels like LWX just wasn't respecting the potential of the turnaround there. He gets clipped by the piercing light through the minions, unfortunately, and Elk just has another dash off cooldown, ready to go.
The bubble
from on. I mean, Yumi doesn't run flash, simple as that. Goes down, double kill. And top side as well, we just saw a repeat gank from Shun through the lane. Xiaolahu just wasn't expecting it. And all of a sudden, both these side lanes ahead from the get-go for BLG, FPX. I mean, hey, we did kind of set it up, right? Side lanes is where it's at for BLG. FPX is about making sure Care is more than comfortable. So I guess both playing to their conditions, but finding a 2v2 bottom side kill for BLG is going to hurt for FPX majorly.
I mean, that's just a gift on Christmas, right? Like, your folk, he was obviously purely focusing top side, right? 2 ganks within just a few moments, and then to just all of a sudden get a double kill bot, like, oh, okay, cool, we got control all over the map. Now, Haoye wants to try to wrest control over the Dragon Pit, maybe, but I don't think it's going to be very easy for him to do that. BLG will pull the Dragon out. Actually, looks like they didn't just go ahead and stop it as Care was roaming down from mid lane as well. And FPX take the position over the Dragon. The bubble lands, though, but Elk is not in position to capitalize.
All right, thank you for the leash. FPX says.
Easy peasy.
Quite nice. Easy peasy. And
oh, another bubble. But Elk is, again, not in position there. If he dashes forward, right, he's just going to take a brunt of damage from LWX.
Yeah, unfortunate. Really on point with his bubbles. We'll see if that continues into the mid game. But FPX, honestly, kind of getting away with daylight robbery, taking that Dragon up. Especially with Elkon on just securing their 2v2 lead. I mean, look at the iron difference, right? From Scepter to Dirk and Pickaxe, that's a lot of additional damage on board for Elk. So, to be able to get that one away and now kind of know that they may not have to really contest this 2v2 anymore with the Dragon gone. BLG kind of losing out on a potential Dragon snowball.
Definitely are. I think FPX will gladly take that first objective. I was wondering if You get that focus from Shun on bottom side. He visited, decided not to go off, got 6, now is coming back. But Halya is also down this way. So obviously both teams kind of changing within the game to put a lot of focus and a lot of momentum down in bottom lane on walking in here. Will not end up getting the bubble.
Nope, ends up recalling. Actually thought it was the decoy, but he did actually manage to get the recall off. And now I guess the next port of call for both these teams is just going to be about what's happening with their Rift Herald, right? I think with Elk and On having pretty solid priority on the bottom side, they'll always have first move up if they want it. And even though Herald is that top side objective, more times than not it'll actually be decided by what's going on in the bottom lane. Who has first move in this port role, who has first move from the bottom lane in general. We'll see though, because Halya is actually there already, and BLG are eyeing up a potential dive by the looks of it. Shun waiting in this back rush behind the Krugs, and Yagao is dipping into Fog, so the alarm bells have to be ringing for FPX, but it might be too late.
It might just be. There's the cease and desist. You got the heroic entrance as well, and LWX is just Swiss cheese at this point with all the culling shots going into him. The kitty will fall too, and Elk is at 3-0. Shun is at 2-0, and BLG are off to the races.
Yes, they are. They are getting things kicked off very, very quickly here. Has been
comeback play. Oh, it gets such a dirty hook shot.
They need to change how that works, man.
My God.
It's so obnoxious, but also been playing that out excellently, of course. Can't fault the man using the kit at all. Really nice to get himself out of dodge, and Halya is just out of a flash now because of that. And short, they get the Herald, but so much damage done to the bottom side. Elk approaching that first iron already. Next recall, he's going to have the Gale Force. And he is so
serrated
strong.
Dirk with a little stop. I guess a little damage. So it's just a flat damage, right?
It's just a flat damage up, yeah, and it's really, really obnoxious to deal with. It's a mini power spike in its own right, like the digital pickaxe and the Dirk. So much front-loaded as stats.
Nothing that LWX can do.
He can't move. I mean, and bear in mind, there's also a Camille in this game, so it's not going to get any better on the front of, hey, can I move before Galio slams down on my head from the skies? So BLG just executing that dive excellently as massive bottom side lead, massive top side lead in my head. If Camille's not getting put behind, I'll call that a lead in just about any matchup, really.
And I think the biggest issue now is, we came into this saying, how do FPX find their structure? What do they play through here? And I think when BLG have so much control, it's very hard to wrestle that back from them. Because, again, they go with these compositions that are catch you out if you're 1 second in the wrong position. If they're all together, they will just burn you out single target every time. They always have the backup of Yagao, who can join fights, who can be that kind of buffer for the rest of the team, and even some damage in his own right going AP. So I think that the structure for BLG is just set up not to fail at this point, and I think it'll take a lot of working for FPX to find a way into this.
Definitely agree. You can try and abuse Yagao, but even then, it's going to be a lot of work to get done, and you're almost certainly going to get outscaled in the bruiser department by Camille if you don't set her behind
the Rift
either.
Herald, though, gives me some hope, I will say. Hopefully, at least Halya can find somewhere to give some gold. I would love to see it on either LWX and Care. Those have been the main carries that we've been setting up, but we'll see what that decision-making process is. We do have completed items coming out on the Rift. Obviously, Everfrost had been completed by Care for a little while. We got the Kempunk Chainsword completed by Shun, and now Gale Force for Elk.
Exactly. First items coming through. BLG very quickly approaching that mid-game spike. You won't be able to utilize on many of these champions. Lucian in particular. Just kind of waiting on to finish up that Imperial mandate, and then the burst combo is truly online for the mid-game. Just kind of getting caught off guard by all the spells being dumped onto Lucian, who's dashing forward on your face.
Yep.
Almost certainly one-shot just about anyone for a little while. BLG will start with this dragon. There shouldn't really be any contest here from FPX. In fact, it could even just turn into a bit of a dive here. Look at that.
The damage difference, man. It feels so bad. Like, literally, LWX is on Greaves and a Vampiric Scepter, while Elk has a full item, serrated Dirk, and just the regular boots. Should get LWX caught up a little bit Yeah, the magical wear. Oh, mid lane. Aoyu does find the nice little engage. He also has the Rift Tail to utilize after this one, but the Gao's just too tanky there. Elk taking a little bit of a forward step. Maybe needs to rethink that one as he is forced to flash out. The Rift Herald utilized in mid lane by FPX. Should get the charge off as Care sealing the cease and desist. Does get that one off, but the cease and desist from Shun comes through, and the CC chain is just that. Elk gets another kill, his 4th of the game, and BLG are cleaning house.
Yeah, they are. I mean, bit of an overstep from the duo in the bottom side. They do force some ultimates out of LWX and Lilla, but I mean, it just turns into an immediate rotation towards the mid lane where they catch out Haoya, who just wanted to share some gold with Care. Punishes coming thick and fast for BLG. They're already 1,500 up their counterparts. A lot of that is front-loaded right now onto Elk, you'd have to imagine. So if they can at the very least try and pin him down, maybe they can get some even grounds fights. But for the most part, he's only really made one close to a major step too far forward, and he was able to flash out of it. So whilst he has no flash, this is kind of the window for FPX to try and capitalize on that. But he's still going to have the Gale Force, he's still going to have his own dash as Lucian. And with no true point-and-click lockdown, like Shun has with the cease and desist, or like Bin does, very difficult to catch him off guard.
Definitely keeping a bit of a side eye on Care continuously here on the Sylas. Is the saving grace, it feels like, a little bit up in CS, has the 1 kill for the team, and we have already set up this man to be that carry for FPX this year, at least on the duo of LWX and Care. And I'm wondering, you know, the Zeri and the Sylas coming to grips with these, you know, first item completions, second item completions, if they find any wiggle room there. Because you still have a while till objectives come up. You have 3 minutes till the next dragon comes up. Could be a second dragon, 6:15. Do have 25 seconds for the next Rift Herald. And with the pressure on the map, feels like BLG will be the first one. Oh, we got the 1v1. Been going for his little bit of a solo bolo. We got the all out from Xiaolahu here. Looks like both will just back away.
Yeah. Xiaolahu's side, just popping that ultimate, just CCing Bin. Just giving himself a bit of an out, but now he doesn't have that additional ability to potentially use in what could have been a contest, which will almost certainly not be one now from FPX. BLG will pick up second Herald spawn, and I think very fortunately what could keep FPX in the game at the very least a little bit longer is the fact they picked up that first dragon kind of leashed nicely by BLG as yeah.
That's the kind of stuff I love to see, though, from Elk, right? It's testing the waters to some extent. It's keeping pressure on LWX. We all know what LWX has accomplished in the past, right? And keeping pressure on him as the Lucian makes him second-guess a lot of these movements. We've seen a lot of hesitancy from the FPX bot lane because of the absolute aggression from Elk and On and how many bubbles On was landing in the early parts of the game. I think you also got to factor in some of that mental capacity as well.
Yeah, definitely. BLG just keeping their foot on the gas. Just ensuring FPX don't really have much room to breathe. And it just does feel like the options are going to start to dwindle as time goes on if FPX can't find at least somewhere to try and answer back, because BLG are just on the ball, really. Some of the map rotations where they're trying to lay down pressure. It looks like Herald will probably come down behind this wave. They'll look to just chip at this tower, maybe even take it if they can bring it below half, but here's the counter answer.
They find Elk, but he dashes out with the Gale Force as well, gets locked down in the end of it. He does get locked down as well by Care. They take him out. The Vault Breaker charged up by Shun. Is he going to go back in? The bubble doesn't connect, but Bin gets the kill onto Haoya. He goes in with the Hextech Ultimate as well, but needs to be very careful. And FPX with the all-out Xiaolahu to bring them to the fight is bringing BLG to the graves now. The knockback, the damage, LWX trying to pepper them down, but Xiaolahu is really just pulling FPX back into these fights.
Yeah, excellent fight from Xiaolahu from FPX. The answer was really solid. It kind of had us worried a bit when Elk was able to get out once that Galio ultimate came down. But fortunately, Care had the cease and desist stolen away from Shun, so the additional lockdown was available. FPX, they answer out really nicely. They get the tier 1 tower. And it's just this angle here from Haoya.
So good.
Just about locked down Elk. Unfortunately, the initial burst doesn't actually kill the AD carrier of BLG, but Care eventually does clean that up. But it's all about Xiaolahu, really. Once Bin enters the fight, he does take down the jungler, but brought back by the all-out, goes in, and at this point, this is kind of the power point for Cassante, right? We haven't really been able to talk about Cassante positively whenever he's been on the Rift too frequently, but this is one of those moments. One item, level 11. His damage is beginning to spike right now. This is when Cassante is actually at his highest threat level to the backline. He's showing off that brilliantly as he was able to secure so many kills on the back end for FPX.
And he was able to block out that hook shot as well. A lot of little bit of spacing things going on for FPX that are going to be super, super important. LWX, though, we said a little bit of an insurance policy for FPX is they still do have their world champion on their roster, and he's kind of showing out in that fashion. Even if he hasn't gotten a kill yet, it's still important to say that his AoE damage, his damage in general in the team fights is going to be super, super crucial if FPX want to clean house in these kinds of situations. But Care himself is rising to that bar we set earlier, Jamada. He is the only one that has really found consistent wins in this game. He's 3-0. He's on 2 items. He's on to Silas, his comfort champion. If there's a way for FPX to really just reverse this early game into a win, it's going to be through Care.
Absolutely, and we just had the gold being covered up by the observers there. He had well over 2,000 gold on Yagao, so at 2 items, he is going to be one of the core carries for now until LWX can get to that second item mark. Hauya as well is actually not doing too bad. He's got the Divine Sunder up, got a core field as well, so working towards what I would imagine is likely a Black Cleaver, just to shred through some of the resists for Shaolahu and LWX, but of course just give himself some of that additional damage too. So FPX, all things being brought into account, despite what was a very shaky early game on their part, but also BLG just executing quite well, they're actually in an okay position to try and find themselves another successful fight. Again, if they can pick on Elk, all of a sudden the gold deficit that they find themselves in doesn't feel as bad. It's pretty much all in his hands. However, as we do hover over Bin, he has found his way towards his second item. So Camille is very much online on the side lane and ready, I'm sure Bin will be to come towards those team fights, try and execute whoever he can find at the end of that.
And you can see in these kinds of moments where we don't have any big objectives, obviously, in the map, the idea for BLG was look for picks, obviously utilize their catch-out potential with what we set up in the draft for them. And if not, you know, it's like fishing. You try for a little bit, you get up, you walk away, come back a little bit later. And I think for BLG as a whole, it's wrested control of the game for some extent, but it feels like, you know, they should have a stronger lead at this point. More than 700 gold. See if they can change that here. Actually, Care nicely walking out of that engagement.
Very good from Care. Care needs to not get caught. He's got the Zonya's got Flash, but there is a lot of play.
They want to do the catching here, Jamada.
They want, there's a lot of fishing going on here from BLG's part.
I mean, if you think about it, that's the way their comp works, right? Like, they do have a decent 5v5 situationally, but it definitely looking at the picks before objectives, before fights, to be BLG's bread and butter.
Yeah, they can definitely prey on the lack of information that FPX could have around objectives. That's for sure, because, I mean, imagine walking into the deep, dark jungle, all of a sudden, you see that line from Camille's hook shot before she appears out of Fog of War, and all of a sudden there's a fight, there's a Galio, oh, and there's a massive tidal wave before Elk one-shots you. So, you've got to be careful. But for now, it seems like BLG, despite putting a pretty firm grip on the vision on both sides of the jungle, a couple of resets starting to come through, FPX will have a brief moment of respite to be able to wrest some control back on the map.
So, I want to go on a little bit of soapbox here. We talked earlier about the kind of FPX Blaze call-ups across the roster for FPX as a whole, 4 out of 5 members, right? Maybe little known fact, FPX Blaze won LDL in summer. It was no small feat to be able to take it all the way and take the summer championship. So these guys are not shy to adversity within a series and within a game, right? I think there's a lot of scrappiness that comes from this kind of roster for FPX, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they've kept a 1,000 gold deficit this whole game, even though they had just leaked all those kills earlier on, and now trying to find a way to get their, honestly, better team fight into positions to win.
Yeah, even then, you can tell the mentality is still very much fishing for FPX on the other side, right? I think Aya just looked for it right there over the wall. There's a bit of a cat and mouse going on in the
That's
mid
a
lane,
problem, though.
It's buying time for Bin to do what we know Bin does. and take side lane tower. So he's going to just pocket that 600 gold quite happily. Xiaolahu is now finally going to answer him, but BLG winning out on the map pressure side of things. FPX have to make their lined up really on what they want to do. And maybe it's just go in now.
He made the mind up. They're split on damage, though. Care does pick out Elk. You get the cease and desist as well coming through. Shun helps shut that down, though. Big engage with the all-out Hextech Ultimatum, and Bin is down. FPX pulling 2 members of BLG off for just 1, and they have a wave on mid lane as well.
Yes, they do. We'll go towards the tower. I feel like they just take this tower, go collect that dragon, stop BLG from getting to Soul Point. Really good engage again from FPX. We said they were fishing beforehand, right? But then they just go all out for the engage on the back half of it. Double TPs come down from both the top laners, but Xiaolahu again that has more impact in this team fight. You just see cease and desist.
Care just says, let's go.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, Care just says, let's go. All the lockdown from the Everfrost, the burst damage comes through. Nothing to do about it. Unfortunately for Halia, just goes a little bit too deep looking for On, but at the end of the day, there's enough disruption coming through. And you see Xiaolahu just brings Bin back in with that all out. And such a powerful CC, even when it's just a short distance brought back from Xiaolahu. All he has to do is reposition somebody that doesn't want to be in the middle of 4 or 5 members. And
damn that damage.
Go down. Woo! Yeah, look at that Care, man. Still putting out the damage.
That's
Really
yeah.
positive
I mean, I can't laud Care more. Like we set up like, okay, Bin is like the real 1v9 in this one, okay, guys. But really, Care is okay. Like Care is the one that's showing out here. Like he's ready for break. He's like, I'm gonna get myself an unkilled game before we go on to Chinese New Year. No big deal. He's got his comfort of the Silas. They let him have this, and it's working out beautifully. Now we have BLG starting up the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, actually, they could have banned it. They banned away the Jace and the Akali instead, but BLG on this Baron is burning low.
Tidal Wave is out.
Sidestepped.
A little bit of an engage. Okay, double Cyclone, triple. They got the knockups.
Good.
FPX, what? This is a beautiful fight for FPX. This is the fight they want. They do a ton of damage on Elk, and Care finds the backline, but he gets shut down himself. That's 800 gold to Shun, but LWX is firing those lasers. Will he find the slow? No, he doesn't. Xiaolahu backs up. He is the tank right now. He is the frontliner. They stop BLG trying to do the Baron.
Oh, boy.
Here comes the engage from Yagao. He has a little bit of speed. He wants to try to get the taunt down. Xiaolao. Oh, no, wait. They find him, actually. The double Everfrost as well. Halia is down. Hextech Ultimatum onto LWX. They get the all out, but it's not out of the Hextech Ultimatum. Flash comes out from LWX. He's kiting him, but is it enough? He's trying to survive, and a triple kill for Elk will seal the deal, and BLG are right back in it.
All right, we thought FPX had a bit of room to work with, but apparently BLG are just too damn good in the team fights. No one on BLG drops from the initial engage from FPX, and eventually the re-engage comes through with Yagao teleporting, finding a bit of a flank angle. They finally locked down all of the other members. Care had locked down on Elk of the initial engage, but there wasn't enough follow-up damage that came through. I think he'd already expended his Everfrost, if I recall correctly, so there was no additional lockdown. You'll see, you can have BLG on the Baron trying to dissuade the initial engage. Halia does a great job, actually, of actually locking down the initial members on the front line to almost bring down Yagao.
The fact they don't get Elk here.
Yeah, and the fact they also don't get Elk, I mean, the turnaround from BLG to lock down Care to stop that from going on is excellent. And it's just a bit of a split focus for a brief moment from FPX where they're looking for Yagao and then Care goes in and finds the actual core target they need. Yagao then comes in, teleport, locks down the jungler. And from this point on, it's pretty much just 3 versus 5, where unfortunately FPX just don't really have the damage anymore or the peel to stop this from going on.
Xiaolahu coming around the horn there on the blue side, I feel like was a big difference maker in that one. He was with the team on the other side. He wasn't able to join up, wasn't able to be that front liner. So I think that was a big, at least decision-making snafu here for FPX. And now they're into their base having to defend. They have 2 minutes to defend against this Baron buff for BLG. And you have Bin in the side lane. You have things going really well for BLG and not a lot of defense to come out from LWX and FPX.
Yeah, no, I mean, FPX don't really have the best wave clear, so dealing with Baron is going to be really tough. They can already be pulled apart just by having been on one side of the map as is, and there's not any towers on the outside of the base remaining. The mid lane tier 3 already cracked open, inhib there for the taking as and when BLG won it. And Bin, I mean, he can just sit here all day if he wants to. So much damage being demonstrated onto the decoy, albeit, but that will happen to the real thing.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted at all.
lot of presence down bottom lane now as Inhib has been cracked in the mid lane. Top side slowly pushing, but BLG putting a lot of eggs into the bot lane basket right now at the last minute of their Baron buff. They should be able to get this Inhib with this big old wave coming in. LWX will still try to clear up mid wave, and that'll be a quick, easy cleanup for BLG to take down the bottom side of FPX's base.
2 easy Inhibs. BLG all of a sudden just on track to close this one out. FPX lose a lot of that Baron fight and the Baron itself. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Maybe they can find something to fight for, but they find themselves all of a sudden 6,000 gold down. I think just give this Dragon up.
I think that's the most difficult
the
thing.
LPL way, but give it up. See if you can scale a little bit more. See if you can get LWX to his Infinity Edge. See if that can be the difference maker, because right now BLG are cruising to a game 1 victory all across the board. Items coming in. Elk even has a Serpent's Fang just to ensure that some of the obnoxious shields coming through from the likes of Lila and actually Shalahu, don't forget, on Cassante, he can shield his allies. So that is there, but more or less just spending the gold to say, I had enough of this, so I'll buy it, and this will probably be my last outing, but Serpent's Fang will find a little bit of value in its own right. They pick up the Dragon through bin. Yeah, 4 items. BLG will look towards almost certainly that final Inhib just as a point of pressure. And FPX have to try and answer somewhere. They have to try and engage before they actually get set up on, but I think already BLG too far in position for that time.
And I want to dissect this game a little bit more so as we're potentially getting to the tying knots of BLG. It was a very scrappy game from FPX. I think a lot of times, I mean, it was within 1,000 gold for the longest time, right? It has just only recently exploded to that 6,000 plus lead. But I think FPX found a lot of positives, especially through Care, and he still has that potential. They still have at least one more miracle team fight in them. And they do have a Zarya and a Yumi, and they have a Silas who's kind of popping off here. So FPX might have one more death knell in them. Yaya is trying to look for a side lane there. Care getting the cease and desist here. They have a lot of setup to catch out Elk.
That's been pivotal so far. Care having that cease and desist to actually lock down Elk. It just needs to be followed up on, and if they can quickly eliminate the AD carry of BLG, 5v4 fight looks really, really good for them, as it would any other team, but especially if Elk is off the map. He's been so pivotal. They're actually looking for Shun.
They're going for Shun. He's very tanky, though, with the Radiant Virtue as well, and they're just bursting down Care. He doesn't get hit by the bubble, and nicely done with the double knockouts from Xiao Lao. And no, Yagao trying to clean up the rest of FPX. Here's LWX, though, and that's what we're talking about. The AoE damage, if you leave LWX, he will burn you down, but their base is also burning.
It is, but crucially, that was a lot of work coming in from Shalahu. Double knock back into a double W as well. Oh, LWX.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Elk with the kill onto the ADC of FPX.
My goodness me. Lucian, Nami, 3-4 items in. Still capable of doing that. BLG, they'll pick up the 3rd inhibitor. Serpent's Fang cuts down the shield book. So, you know, finding a lethal there. FPX did such a good job of making that team fight work, but they still end up losing out just as they feel like they had a moment to breathe, clear away some of the waves left up. Because you have triple inhib and 30 seconds until this Baron spawns up, which will almost certainly be what the prize is for them. See what FPX can do once that buff comes in, because you suspect it will. Ultimate onto Shun, a bit questionable at first, honestly, but the Zhonya stops a lot of the follow-up engage. The root cancels Yagao's ultimate as well, and you can just see all the CC coming through from Shala, who sets the entirety of FPX up for a really solid fight. The disengage is good, and then you can see LWX just has so much damage available to him. He hasn't been able to use it, though, throughout so much of the game. 3 items, he is here, but the Baron, like you say, that's the next port of call. FPX have to try and get here, but it's going to get burned very quickly at best. They could hope for a fight afterwards, but they just make the call. Give it up, deal with the triple inhib, deal with the Baron, and see if we can find one last miracle team fight. BLG have all the cards in their hands. FPX have to try and make a lot of work happen against what feels like a full house.
Not gonna lie, I didn't know Phoenixes could turn into turtles, but that's what we're getting at this point, because FPX just need to turtle this out and find a way to win a 5v5 fight. It will have to happen in front of their Nexus towers, as BLG are coming to bear on them with over 6,000 gold difference and a lot of confidence, at least, as Hao goes in, gets about half his health taken off, trying to take down On. Got himself half health, but all out, not there actually just yet from Xiaolao, who they're onto the Nexus Towers with Bin on the side and Culling coming through onto Care. Care goes in. He is immediately locked down and shut down. Heroic entrance comes through for BLG, and they have done just that in this game 1 of this best of 3 series. LWX has done a lot in this game, but he did not find a kill, and BLG found 17 of them, maybe just 18 here if Halia goes down, but he is too slippery, and BLG clean up game number 1.
Yep, really, really good looks from BLG to carry out that lead. I think definitely a lot of positive talking points from both sides, though.
Yeah.
I think coming into this game, we had a lot of expectations on what FPX could do, especially on what BLG could do, of course. BLG, however, definitely the leaders in this game by a long shot. Yeah, once they had control of that top side, it just felt like FPX couldn't quite find the coherent team fights that brought them back into that game in the beginning of the comeback itself. I think realistically, you just had to find one extra member outside of just Care on the core target that was being hunted down by himself, and maybe there was a little bit to work with. They got to the core items eventually through LWX. It wasn't enough. BLG just stamped their authority on the game slowly but surely through those later game team fights, and I think it's just a bit too hard to deal with the likes of the Camille on the side lane. And of course, Elk and On were doing a fantastic job throughout the game, not just in the early stages of finding the picks. And I mean, honestly, the pick on LWX gave them tempo to find that final Baron.
But I think a big standout for me in the early game, at least, obviously got a little bit more scrappy when we got to the mid-game and objectives, was that Shun had found multiple ganks on top side. He even showed mid, found a gank on bot side, and we didn't get exactly that as a response from Haoya. And I think that was a big question mark coming into this one. How would Haoya react to Shun's very aggressive style and very control-heavy style, especially now that he's going with this facilitating style jungle as well? And I think we got our answer, at least at game number 1. I think in game 2, it'll be a big question mark as well.
Yeah, no, I think on Haya's end, he did enough in some of those team fights. I just think him and Care as a duo needed to try and find a bit more of a link up together. I think that was the sort of biggest takeaway from both of them in this game. But look at the damage WX put out. He was really trying to get as much work as he could done. I said earlier on, it felt like he wasn't getting the damage out he needed, but very clearly he was. LWX, but BLG definitely doing more than enough satisfactory work. Elk on that Lucian pretty much from minute 1, right? In the duo with On finding the advantage and basically taking it all the way home. It was just very heroic team fighting from FPX, and 1 or 2 oversteps from BLG, which I'm sure they'll look to clean up in game number 2, which gave FPX a bit of an in.
Yeah, and I think conceptually that's where this game maybe fell off rails a little bit early, where it was very obvious that Shun wanted to get Ben ahead early. I mean, he multi-ganked topside to try and get that going, and then all of a sudden, after that second gank goes through, and they're like, okay, we got our game plan going, got the 1 kill, double kill bot lane. It's like, oh, cool, we just get to run away with this one. But they didn't, in all actuality. I mean, it did take a lot of effort. The team fighting was definitely there for FPX, and that's where I wonder, does FPX opt into that more so going into game 2, or do we see this kind of same adaptation from them?
Yeah, I mean, world's their oyster, right? I think if they get the case study from this game that Elk and On are probably going to dominate the 2v2 bot, they can definitely look towards it. But I feel like with Bin playing in the way that he is, Shun already giving him the resources, they can just utilize both sides. I don't feel like there's too big of an issue. Bin has already shown us through his first series in JDG that he is more than capable of being very self-sufficient. So honestly, it's really up to them on how they want to execute this next game. I feel like for FPX, trying to enable Care again, and also as a duo, Care and Haoya actually linking up in some of those mid-game team fights can be the difference maker here, because they weren't too far behind.
Yeah, we'll see if BLG closes us out 2-0 in our first series, or if we get to go the distance with FPX picking up the win. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back with game number 2.
Welcome back to the LPL, where over the years we've been taught to expect the unexpected. But every year there just seems to be a new curveball thrown our way. I
think we might get a very low kill game, but once the team fights come online, there'll be a on versus TN. Kind of forced off this one. Here's the
You're
number
wrong.
6.
Harder just battered into Tien's head and then taken down by Rookie. Tien desperately trying to survive and will be able to do so. Xiao Hao out of damage here. And now the heal comes on through. It's a double kill for Rookie. 5 on our hands here, Jamada. As the root's going to come out from Xiao Hao. Top esports back away for now. Tien the target, but he's tanky. More than willing to play for this one. ZDC on the front line trying to escape. Xiao Hao chased down. Let's look at GTF just wailing on Harder in the back line. Kazante falls, and GTF ain't stopping anytime soon. He's got a kitty on his shoulder, but Betty turning it around. Finds the ultimate. Can he find the Q? Chased down by Rookie instead.
Rookie, Jackie-Love, The Shy. You know these names. I know these names. So what else needs to be said?
Back onto the turret. Cap's knocked up into the air. Going to be taking quite a lot of damage. Getting himself away for now. Ning goes in. Hextech ultimatum going to be used. Shelly's still on the front line, but Cap's going to be taken down in the back. Ning getting himself away. They might be able to bring him down if they can make that fire find the target correctly. As Balog goes right back in. They're going to be looking to find yet another big fight. Brox is taken down, but the fear beyond death will come in.
Brothers reunited. Brothers at arms, and a matchup that's sure to deliver.
And you can really put some hurt down unexpectedly. This is a fight.
Yeah, there's big damage onto Xiao Hao. He can't move. Will ult over the wall here. Betty trying to 1v1 Jagaloo, but there's a kitty on his shoulder. And here comes Harder off from the side. ZDZ in the middle of everything as well, but the solo laners just don't really have the damage. ZDZ taking down Sora has to flash, but Rookie flashes right after him. Stun doesn't land, but it won't matter. Top esports decimating anyone's legend. What a way to enter the league here. And Rookie having a phenomenal debut game here on Top Esports.
World-class play, world championship players, and the world watching. This is our region. This is the LPL.
One day we'll be in the park or out at the movies. You'll turn to me and laugh about today. And when we're older, living in White Plains or maybe in Boulder, I'll put my hand on your shoulder and laugh about today. The spilled white sin and the misread conversation. I got a little bit sad then. You kissed my frown away. Behind the curtains in the arcade camera, we held hands together and we were on our way. Someday talking by the fire there in our stockings, a little spark then we'll laugh about today. Singing Gershwin right in front of everyone, everybody laughing as we went walking by, feeling the city change from day to evening, all the street lights blinking and shining in your eyes. One day strolling or at the lanes with some friends bowling, we'll make a little toast then we'll laugh about today. Later on when we say goodnight, I leave you on your porch step under the moonlight. We'll look at each other one more time and we'll laugh about today. We'll laugh about today. We'll laugh about today. We'll laugh about today.
Oh, won't you call me? You know I
got, baby. I just can't deny it. Oh, what you doing to me? It don't feel right. I don't understand it. Oh, what you calling me? You know what you got, baby. I just can't deny it. Oh, what you doing to me? It don't feel right. I don't understand it. I don't understand, no. You know what you got, baby. You know what you got. You know
Welcome back to beautiful Shanghai as we are here with the LPL Spring Split 2023. It is the last day before our Lunar New Year break, and I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada. We just had a 1-0 victory for BLG over FPX in this best of three, and what a victory it was as BLG came out smashing.
Yeah, BLG did in the end come out smashing. I really do have to give some props to FPX, to be honest with you. I think the bar set by BLG in their first series seemed to be quite high despite the defeat, and there was a lot of answers to be had, but BLG still have the clinical measures about them to close out a game from what felt like almost nothing at first, to be entirely honest. So we'll see what the answers are. We'll see if there's any adaptations on BLG side as well. Maybe they want to play out this game a little bit differently comparatively to game number one, because definitely a lot of focus on Bin Yagao in a much more facilitative role in comparison to what we saw out of their first series against JDG. Slightly different look, but all in all, a lot of what we do come to expect from the lineup overall.
We got to give some praise, though, to one player in specific, and he was going forward every chance he get. Elk will be getting MVP for game number one, and I feel like it's deserved. Has a lot of pop-up potential. My God, he had 5,000 gold in the end, 35% damage dealt, and an 11-2 KDA. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby indeed. 35.2%. That is like bordering on Cogwalk's level of damage, man. That is crazy. But of course, there was a Galio in the mid lane, so
this started it off
a bit fire as well. But this was, you know, a little bit of disrespect from LWX. But I mean, as soon as Elk realizes what's going on, he's like, "Are you okay, brother? Like, give me my kill. Thank you very much." And On as well, honestly, honorable MVP in my mind. So many clutch bubbles, and tidal waves. Yeah, it just sets Elk up time and time again, and all of BLG doing their part to enable Elk, right? You've got a full-on dive comp with Lucian coming in to bat for that extra bit of damage on the side. Excellent stuff from BLG, but specifically Elk, of course, finding himself so many kills in these team fights.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing, is he was not afraid to go forward once he had that lead. Now, we see that all the time with LPL Lucians, but Elk is one that does take that extra onus, and we saw it in that 2v2 to start. Did not stop till the game was over, and for FPX, that does raise those questions, right? We were looking at LWX to be that kind of late game insurance policy for them, and never got to that point, right? Never even got a kill, unfortunately, in the first game. So it's a lot of the ADC's focus, but primarily I feel like the early game went the way it did because of the jungle matchup, and that will lead into, do we see another big focus towards bottom lane this time around in game two?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the answer would definitely be yes. I didn't actually catch if we had a side select from either side. So side selection will definitely play a bit of importance in this one. But if we stay same sides, I mean, BLG, you know, they don't really have to change up things too much. It will definitely be on FPX to sort of decide what they want to potentially remove away from that game one, which gave them trouble in trade for what they had banned away in game number one. I feel like LWX and Lilla with the Zeri Yumi, even though they didn't have the most successful laning phase, definitely brought a lot of damage to the table, right? I feel like it's trying to maybe in other places find some changes, but even then saying that, you know, Care had his sideless. Haya was very, I beg your pardon, confident and happy on his Wukong, and to be honest with you, the Cassante actually did a fair amount of work, even though, yet again, it finds itself on the end of a loss. BLG do have blue side, FPX are on red. So, we'll see what the changes will be.
getting to this one, it was a little side point, but I think into the second game, another big thing I want to kind of stick to is seeing how Lula kind of enables or affects the jungle matchup himself. A big thing for me was seeing how Haya and Lula come together. Lula part of that FPX Blaze winning roster, right, with the rest of them. So I think there's a lot of question marks in terms of how does that synergy continue to develop. But as you said, alluding to it, right, we do have that change of the sides. BLG will go ahead and grab the first pick, Vi. So Vi has risen through the roof of priority here for BLG for Shun as this facilitation jungle and playing through his lanes. And I think this is such a different look for Shun going into a year.
Yeah, it definitely is, but BLG will be very, very happy to snap up the original trio they had on the opposite side.
Yeah.
And will FPX just take recall on R3? Because this is definitely going to be a Nami coming out from BLG. It wouldn't be anything else. So will we just get a rerun, effectively, of the same drafts? Or will Haya actually try and take up something else in the jungle pool? But I just feel like Wukong works well into what BLG had, right? So it's such a peculiar one, because you want to see... Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it is kind of broken, so something needs to be fixed. I just don't know whether or not it's the jungle side of things or not. So, same first 3 picks. It's a bit resident sleeper, but we'll see if we get some changes in the solo lanes.
Is this literally just them saying, like, if we didn't miss position at that level, that early level in bot lane, the game's completely different, even though we gave the kill top lane? Like, I feel like at this point, that's what they're trying to say here.
It could be. I mean, I'm not too sure. Like, even for FPX, like, small adaptation changes, I wouldn't have even minded seeing Civic come out as opposed to the Zeri. Just simply on the fact of it's a first pick Vi. If you can alleviate what she does simply by pressing a button and having a Yumi on your back, I feel like there's a lot of value there, but they are very much set in their ways for this draft. I feel like having Zeri is definitely the better answer. And I just have to assume that changes will come to the solo lanes. But if FPX can afford to, you know, take a Silas blind again, I'm sure they'll do it. No questions asked, and BLG will change things up. So the Galio is what actually ends up being thrown out here. So what will the adaptation be now for Yagao in the mid lane? As I'm wondering if find something new in his pool.
I mean, at this point, like, I just want to see more comfort for FPX, right? Like, I wouldn't mind. I don't know how the matchup is. I'm just going to go off my instincts here. I would love to see, like, Xiaolao comfortable on the Jace, on the Camille, if it comes through, right? Things like this that he feels confident on. Going against a standout top laner like Bin, that is so, so important, especially with the way Game 1 went. We do have a lot of focus from BLG towards this mid lane matchup, though. Syndra and Ahri are on the ban table there.
Yeah, so more mid focus, which could put some pressure on FPX to just lock in their mid laner here. Give Xiaolao the top lane counter pick R5, but it's going to be the opposite way around. They'll take up the Sante now. So it is basically, from FPX's point of view, a salty run back at the moment. Things will have to change for BLG from the mid lane perspective, but Bin toying with the idea of the Gwen. We've seen this matchup a few times.
Not just take Camille again? Like,
you
honestly?
could, very happily. And I'll be real, I'd prefer it. If the Sivir was on the table, I'd say, yeah, go ahead, take Gwen. But I feel like for the sake of being able to have an additional lockdown button for the Zeri, I'll definitely prefer the Camille. But in terms of what they provide for the laning phase and the scaling aspect, I think it's more or less the same. Really strong side lane scaling. Happy and comfortable to deal with Cassante inside the lane, but of course Gwen brings a lot more AoE damage to the table in those team fights. And speaking of AoE damage in those team fights, Victor currently being hovered, potentially being toyed around with for Yagao's end. Oh no, swap over to Azir.
Hey, we get the Yagao Azir, terrifying in its own right. And now with the new meta, it's going to be interesting to see how he plays it out, right? This man known for his Azir, and we get the response from Care. It is the Kassadin that has been making waves because of the item builds that have just worked so well into his current structure.
Oh yeah, Aroa Arcane Jewels, baby. It's I'll complain about it once. I'll get my one run over. It's broken. I hope it gets changed. But for the sake of Kassadin in this game, it's going to do wonders for him. The matchup is kind of one where Yagao is going to be afforded a lot of early priority, right? But the point is, Kassadin can, you know, spec into things like Fleet, Second Wind, Doran Shield, and he just gets to sit there and farm for free and can very happily and easily riff walk over things like attempted shuffles. So it's going to be on Shun once he hits 6 to try and add that additional layer of lockdown to deal with the Kassadin. And you're going to see quite frequently, Shun will probably send more ultimates Care's way over LWX's. But I feel like given another, you know, opportunity to find late game scaling and team fighting, that's what FPX have gone for now that they have Kassadin and Zeri with Yumi. Xiaohu and Haoya are going to have to carry a lot of the early game weight before those champions are online.
They are indeed, and that's kind of the scary part. But we said, you know, what version of FPX we're going to get in the second game? Do we get the all-in on the late game scaling? Do we get a change up in their style? Well, they said, let's go all in. And I think this is going to be a really, really tough early game for them to pilot, but if they can get through it, things will look good. Not giving over those early kills on bottom side, things like that will affect them. But I immediately, we've already seen the jungle matchup. I want to talk about this mid lane matchup because there will, I feel like, be a difference in how Yagao is approaching this game comparatively to game number 1 where he was on the galley.
Yeah, you more or less can do 1, 2, or 3 things, right? Constantly shove in the mid lane, ensure that Care doesn't get to move anywhere, and pick up priority for Shun to kind of just get free reign. And also we'll have to keep our eyes on Shun to see what he's getting done on the map with what should be very consistent early mid lane priority. 2, you can try and shut him down in the early stages before he hits Riftwalk, right? Once he has that level 6 available, you kind of need Shun's ultimate expended more times than not to lock down the Kassadin. Or 3, just entirely ignore him and try and slam the side lanes, which you've got really good matchups to do that with. So BLG have the option still of it. In terms of what the lane actually does itself, it's just a farm fest at the end of the day. The means to whatever the end will be CS, 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 farm, farm, farm. That's more about Care, whether or not Care gets to those important item breakpoints. The Roa, the Archangel Staff, those 2 items being completed will spell the beginning of late game team fighting dominance for FPX, if they can get there.
We got a little bit of setup, at least for both sides. Both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. And I want to pick your brain here, Mr. Jamada, because we are getting to the last day before we have a long break, before I think another patch comes through. Have we cracked the color meta of jungle? Is it blue, green, red situationally? We've seen a little bit of changes here. Do we have the color code, Jamada? Do we have it? Did you get it?
It feels like junglers are still kind of deciding. In my head, right? Green is just the most broken. No matter what.
Okay.
It's a free shield and free tenacity and stats, which the other smites just don't give you enough of. You know, blue, free movement speed and brushes, if I recall correctly. Obviously, you can smite champions, etc. The other bonuses just don't really strike me as strong as what green gives you.
I know that it's like situationally go red on Maokai just because of the sheer amount of damage you're putting out and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, like you say, there's a couple of situational smites where some smites work better than others in certain champions. But I especially feel like for pro play, right, you're seeing so many of these champions like Wukong, like Vi, the ones that are wanting to go in, disrupt. Green smite just works really well for them. Speaking of going in and disrupting, Shun is looking.
All right, level 3 for both. I don't know if this is a fight he necessarily wins, but he's going to try to do so. He does have to press the attack as well, so extra damage there. But both junglers kind of walking away from this, at least scuffle, for a little bit longer. So Shun actually winning out on the pressure game here early on, trying to keep his name on the mind of everybody on FPX.
Yeah, so he delays the clear. How yeah. And it does kind of signal to Elk and On that, yeah, you're going to have to deal with Wukong very shortly. But even though BLG had lane priority, the issue is geography. So LWX and Alert would have made it to that fight first, hence the disengage. Shun's end, you can still see here in the 2v2, Elk and On definitely in the driver's seat for now. So expect that to continue. And again, the question will be, how will FPX handle the pressure on this bottom side matchup? Gwen as well, in Bin's hands in the top side, is going to pretty much freely scale. So again, eyes on the FPX jungler to see what he can get done with these very, very scaly lanes.
And we wanted to see how Care and Haoya kind of combine in this series together against maybe more stalwart mid-jungle duo on the opposite side. And I don't know if we're necessarily going to get the answers to that with this matchup in specific. It definitely feels like it's going to be an opt-out matchup till later on. But Haoya wants to get himself onto the map and trying to go towards bot lane, towards Elk and On as they step up. The exhaust is utilized. The Ultra Shock Laser will hit, and Haoya gets in just a little bit after the flash.
Alright, so flash blown on Elk's end. Not too shabby at all, so I feel like FPX would be happy with the exchange, though BLG definitely should have seen something coming. Haoya popped the plant on the way down, the vision plant, so kind of surprised that Gank even goes through. But now, dive forward. Ignite was even blown, just for a bit of
Scary.
additional damage.
The thing is, it's not just the fact that they're not killing them, right? It's the fact that you have to constantly think, is Elk going to all in me right now or not? And I think that there just is this back and forth play happening in these duos right now in this series specifically that is definitely leaning over on BLG's favor, and Shun wants to hammer that point home.
Yes, he does, but he's going to be spotted on a ward, so unfortunately, an
Oh,
actual gank.
no!
Oh, no! Oh, he's got it! Oh,
There we
it's
go.
fine.
Hey, look at
Save.
that. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby.
All of a sudden, it's still actually looking like it could be a 2-0.
Just because of that, I like it.
Just because of the ward.
Results-based analysis is what we do here at the LPL. Dragon is actually started by Shun here. He was not spotted by the Scuttle Crab because he used the Vault Breaker over the wall. So this will be a quick solo clear of the Dragon for BLG.
Yep, very quick and easy for BLG. Vi, even before the very buffed up first Dragon spawns, Vi was always one of the champions and very happily solo a Dragon, even at level 3, level 4 in this case. So picks that one up for BLG, knows that the FPX bot lane had to recall, took not enough bad trades. So nice and easy for them. This time not leashed over to FPX, which means that we could see an early soul. They can keep that one snowballing throughout the rest of the early game.
Needlework's starting to do a little bit of work there. Doesn't hit the last proc. But we're starting to get some back and forth trading in the topside matchup between Shallow and Bin. Again, Bin just domineering game number 1 on the Camille. Had that early gank, really put down Shallow, who in this one picking the Gwen. Does this matchup change in terms of how Bin should approach the lane? I know we kind of foreshadowed to it to some extent, but it does feel like Bin will still wrestle a lot of control unless the all-out or a big monumental moment for Shallow who comes through.
Yeah, so fundamentally, Cassante is still a tank. I know, guys. It's weird.
Is he really, Jamada? Can you say that with a straight face?
I can. No. In lane, I know. Don't crucify me, I promise. I think Shallow who was out on mana. I think he popped the biscuits late, otherwise that ult should have gone through. A really quick flash from Bin. He still operates as a tank, so he still loses to champions that bust around tanks. As speaking of getting busted around, how
dude, takes so much damage. Like,
yeah, I think it was the red buff and Vi at the same time. PTA, don't forget as well.
Yeah.
The auto proc, so it's a massive chunk. So bursted out, Hoya is going to lose his red buff almost certainly. And on the top side, pressure's starting to cascade a little bit, right? You can see even your Gal could potentially move off that mid lane wave if he wants to. He's about to shove that one in almost certainly. Throws the thumbs up.
Oh,
there's a slight discrepancy right now.
He doesn't have smite. Yeah,
yep.
So how you get it.
Nice and easy for Halya. Won't lose both those camps. But yeah. TLDR, as a jungle interaction interrupted the point, Cassante will still lose 2 tank busting champions. Stuff like Camille, stuff like Gwen, stuff like Gangplank, which after Chinese New Year break, with 13.2 changes, I expect to see more of Pirate in the top lane.
I'm sure we will.
Almost certainly. I did actually see they are nerfing Gangplank preemptively, which is good. Because having second item IE is not going to be balanced for that champion in the slightest, with the way that he currently works. So very excited to see what they change about him with what should be his inevitable introduction to the meta, as Elk is just going to chase off LWX. With his culling. Could even just take a reset. Is he going to go towards Crocs? He's just waiting for the wave.
So, big difference from this game into last game is the fact that BLG themselves have had that 100% objective control last time we got the early Rift Herald from FPX, but this time around, Shun making a note to get all the objectives earlier on. Now we'll see if he unlocks these lanes. Last time around, he was getting those level 3 ganks. He was playing really aggressively. This time, it's more jungle aggression focused and maybe even bot focused as he gets spotted out. That quick little ward from LWX. And with Halya on the bottom side as well, I think there is a little bit of response to be able to come out of FPX.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned the 100% objective control. Shun just this time a lot more on top of that one. We've been having such a hard winning topside matchup, and consistent priority was just able to leverage the time so that he bought from his own invade, to be fair. So
yeah, really
good stuff from
2 of them actually,
like you said. Yeah. So I really want to have him probably just unlock Elk again, right? I think you could in all fairness, go towards the mid lane with this Rift Herald. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but we saw what Elk was able to do with a massive lead, even though it hasn't been afforded to him this time in the 2v2. I think just giving him that extra bit of gold can always go to a distance in securing a major lead.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Shun, the man on your screen, a little bit. I've obviously have a little bit of bias. I'm a big Shun fan, but it's been so incredible to watch this guy's growth as a player within multiple teams, IG as a whole. This man played between the Shy and Rookie, and maybe it wasn't the grandest of moments for that IG roster, but to be able to play with the likes of these, and now Bin and Yagao, and now focusing on a Shalao who making sure to give the resources to Bin, Shun has found a home, and it just feels damn good, Jamada.
Talk about the best way to have a point set up for you than just seeing Shun give.
It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the
plan. It's the cast of blessing, as it were.
Never heard of that one before. I like that. I want to make that more popular. All right.
Hey, me too, man. But you know, cast of curse. It's just so powerful. You know, the witches are working their magic consistently to make that one work. But BLG, Shun, like you say, multiple rosters, always been the bright spot of them.
Like, how do you go from between the Shy and Rookie, now you got Bin and Yagao? Like, it is incredible, man. This guy is surrounded by talent, and now he's finding his own in terms of he's not just playing the Nidalees, the Kindreds, the aggressive picks. He's not just playing the Graves, things like that. He's playing the Vi to set up Bin and Yagao. And I think that's, again, I know I've harped on it a lot, but it's just incremental growth from this guy who has been trying to make a name since like splashing onto the scene on IG.
Yeah, absolutely. And consistently having those solid laners will always help you as a jungler, facilitate whatever style of play you want to implement. I'll tell you firsthand, as a jungler, my brief stints as a semi-pro player, it was always lovely having better laners, and Shun has definitely felt the pleasures of that quite consistently. And again, it will only facilitate his growth in the long term. I know you're massive Shun fan. No secret, of course.
No secret.
No secret at all.
I do wonder, though, Rift Herald's coming up. I'm going to guess he's going to go mid lane to Yagao to try and get this Rift Herald down here. Try and Yagao's Care. Again, Care has not really hit that. I mean, he's getting to level 11, right? He's still missing the first item. Really needs to have a lot more time. And I think that's a holistic approach for the second game for FPX. Just time. Buy as much time as possible. You get a couple plates for Yagao in the mid lane, who has also opted into the crown, so a little bit more defensive style from Yagao in the mid lane on the Azir, as not playing a defensive style is Shun, as he takes a third invade onto Haoya, or maybe even a top lane gank.
Top lane gank, well, I was going to say it could be difficult, but when you half health a champion with one ability and then have set up like this.
Yeah, I don't think. Oh, the all out?
Hold on a minute.
Okay, buys a little time, but yeah, it looked cool, did not end cool.
That's one of those moments where you kind of feel like you had Flash on Asante. You know, because I've played a fair amount. I had to test it. Champions kit's really fun. It's absurdly broken. Even still on 13.1, to be honest with you, despite what you're seeing from result here in the LPL. But that's one of those things. You have no ghost, right? The W was great to stop the ultimate from Shun, but at the end of the day, you just don't have the health bar, especially after Bin decides to half health you with one ability. Again, getting broken by some of those tank-busting picks is kind of just what it does. As Care ticks over to level 11, just came back with that Rod of Ages, so he's on his way to a scaling haven. And one of the most broken parts about, well, very overpowered. I should use more professional lingo.
I like it.
On the Roa is, of course, the additional level it grants you once it's stacked up, right? You hit level 11 around this time most games, right? Unless you're having a really unfortunate game in pro play. Within those 10 minutes, it's pretty easy to get to like level 14, level 15. Okay. And the thing about the Roa is it gives you 100% of a level. It's not just flat XP it gives you. It's if you are 80% of the way to level 14 and you tick over, you will now be 80% of the way to level 50. So
nice.
It's just... yeah, it's absurd. It's so much XP and flat time that it buys you and gets you towards that level 16. that you'll start seeing Kassadin's be level 16 at level minute 25 in a game, level 26. And that's several minutes earlier than you used to see whenever Kassadin would come out as a bit of a niche counter pick, even when ahead. So imagine what it's like when it's even in a game like this.
True.
Where it's only down, what, a wave of XP. Sure, Yagal now, as this Herald gets started up, will get a lead in the bottom side, but the engage comes through.
Elk getting knocked up multiple times, flashes over the wall, gets out. They flank from Yagal with a double pushback, but it's not enough. They get the lockdown here onto Hell Yeah, but they've already gotten Yagal. And Shallow, who's here for the front line. They've got LWX firing away. Bubble will connect, and it's just one kill. Give it over to FPX, but it is looking good. They're learning from game number 1 and utilizing this composition a lot better.
Yeah, definitely a lot more follow-up is the key thing there for FPX, and they're able to lock down Yagal, who did his best to find that pretty threatening-looking dive and shuffle in at first, but flashes come out, dashes come out, dodges available. You can see initial engage comes through.
My
the
God,
turn is excellent. So many members are just immediately forced away, but Yagal, he thinks he finds it. Hell Yeah interrupts the dash. I'm not sure how much further it would have gone, and not enough members get clipped by the Emperor's Divide, and Yagal just drops, and from this point on it's retreat for BLG, and even Bin, who honestly in situations like that with that many members on top of him should be happy to just let loose with the death by 1,000 cuts, with the Q, with the ultimate, has to also flash away. So positive fight for FPX, and again, it can only get better in theory. Kassadin is on his way to level 16. LWX will eventually hit 3 items. So BLG, in a way, I don't want to say they're on a timer, but they're on a timer until things get really, really heated.
I'm just saying, I think we're seeing an Elk Bull Rider cosplay here. That man just dashed into 4 people on Illusion and just said, come at me, bro. Maybe hiding his head between his hands as his teammates are getting obliterated and he made it out alive. But in all actuality, that kind of aggression, that will lead to missteps and that will lead to capitalization by FPX. Now we're on to the 3rd dragon of the game. Could be second for either one of these teams, and Care on the side lane, on the flank. We're trying to position here. Shun misses the engagement, and they have found Care on the side here. Bin is in the pit still, as now Care comes across. The bubble does connect, and the big wombo combo, the Emperor's Divide, doesn't do too much, and BLG again are just getting wiped clean, and Care on the beautiful FPX Kassadin with the Lula support on him, and LWX firing these lasers. They are coming to town here, picking up momentum in this second game.
Yeah, it's super disjointed from BLG on the opposite end as well. FPX just clean house happily. Even though they lose 1, they pick up 3. Shun's engage goes a little bit wide, a little bit wonky on his part, but Care, free reign, no lockdown on him at all. You'll see in the replay, he's always just constantly hunting on the flank. There you go, Shun. I'm not sure he's looking for Hoya in the first place. You can see Bin kind of forced away in the pit there, and for BLG's end, it's just all about retreat. Yagal, I just don't feel like he would have found follow-up. I think he needs to readjust his way of thinking in this game. His first 2 skirmishes we've seen, they've been really about trying to find shuffles, but I think he just needs to turn it the other way around. Talk about sitting back, actually getting soldiers down to auto, try and actually space out FPX. If someone jumps on top of you, Emperors divide them back. The mentality is just on the opposite end of the spectrum here for the BLG mid laner, but FPX on the return will pick up the dragon. So they are now 2 for the good themselves, but we won't see a soul for a long while yet.
Which is perfectly fine for FPX, as they are fine and dandy with the state of the game right now. They are not very far behind, if only 100 gold. They are getting scaled up for Care and LWX, and Care is really starting to find that confident stride on the Kassadin here towards as we crest over into the mid game. And that itself is terrifying because it doesn't feel like BLG have found an answer just yet.
And again, you know, it's a nightmare solo Yukon. Right? Yumi, Cassante, Kassadin. I would have dodged this. This would have
This is an insta dodge.
This is an insta dodge. And like you say, I feel like BLG, you know, they have a couple of good tools, but even when, you know, Care could go Zhonya's very easily on 3rd item, and all of a sudden, you know, Shun's engages mean a lot less, right? You can no longer just shut Kassadin down for a couple of seconds by using the cease and desist. Yagal's, you know, dives in, feel a lot more threatening. Care is a lot happier to go forward with a Yumi on his back if he knows he can just do something silly like R/E and then Zhonya straight off of it. Yeah. So options will eventually begin to dwindle for BLG. And they do have scaling options more through the side lanes, right? Than they do in the greater team fights. But to see how they decide to pilot it. And now gold dead even, and for a team with Kassadin, Zeri, Yumi on it, that's as good as being 2,000, 3,000 gold up in my mind.
It really is, and you're getting kind of the side lane focus now from FPX to clean things up. BLG still trying to find picks to some extent, but they have group 5 members into the mid lane. But we, as always, will continue to keep counting this scaling for FPX as Care slips his way down the backside of the fight. Elk immediately dashes. They're going straight into Care's waiting jaws. But do they find a flash from Care? They might get the engage from Shallow. Oh, Emperor's Divide will not be it. The all-out gets Elk out of the fight and kills him. Good. That's a pretty dang good fight from FPX. Honestly, the way they have been separating and serrating these fights has been incredible in Game 2.
It's been a complete dissection of BLG in so many of these skirmishes. It does really make you wonder how BLG will find an angle as we continue on in this game. We was literally just talking about how options were kind of starting to dwindle. BLG though, get engaged on Elk, core focus, as he should be so many times out. Good flash from Care. Well, sorry, good flash from Elk, rather. Care's flash, a little bit awkward to be fair. But the all-out can't be interrupted. So you just see Elk get dragged to Narnia. There's not really much he can do. 71 HP tower in the mid lane. I'm sure someone on BLG will come to claim their prize eventually.
So let's talk a little bit about BLG's possibilities here, because we've talked already about how momentum is definitely moving in favor of FPX. But do you see an in for the 2-0 bin in the top lane, who now just finished the Shadow Flame? Do you see anything for the Azir setup of this roster, even though he has just finished the Nashor's Tooth, and that kind of damage potential that comes with the catch-outs?
The damage is definitely there, right? I don't think there's any question in that. It's just about what BLG are actually going to do, because so far they've been trying to go toe-to-toe with FPX before their strong point, and they've just been falling flat on their face. So it's really hard to say at this point. Yagao as well has been, until that last fight, a little bit too aggressive with the Emperor's Device as shifts in. Most certainly, if he can stay back, then I think there's a lot more options for them. I think just trying to play front to back, allow FPX to dive into you and see what you can get done at least once or twice. But the thing is, Dragon Swords in 1 minute, that'll be their next best opportunity.
LWX got a really nice dodge at the last second there. That would have been a big catch by BLG, but they can't find it, and that just buys more time for FPX. We're looking at Seraph's Embrace now completed and evolved for Care. He's got a lot of pressure on him here, though. Needs to be a little bit careful, but does have the fruits right there to heal him up. And those 2 items are coming across the board. We got Force of Nature there for Shallow, who the top side. It's starting to look even more daunting as we get a couple of these item completions across the board.
Yeah, less than 60 seconds before Care gets a full extra level, by the way. So BLG, they're just pulling the trigger on this Baron. 2 items on Lucian, 2 items on Bin. They have to. I feel like after this, the fights are going to get so much more difficult. Will they look for a turn?
Oh my god, they can't find it. They keep trying to find the bubble combo with the Vault Breaker, but they can't find it. Shallahu getting dropped down. A lot of damage onto him, though, as BLG have stopped the Baron. Now they've let it reset, but they're right back onto it. FPX, it's Care stacking up these Rift Walks. See, over the edge. Shouldn't misses the engagement again, but he gets it onto Shallahu. He's not going to go down.
Care in the back line.
Care is cleaning up house, and BLG will contest and take down Care, but lose everybody but Yagao, and the Baron was not worth it.
No, it wasn't indeed, and take a look at that. Care is going to be hitting level 16 soon because the Roa just ticked over to free access to the backline. BLG were not watching their backs at all, and they pay the price dearly. The engage, again, it just falls short from Shun. It doesn't find Hoya, but even if he does, I'm not sure what he's looking for. And whilst all of that is going on, Care just finds his way onto On. Just finds himself a triple kill off of 1 Rift Walk. Nasty stuff, and sure, Care comes very, very close. But at the end of the day, BLG just taking apart FPX. Now they're at the power point. There's not really too much more BLG in my mind can do. It just gets worse, Mazel. The stopwatch is there for Care as well. We just saw the pop up. He's got to be very, very close to level 16.
And it's an
BLG.
Ocean Soul, which just feels bad.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Observers are even going to let us watch him hit level 16 on the next wave. I thought we'd hit it there, but he's got 99%. You can see the XP bar. There. I thought
There we go,
16.
level 16. And Care is officially online, I think, as well as a lot of the other members for FPX and BLG. I guess this is just what they want to do now. They live in front of the Baron Pit. Shun cannot find a Vault Breaker to save his life, but they have found Halya, and nope, they didn't. It's a little bit of a Where's Waldo situation as the all-out comes through. Big Emperor's Divide, but Care, again, Care is just too big. Bin does get the kill in the end, a trade back, but he will slowly but surely be dragged down as well as the rest of his team. On is the solo member left of BLG and Baron, all for the beholder of FPX.
All right. You know what this smells like, Mazel? This smells like game 3.
It does smell like a game 3. This will be my first game 3 of the season too. I'm excited.
I'm excited. Let's take a look back. It's just Shun looking for an engage, getting blown up, and then Care doing this to Elk. Yeah, pretty cool. Not much to see there. Flash away almost certainly saved On's life, otherwise he would have died. As Bin, unfortunately, the last man standing, as he is so many times for BLG. Eventually taken out by LWX. And I think takeaways for BLG, the lesson learned is don't blind Azir into Care if Kassadin is available. I think that might be the very hard slap on the wrist learned. But FPX are rubbing their hands together, looking for a game 3 right now.
I mean, this is just going to be constant. Care with the support of Yuumi kind of leading the way here, because I think, you know, Lila, obviously a newer player for FPX coming up, but so are the rest of the members of FPX, and I think being on this Yuumi to facilitate Care, huge stuff, and Elk doesn't even exist anymore. He's in a different plane of existence. Bin might be as well, though. He's trying to ascend to godhood right now, and he's getting so much damage. And BLG, do they find the kill back? Shallow, who's still so healthy. Care makes it out, and the all-out Cassante brings it back from the brink of destruction. A double kill for the top laner of FPX.
Holy moly, BLG almost brought it back. I mean, it's a 3 for 3 in these circumstances. That's a win, but the towers are still going to drop. Tier 2 in mid and bot gone. Care still in the mid lane, uncontested, taking this mid lane tower. If On steps up too far forward, he will get rift walked on. Here's Bin.
Bin is so big right now, Bin is
really
ridiculous in terms of damage, but is it enough? Like, you're facing one guy who is like 1v5ing these fights against 3 potential all carries for FPX.
Poor Elk, man. It's just so uninteractive. But it's all about Bin underneath the tower the whole time. Quadruple snip, snip. Another ultimate stacked on top of it. Just so much work getting done. And Yagao slides in, catches everybody with the Emperor's Divide. But it just feels like no one is quite dying at the very end until then with that Conquering Sands. But in the end, it's all about the all-out Cassante. Cleans.
Would you want to revise your sentiment earlier? Tank who?
Tank who? Well, tank in lane. I did say that.
I know. I'm
gonna underline it, but I know. I agree. It's not really. It's not really. It does everything. It's like a, you know the good old classic meme, Mage Assassin, Bruiser, Witchcrafter,
now.
Ornn. That's, you know, it's getting close, Cassante. But yeah, definitely still seeing. He does have that threat. It just spikes a little bit earlier than what we've seen. Very happy to get on 2 backline members.
You gotta get back to base.
In isolation. Yeah, they do. They are getting out-rotated.
Just leaving it open.
Yeah,
all right, Bin is on his way back here. You have Dragon coming up in about 20 seconds, but that'll be inhib in mid lane taken out. BLG maybe just looking for some stragglers on the back end, but big question here, Jamada, and hopefully you can answer it. How do they even find Care at this point? Like, how do they ensure they can shut down the 606 Kassadin with a Yuumi on him?
All right, bear with me. Care has to turn his mono off and then try and navigate.
That's a good plan. That's a good plan.
Yeah, I think other than that, it's going to be quite difficult. I think Care still has a stopwatch up. We're not going to see from the fight hunt anymore, so we'll see. But BLG, they're definitely trying to contest still nonetheless. And with Yuumi now permanently stuck to Care's back,
yeah,
Lila knows his place. and where his new home is. It just continues to get even harder to deal with. So they
Oh my
will
God,
find
they're
him
just going
now.
over the wall. They find Care. They don't get him. He goes over the wall again. They just can't kill him. And now they've overextended. As FPX move in, there's a beautiful Emperor's Divide as Bin is starting to do so much work here. He's scaling himself, but now he's against 5 members, 4 members. And now it's just gone for BLG. They tried so hard, and Shun has put himself in line of fire so many times to come up with absolutely nothing. And FPX will take Dragon. They're even taking the base because of Winions. And right now, FPX in full control of game number 2.
And it's Ocean Sword in their back pocket now, so it goes from bad to worse for BLG. And Bin is just doing so much work. It's just not enough. At the end of the day, the Vault Breaker connects. You think the CC could be enough, but the Tidal Wave doesn't quite connect. And CC Care just long enough to find the finishing touches on the pick. Emperor's Divide comes through, it's big, and that's what really sets up Bin's advance. But the issue is Shun goes too far forward, he gets clipped, and Bin, you can just see he's by himself. Elkanon are nowhere to be found near this team fight anymore. Not able to follow through with all of the extra dashes available.
And it's just the miscommunication, feels like the dysfunction for BLG is kind of showing through in the second game, right? Like, yes, there was a bit of an awkward situation going over the wall for that engage, but Elkanon were having used their ultimates early, still full health and pretty much resources ready to go. So it's just a bit of separation, that fight overextension from BLG that ended up being a big mistake for them. And now, even though we were talking about like how do they find Care, how do they do this, they've tried multiple times. It's not happening. I don't know if it will.
No, and will Care have a Zonius on this base is the big question. So if he does, it's just gonna get worse. And I know everybody
the
sees
Rabadons.
that he just picked it up, so it's
And
gotten worse.
There's
again
so
for
much
BLG.
damage. Oh my God.
Yeah. And don't forget, because the Archangel changes as well, you can use it on the passive. It's not ability haste anymore. So Rabadons, it's one of the highest AP builds in the game. Is now 2-3, just goes a bit wide. And you know, we spoke about Asante being a tank. He is. He also has Ocean Sword, so good luck.
What is
BLG
happening right now?
has-
Shun is completely on the other side. Elk, he's dodging out. They have to re-engage now to this team. The final chapter's coming across. Care is just untouched, and so is maybe the rest of FPX. As the bubble comes through, they get one back, but Care, Shallow, and the rest of the squad are just chasing down Shun. He tries to get the bait, but that's it. That'll be game clean one. It should be by FPX, as On buys his time. Minions pouring down the mid lane. FPX have made this a series.
Save your KDA on. Don't go and defend the base. You will die. Almost certainly FPX. Super dominant. A little bit disjointed. Well, I was going to say disjointed there from BLG, but it's been disjointed for the past couple of team fights. But what has been certainly very coherent is FPX's ability to consistently split BLG apart in this game. We're going to game number 3. Really, really good stuff. And the scaling composition from FPX wins through in the end. And it's Care on your screen. So much work.
That smile. He knows. He knows. Huge stuff from FPX as a comeback into the series. Also, just not giving up in a fight that is both these teams' first series win of the split. I think it is important that this goes to 3 games and that we see everything there is to see from both these teams. That they have been brought the distance. Again, FPX opting into a very similar composition in game 2, but trading out that cast, and I think it definitely had something to do with the second game. But
yeah,
it's that adaptation from FPX in the series and the switch up of sides that I feel like really played to their benefit.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And now side select again is going to make a huge world of difference, right? I think for BLG, it's a lot of the same stuff. Bin is being Bin. Bin is winning top. Great. Elk and Om did not win the bottom lane matchup, and that time it felt like it played into a huge swing of pressure for FPX, because no longer did they have to deal with this very fed AD carry and top laner. It was just the threat of Gwen and the looming pressure of Kassadin hitting level 16 with a Yuumi and with the backup of everything else going on in FPX's team composition. It was too much to deal with. There was too many years available to FPX through Yuumi, Zeri, and Cassante to back up one of the oldest mid laners in the game.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say other than it was just a bit of a team cap composition.
Yeah. And I think you can talk and laud Yagao for his Azir, right? He's a tried and true Azir player. Questioning it in this situation, especially when we did see such an outside movement from him so far in this season, and to have more of a focus in lane, where actually we didn't see him get much in lane against the scaling pick that it felt like was just going to win out in the end anyway. So I definitely want to see that change up for sure and reignite the fire that is the top lane of BLG between Shun, Gagao, and Ben.
Yeah, no, they need it, right? I think, like you said,
Yagao, Ben, my God.
Yeah, Yagao, no slouch from the Azir. It was just those early team fights which weren't exactly being operated the best by him. But yeah, been dealing the most damage in the game by pretty far margins, or 5,000, 6,000 damage almost. It's a tough and frustrating loss for BLG, to be honest with you. But of course, they still have one more game. It's not like it's series over. But
yeah,
we wanted to see from today a clean series from BLG. It wasn't even particularly clean in game number 1 either, to be, you know, super critical, right? So I think for BLG, a little bit of recollection here and coming into game number 3 thinking, all right, what do we really need to shut down, and what do we really need to do to bolster ourselves to feel confident enough to actually just walk over FPX like on paper they absolutely should be. But from FPX's perspective, excellent performance. They kind of have come to a bit of an understanding here that BLG don't seem, you know, like the tight, clean ship that they have to be to actually go all the way through and finish out a game in very clinical fashion to actually not make too many mistakes. Drafting stuff like the Kassadin kind of just says to me, cool, good matchup, but also we don't think that you can end before we get to that point. Go for it again. If it's not banned away, look for that hyperscaling. I think, honestly, as BLG are, they don't look confident enough today to actually close out massive leads.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm specifically looking at, you know, going into it was talking about Lula with Haoya, but now it's Lula and Care. Do we get that combo again? Because my God, it was dirty. He knows where he needed to stick. We'll see if BLG can regroup and come back with a little bit of a vengeance here in game number 3 as we're going to the distance with our first series, and we'll be right back with the conclusion.
Welcome back to the LPL, where over the years we've been taught to expect the unexpected. But every year there just seems to be a new curveball thrown our way.
I think we might get a very low kill game, but once a team fight's going on, it'll be a long explosive versus TN. Kind of forced off this one. Here's the number 6.
Harder just battered into TN's head and then taken down by rookie TN, desperately trying to survive and will be able to do so. Xiao Hao out of damage here. And now the heal comes on through. It's a double kill for Rookie. 5 on our hands here, Jamada. As the root's going to come out from Xiao Hao. Top esports back away for now. TN the target, but he's tanky. More than willing to play for this one. ZDC on the front line trying to escape. Xiao Hao chased down. As look at GTF just wailing on Harder in the back line. Kazante falls, and GTF ain't stopping anytime soon. He's got a kitty on his shoulder, but Betty turning it around. Finds the ultimate. Can he find the Q? Chased down by Rookie instead.
Rookie, Jackulove, The Shy. You know these names. I know these names. So what else needs to be said?
Back onto the turret. Cap's knocked up into the air. Going to be taking quite a lot of damage. Getting himself away for now. Ning goes in. Hextech ultimatum going to be used. Shelly's still on the front line, but Cap's going to be taken down in the back. Ning getting himself away. They might be able to bring him down if they can make that fire find on the target correctly. As Balon goes right back in. They're going to be looking to find yet another big fight. Brox is taken down, but the fear beyond death will come in.
Brothers reunited. Brothers at arms, and a matchup that's sure to deliver.
And you can really put some hurt down unexpectedly. This is a fight.
Yeah, there's big damage onto Xiao Hao. He can't move. Will ult over the wall here. Betty trying to 1v1 Jangaloo, but there's a kitty on his shoulder. And here comes Harder up from the side. ZDZ in the middle of everything as well, but the solo laners just don't really have the damage. ZDZ taking down Sora has to flash, but Rookie flashes right after him. Stun doesn't land, but it won't matter. Top esports decimating anyone's legend. What a way to enter the league here. And Rookie having a phenomenal debut game here on Top Esports.
World-class play, world championship players, and the world watching. This is our region. This is the LPL.
No matter what's going on around you, no matter how hard it gets, you gotta keep doing you, baby, because only you can do you. I've been working real hard hear me? Ain't no stopping me. Ain't no stopping me. Oh, ain't no stopping me. Ain't no stopping me. And if you ever try, oh Lord, you'll never get past my integrity. I made a promise, and that's a promise I'm gonna keep. I know it ain't easy, but you can do it too. You got to have faith in what you can achieve. You can make a difference, and that difference starts with you, and you. Yeah, ain't no stopping me. Ain't no stopping me. You better stay strong in your stride. Oh, ain't no stopping me. Lift your voice. Ain't no stopping me. Speak your truth. Come on, put your hands together and say, ain't no stopping me. Do you hear me? Ain't no stopping me. Ain't no stopping me. Oh, ain't no stopping me. Ain't no stopping me. Oh, ain't no stopping me. 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 Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation. I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door. Tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving. Don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our cares
tonight.
behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
Dancing to
one.
and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do.
Welcome back to the LPL, the final day before Lunar New Year break here in the 2023 spring season. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada, and we have gone the distance in our first series of the night. A banger is developing in front of us, and it's the Stormfront I'm glad to see. It's BLG versus FPX tied 1-1.
Yes, tied 1-1. Massive turnaround for FPX, right? After game one, albeit a lot of bright moments in that game one, it felt like the tides could have continued to have pushed against them and we could have been in for a very short night for FPX. But they come out swinging with this very, late game orientated draft. They just say, you know what? You're not going to end in 25, 30 minutes. That's exactly what happened. Care came online and the team fighting, the difference in team fighting and the cohesion between the two teams was night and day. It was heaven and earth. To be honest with you, FPX were all on the same page, whereas for BLG, it felt like it was Bin pulling a lot of the weight. Yagao was a little bit too out of position too frequently, and also Elk was never really in positions himself to lay out the damage that we've seen him already do in game number 1.
Man, Shun just missing all those vault breakers. But we got to give some props where props is due. The comfort came through clutch for Halya in the jungle for FPX as he will claim MVP of the second game. And rightfully so. I think he started to crack at the armor of Shun in game number 1. Yes, he was a little bit behind the play, but in game 2, he had control, Jamada.
Yeah, he really, really did. And even though, I think it was more about after the earliest stages, right? I just think there was definitely moments where Shun had a lot of pressure, actually, on her. It was just about those mid-game team fights, right? It was setting up for LWX, for the likes of Care to just have so much space. And again, it's just the Wukong being so disruptive in the backline. But we're already into picks and bans, and would you look at that? BLG do not want to deal with the Kassadin at all. They say, get that out of here. First 3. Now we'll see what the priority will be in the early stages again, because, we've had effectively 2 games of the same first 3 picks.
True.
Will FPX and BLG pretty much just handshake again, or will we see a different ban out of BLG potentially to shake the tree?
That is a good question. I love the change up for FPX though. They're like, okay, so we're going in game 3 clutch moment. They take away Shun's Kindred. They're like, you're not bringing that one out just in case. We're not going to see that one. We are going to get the traditional FPX blue side Yumi first pick. As I don't think that, I don't know if I'm going to be able to say that all year long, but we'll see what the actual responses are from BLG is they need to find a way to bounce back into this.
Yeah, they really do. Will we just see, Vi plus Lucian or Nami? Okay, well.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. Nothing to see here.
No problem. Just salty run back number 3 of the first rotation. But I mean,
they don't
for
have
BLG,
to pick the
for
Nami
Elkon,
here.
Yeah, true. But like, what else do you go with Lucian, right? Like,
good question.
You have
well,
Lucian.
I mean, like, I'm saying, like, they could wait till 3rd pick, I guess. Like, I don't, like, at least they know that Nami's not going to pick up. Hey, it's not banned away in the 2nd phase this time. Let's go.
Okay, so change up from BLG. That almost certainly spells that it will be Nami at R3, so you know what the pick will be. It's telegraphed for FPX. What will the response be? Will they match the mid lane for Care? Will they let his champion pool get pinched when they know he's against Syndra, a very powerful champion on this patch? Or will they prioritize Hoya's Wukong? That's what it's really going to be about, right? Picking between the Wukong or getting a pick now for Care. I feel like Care's champion pool is deep enough to deal with a Syndra. So to me, even though it's a bit of a gambit from BLG, I'm not sure it's one that'll actually work into FPX. In my mind, sure, you can look at things like I beg your pardon, the Silas, and just say, well, that's kind of the only thing you have to worry about, the Akali as well, and beyond that, what will Care really have? It's Syndra. It's one of those matchups where you're always going to be able to just go towards something super facilitative based and be happy enough to set up for Hoya and set up for LWX in the later stages anyway. So there goes the Akali. The Silas will almost certainly follow just on the grounds of comfort. For FPX, you just ban away things like the Vi, you ban away perhaps, I don't know what else you really want out of Shun's hands, maybe just the Nidalee just to keep it away from him, but I don't feel like he would go towards it.
I think you're
They're still happy to go towards Bin. Alright, still happy to go towards Bin, and that also makes a whole bunch of sense. To be actually honest with you, now that I kind of recollect my thoughts, Shun's not been having the best series today. So maybe they just throw 2
Game
bans
1
towards Bin.
looked real good. Game 1 looked real good. Game 2, don't look at it, alright?
Yeah, don't look at it. Game 2 didn't happen. Ooh, what's going on in that here? Looks good. Either way, is he brushing his teeth? What was in that gif? But yeah, remove away the Gwen, remove away the Camille. Probably the Camille is a more standard pick, perhaps, and just live happy with that. See what you can take into the top side, blind likely, into Bin BLG. They want the J score. All right, so
yeah, for sure.
I wonder whether they're gonna go towards something kind of more utility based for Xiaolahu with Cassante gone again. It's really up to them. But BLG, the Vi's still on the table, and even though Shun had a bit of a shaky mid-game on it last game, I still feel like it's probably the best option available into Zeri to try and get her locked down. And it just makes a little bit too much sense. Now it's up to FPX to find an answer for Care, and also give Xiaolahu a champion where even if he loses in lane to Bin, he can lose gracefully and come towards those team fights very confident and ready to provide for FPX.
Yeah, you were saying when the Syndra got locked in for Yagao, facilitation needs to be the name of the game for BLG. Well, they're going to do it for a third game in a row on the Vi, and I definitely like the adaptation from BLG with this Syndra. A little bit later parts of the game might go a little easier for them, but FPX definitely want to try to pick apart some lessons from the earlier parts of this series, and they take Bin's Gwyn from game number 2, and right now they're hovering the Galio that was played by Yagao in game 1.
This could be cute. Now, whilst it might not have the best time into Syndra, it's still going to provide the setup. You're also kind of preemptively ready for a Camille pick, which could have come in on R5. Of course, Galio works both really well with Camille, but also really well against her. Being able to just use the Galio ultimate defensively on the target that's being Hextech ultimatum works great. Bin's going to go towards the Gnar, which we saw in the JDG series was so pivotal in their almost comeback against JDG, locking down Ruler and just, to not mince words, completely bodying 369 in the 1v1. Something that's very, very frightening to be staring down the barrel of going into a game 3.
It really is. And now that we have our comps lined up, both these teams still searching for their first series win of the spring split. Before we go on a 12-day break for Lunar New Year, a win here means a lot. You get to walk into your break head held high. We've had back and forths in this series. We have had top lane carries. We've had bot lane carries. We've had craziness in the mid lane. Care popping off. We've got Bin trying to solo carry games for BLG. And it comes down to one game. This will be the only meeting between these two teams for the rest of the spring split until we get to the postseason, if they do make it that far. So this is a monumental moment for both teams, and it is time to step up as we've got FPX versus BLG. Shun trying to facilitate Yagao and Bin into a carry performance of a lifetime, while FPX, they've got all the new members, 4 out of 5 LDL prospects brought up through the FPX system. And here they come to try to bat down a would-be super team from BLG. We get into game number 3. The stakes are high. The fun is nigh. And Jamada, we're about to get into it.
So much on the line. Like you say, you only meet every team once. So for BLG, a team with expectations sky high, losing a series to FPX early on as the crowd gives their Jayos. Going 0-2 into the Chinese New Year would not be a very positive omen for a lineup with so much talent. All FPX look to do in the early stages. I feel like, again, you've got Care now on a little more of a facilitative role. It's not the likes of the Kassadin anymore, or the Silas of game number 1. So it's going to be about following up on Hoya's engages, in my mind, has to be. Or defensively using your ultimate to always make sure that Shun doesn't have an easy route in to LWX. So a lot more riding on the shoulders of the FPX AD carry in this game. And also Xiaolahu, who's, for the first time in this series, been handed a true damage carry inside of the Gwen. You know, I very temperamental with that, of course, Cassante. He loves his damage. But Xiaolahu, we'll see if he can try and match Bin in that department. Bin put out a very, very strong Gwen performance in game number 2. But we saw what Gnar is very much capable of last week.
So
no slouch on either side.
Yeah, for sure. And I think something to keep an eye on here, especially in the early parts, it has led to some things, especially in game number 1, but Shun's pathing. I think Shun has been very aggressive to Haoya. Maybe they have a conversation after this, like, why are you being so mean? But he has been consistently finding him at his buffs, trying to find that advantage just in the 1v1s, leading that into early ganks and things along those lines. So I'd like to see if that continues to be consistent for BLG and for Shun himself, or if Haoya gets kind of a free pass for the early parts of the game and tries to focus in on those objectives later on.
objectives have definitely been swinging between both teams in the early stages, right? Last game, a lot of it was actually BLG. Game number 1, it was kind of a bit of a mix of both, split between Dragons and Heralds. This time, what will the protocol be? We've seen this bottom lane matchup 3 times this series.
Yes,
And
we have,
usually-
Jamada. Yes, we have.
I know.
No disdain in my voice whatsoever.
I shouldn't have even said it, to be fair, but it's part of the point.
It is
of-
exciting in the own right, right? Like, you do get
yeah.
these fun little trades into level 2s, level 3s, a lot of aggression this series in particular from Elk.
Yeah, exactly. More about what will the objective setup be from BLG, knowing that you have this really, really strong bottom side. Because it hasn't been leveraged consistently from BLG's end.
And I think seeing this kind of steady path early on from Shun is definitely a different adaptation from BLG. Maybe that opts into kind of the scaling portion that they've changed up to some extent with their composition. But now it's Haoya looking for a gank on bottom side first and foremost. There is a ward in the bush, so they could see it preemptively. But if Elkin on step forward just like that, the cleanse comes through immediately after the exhaust is used by Lula.
Very tentative from both sides there. Exhaust cleansed. There's no cleanse. There's not really too much to cleanse if Galio's not down there, so he's not going to feel too bad about it. Care. Not going to eat a gank. Just going to be a path through from Shun to secure the top side Skull Crab. Got the bottom side one, I believe, for the top side. So double Skull for Shun. Always nice to feel that one on the
Look
end
at this, Jamala.
of the jungle. Yeah.
Haoya is actually coming straight from lane, knowing that, you know, Shun was going to make it to the Scuttle Crab first, trying to be preemptively there towards top side, towards Shallow, who, again, if Bin gets ahead, like we've seen in other series, we've seen in this series just recently, like he will carry the game, especially on his Gnar. So I like this kind of at least proactive play from FPX in a defensive manner, but I wonder if it is going to lead to resources kind of being given and left to the wayside.
You'd like to hope not, especially after that game number 2 performance. They still have a lot of strong hyperscaling in their own right. Gwen is a bit of a monster and also doesn't really care too much about Nami either. You know, one of the big things about Nami, she's very happy dealing with very short range compositions like the one that we see on FPX's side, but tidal wave is coming down and you don't have anything else to use the W Shroud on. Just drop it, walk through that tidal wave and you'll still get access to the backline. So Shallow, eyes will be on him for now. He's definitely falling behind in CS to Bin. To be expected, especially in the matchup itself, but we'll see if Shallow can find some windows of opportunity on Bin, perhaps after he's in mini, to try and lay down a little bit of pressure in return. For now though, Bin, as he has been pretty much all year long so far, it's only been 2 series to be fair, so I say all year long, winning his lane matchup as Shun almost.
Nice scanner timing at least.
A little bit of damage, real nice scanner timing. So we'll just back away, but also immediately find himself in front of the duo yet again at the other entrance. A lot of pressure leaning down towards this BLG bottom side. Know what's going on. Elon still happy to take this trade though.
Oh, LWX in real low in the end there. Haoya is right there. Will be spotted out in the ward. Shun is right behind as well, but might see a little bit more, at least aggression to clear some of these wards, maybe even an early dragon if they want to. Care actually going into the Gao in mid lane as Shun does start up that dragon. I do want to just highlight, Care has been going toe-to-toe with Yagao, and we haven't talked enough, I feel like, about Yagao, where this man is literally just coming off the Summer Championship. He was Finals MVP last year, just last year. And I think to see Care going toe-to-toe, but stealing the style that BLG were going with early on in the series is a little bit of an interesting point to continue to watch, as Shun actually looking for the engage over the wall into Haoya. Both level 5 here. Bot lane's a little bit worse for wear. LWX might have some poke damage there, and it's just going to be a stalemate in the bot lane as mid laners are now on their way here as well. Care does have the heroic entrance.
He does, and up on the top side, looks like Shallow who actually exchanged his ultimate for what looks like very little onto Bin. So that's a bit of a win for the BLG top side. And as we was kind of mentioning, pressure being traded back and forth. As Hoya just continues to remain here.
They just saw him there as well. That's going to be a cleanse used, the heal as well. So some summoner spells burn. Maybe it was just all for a bait. Trying to get Haoya caught in the lane, but back to Dragon goes Shun. I don't know if he's actually going to be able to get that ward in the back there. Might have just enough time there. Oh, he does it again. That's no. That feels bad. Feels bad. Won't go for the Dragon because of that.
Sweeper 2, Shun 0. Is what I'm seeing there. Didn't quite have on behind him this time around to salvage it. But yeah, up on the top side again. We pan. Oh yeah, we get the picture-in-picture. So that's where the usage of that needle work came in. Now Shun up on the top side will secure that Skull Crab. I think a lot of the pressure may be shifting towards the Herald. Shallow actually just used his dash, but no one wants to collapse. I think the threat of Care, even though Jigao is right there, the threat of Care actually coming down with an ultimate is huge. But you can see Rift Herald being started up. And Bin is in Mega just for a couple more seconds. It's going to time out, but it might be enough.
LWX is on his way, but he's way later than Elk, and the engagement is here for BLG. They need to take the fight now, or it will just be a standard 5v5. It looks like they have waited just the amount of time. LWX will finally make his way, but Shun gets the Rift Herald there, I believe. The knockups come through. Hell yeah. Just gets killed by the power unleashed from Yagao. LWX is on the wrong side of the fight. FPX Care is now the target here for BLG, and he goes down right afterwards as well. LWX has reconnected with Lula, but FPX themselves have just been eviscerated with a double kill from Elk.
All right, I mean, BLG just find the better fight. FPX are 2 split apart, too many fronts. Care almost gets caught out at the very beginning. No flash to follow up on maybe some kind of taunt onto the backline. BLG just having to take targets as they come to them. Simple as that. Very, very good fight for them. They were there in the river first. The rotation from LWX is a little bit slow. You'll see Care goes around the long way. It doesn't always matter when you can just ult on top of this, but unfortunately, it's a little bit too late. Yagao executes Hoya, and you can see, you know, LWX gets a lot of damage out, in all fairness to him, with the ultimate across multiple members, but there's just no follow-up. He has to try and tunnel onto finding Bin, but he just can't. Shallow, who left to his lonesome as the rest of his team kind of dies, he also wasn't able to follow up on the initial engage either. Not sure if the needlework was maybe just off cooldown at the very start of the fight as well. Disjointed from FPX. You can definitely see the parts moving and cogs turning for them, but BLG just have better positioning and a better setup for that fight.
Yeah, they do, and now they set up for the Dragon in a better position than FPX are. 10 minutes in, the first Dragon going over. We also had the Rift Herald, like we had said earlier, picked up by Shun. So full objective control so far for BLG. Also, 20 CS lead in the top side. So things going well for BLG so far in this early game with this 3-0 lead, with a lot of gold in their pockets. But it is about the continuation of that, because we have seen where scaling comes into these late game fights, and FPX has found the better of them. I think BLG has answered some of that in the draft this time around, but the question still remains.
I agree with you, Mazel. I think with BLG not being on the end of what I would call a negative draft.
Positive gaming moments only. All right?
Positive gaming moments only. Things look infinitely better from them from the jump. There's no, you know, X out of 16 Pepega in chat. I'm waiting for that precedent, so.
I still want to always circle back to, because we're getting to the end of this series, right? And this will be a while till we see these teams again. But I just find that this series has been such an interesting development for the way that these teams have approached this season so far, right? Where you have so much experience on side of BLG, tapered by some new pieces, right, to the rosters themselves. But on the other side, we had already mentioned 4 out of 5 members coming through the developmental structure of FPX and having a lot of new faces to join a literal world champion, not a Zale, in the bot lane of LWX. So it's just the fighting, the scrappiness, the back and forth has been really nice to see, especially in game number 2. And I'm hoping that we get a little bit more of that development here in game 3 and FPX show that they aren't just out of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely not. And again, you know, with all the outside context for FPX, even if the result doesn't go their way, at the end of the series, I feel like they can always still very happily walk away with their chins held quite high. Stepping up to BLG with such young talent is no small feat by any means at all. But a win, like we said, both these teams searching for their first win before the end of year break. will definitely go a very long distance in the means of that just bump of confidence for the lineup, which especially can be so important for younger players too.
Yeah, exactly that. We do see BLG running out of time on the Rift Herald #1. Did have to utilize it mid lane. Get out a little bit more gold. Walk straight into the bait. And FPX have picked apart the bottom lane. How yeah, almost dying to Elk at the end, but does get the shutdown kill. 450 gold. And the gold is split between Howya and LWX. Rightfully so. Bin taking a really heavy trade against Xiaolahu in the top side and will continue to push this lane.
Yeah, that's a real nice injection of gold for FPX to work with there. Definitely needed it. And Howya Cyclone Decoy actually knocks up on to keep him in place. I mean, he had no flash. He was going to die from that position anyway. But just quite comical. He was able to find both marks whilst really looking for Elk because who forces Bin back. But honestly, I feel like Bin was quite comfortable. Probably not going to die in many circumstances. You'll see what I was talking about here. On no idea until he walks into the bush, gets knocked up. Knocked up again. On the opposite end, Elk does. Real nice from FPX's jungler. Like you said, shut down the gold, actually getting himself towards that Divine Sunderer, so I think it was just about the perfect amount. Being able to pick up that shutdown on top of the initial kill itself. Now he actually has the damage. If he could actually make an appearance towards the top side, maybe fearing that Shun could be there. Bin has a lot of vision to work with, hence the confidence of him stepping up right now. And with no Cyclone, no need to work. I think that just spells the end of that engage, but Care could be in trouble.
Ooh. He cannot heroic entrance himself. He does get out there with a nice flash, so at least dissuaded from giving a kill over as Elk goes forward. A little bit of taking is there, the tower shot as well. A couple of them from BLG. Takes a bit more damage than they would want to as Lilla was moving up towards mid lane. Looks like the tower will just be given traded on both sides for both BLG and FPX respectively. Oh. The second tower, though, at least for BLG, and only first tower for FPX. Yep. Take that with what you will.
But Silver going into LWX's back pocket. Someone who's going to have to step up for this game #3. Certainly hasn't been quiet throughout the series. It just feels like BLG have had a pretty good run of being able to shut him down quite consistently. And I mean, last game wasn't exactly about LWX either.
True.
Definitely about the Kassadin.
Yeah, we're about 15 minutes in now, though. We got pretty much standard first items across the board. The Trinity Force, I love it for Bin. But now that we have both objectives on the table here, see a trade, Shun going for the Dragon, FPX all inning on this Rift Herald will be a first objective for FPX. Where would you like to see them kind of give this gold of this Rift Herald over to this squad?
I mean, to me, I think just give it to LWX. I think Xiaolahu is gonna be fine once he actually makes it to that first item, whereas for LWX, the breakpoints really start to come in, you know, second, third item, right? So give it over to him. Seems to be the case. I think Xiaolahu might still get the gold if that tower drops too fast, but it's not the end of the world. Kind of does, but
133.
no bother.
And at least Elk himself is going to get this solo gold of the tower as well. And I think Elk, having been on the Lucian this many times, pretty huge to see him getting a little bit of resources, at least siphoned his way 16 minutes in. We did get a second charge from that Rift Herald on the top side. A little bit more damage done, and Ben will have to defend that one a little bit harder as now Shun, the rest of BLG, moving in to pick position.
Primed and ready to see if someone on FPX's side will come and reclaim this territory, but stealing away the red buff from the jungle camps for now seems to be the aim of the game. Happy to do that. Bin up here. I think he's actually a full level up on Xiaolahu. So, see, XP par Bin halfway to level 13 already, whereas Xiaoluhu's not even level 12 right now. He is on a wave. That's a really big lead in the top lane, and speak about him and get the stat pop up as well. I'm sure those numbers mean loads of excellent things.
We'll see Ben actually get that tower back away, right? Get a little bit more pressure that way. And I think both teams at this point are just looking at scaling, waiting. It seems like we're just on rotation for objectives at this point, with a couple forays into adventure for BLG when Shun wants to try to find picks. But both teams playing this third match a lot more respectfully and a lot more hesitantly than I would say the other two games have gone so far. And I'm sure that'll pick up pace as things get a little bit more tense. And 2 dragons for BLG early on is already pretty big when they're looking to stack those dragons up for themselves. And I think that'll be next steps for FPX, as I'm sure second items will be coming a little bit after that.
Much more meticulous look to both sides' gameplay. And it's always kind of one of those things, unless you've had a super explosive series from start to finish. You do tend to see game 3s in the early stages commonly kind of just taper off in the early explosiveness, because all of a sudden, you know, it's best of one. No one wants to be the reason why you lose that series. So for now, like you say, much more calculated approach from both ends, but for now, working out a lot better for the side of BLG. Gold lead amassed primarily in CS, it feels like, between the solo lanes and the jungle. Of course, they are up that extra tower. A couple of extra plates as well whilst those are up. What you do have to remember, just because the small buff to plates, an extra 100 gold in total, more or less. Quite large as well. WX.
That'll do it.
Huge chunk.
That's a good amount of damage just to taper it off, and I think that's been a consistent key for Elk this whole series. Just keep pressure on LWX as much as you can, but we also have seen LWX really expertly navigating the late game team fights, right? And I think that has been always the case, and you know, why they won a world championship. But you know, it is about execution in team fights a lot of times, and we've seen Elk actually step up to the plate, not only against LWX, but trying to, at least last year, and especially now. Being on a new team from Ultra Prime changes things up. Being on a new team with On changes things up. But we still see that classic aggression. I think we've talked so much about these solo lanes, but to some extent, we're getting to a point where a lot of this last game is going to rely on LWX versus Elk.
Yeah, definitely. I think the short range composition as well from FPX is going to play into Elk's hands on that front. And as for LWX, he's got a Yumi on his back as Zeri, so he's always going to be able to find some angles, weave in, weave out. Just about dealing with Shun, making sure you're not getting jumped on from a flank by Bin.
True. We got second items actually completed here now for the decent amount of players, right? We got the Hole Breaker for Bin. We have the Shadow Flame, at least for Yagao, and now the Rapid Fire Cannon there for Elk.
Yeah. Items so important for many of these champions in this kind of game in particular. Syndra hitting that 2-item spike is huge. She's going to remove LWX. Very quickly, Yagao will scatter the weak. 1Q and an R. You see very quickly why Syndra is a priority pick. As up in the top side, you can just see in the picture-in-picture, Bin continues the pressure. Here's FPX here in the river, which could definitely help them out a little bit, pick their targets. It means that BLG have to potentially walk through a choke. It's going to feel a little bit bad first. Culling.
So that all goes into Clone. A lot of damage left on the table there. So the big damage potential from BLG is kind of gone. They're just buying time for Bin at this point, who has TP. He also has his Meganar coming up. You wonder if he just focuses in lane or comes to try to fight the dragon.
Yeah, he's looking for a TP now. I think they want to ward for him.
They don't have necessarily the setup for it.
Mid lane pressure potentially is where he's going towards. So now FPX do have to make a decision. Shaola, who also still up in the top side.
He's pushing out the wave now. Dragon does reset. There is wards set up for both teams. I think a little bit better for FPX in terms of getting to the pit. 4,000 on the dragon. It looks like top laners are not going to join this fight. It's going to be a 4v4. And who's going to secure? It looks like FPX is in position, and they do get it. The fight afterwards, final chapter, is going to dissuade the follow-up from BLG, but they put a lot of damage down in the initial part. Got a Meganar forming in the mid lane, does take that tier 2 tower as well. So Dragon for engage. Shun goes in, and Care is getting whittled down right now. Dash back from Elk though. Nicely done. Re-engage goes golden for Care, and Bin is here first. Care goes down. He's a sacrificial lamb, and Dragon for your mid laner. I guess they'll have to pay that tax.
Yeah, they will pay the tax for that indeed. It stops the Cloud Soul spawning in 5 minutes time. So, you know, caveat to it. They still find themselves 5,000 gold down. They lost the tier 2 in the mid lane as well. BLG still out-rotating FPX in the grander scheme of things, even if they pick up that dragon, it still feels like a bit of a minor loss to take on the chin. And Bin is still putting so much pressure on the map, and it's very, very reminiscent, the whole break second item of his JDG series and performance so far. All he needs to do is find a rotation over and lock down LWX, and it's pretty much a 1-to-1 so far. Find a solo kill onto Xiaolahu as well. That's the checklist for Bin for this game.
Do you have any thoughts on the Roa for Care in the mid lane on the Galio?
Yes,
Because we were seeing, I
do.
feel like, much more like tanky items or so. Maybe even just AP. I think Yagao went straight AP.
Yeah, I think Yagao went into Everfrost, which in my mind, especially in pro play, is usually just the better item. But what Roa does do is give you a hell of a lot of health, especially since the durability match. I was just searching for the word. Champions have so much, you know, extra HP per level. Building a Rod of Ages and only having that item, you know, be the one that give you HP, you can be, you know, level 16 with like 3,000 health. It's not off the cards at all. It's a lot of extra HP to work with. It's just not a lot of resists, as you can see.
It's not. Yeah, getting shredded there is Care, even with Lilla on top of him. And how, was just on the side lane there. Shun will move up, maybe getting engaged himself. He's going for it because he has to. And that's a huge pick from FPX.
Yeah, and again, you know, Shun mid-game engages between game 2 and this game here. Not exactly on a good track as Elk
been real rough.
Yeah, it really has. Elk searching for a bit of a push forward there. Bin on the bottom side whilst this is all going on, still very much hammering away, chipping away at what he can, but FPX, are they eyeing up a Baron? I feel like this is definitely territory for a throw if they do start it up, but not a lot of ultimates available to those there in front of the pit, just Yagao. So I think cleverly backing away. I think we're just going to have a bit of a map reset, Mazel.
Yeah, it looks like that, as BLG will just lick their wounds, get back out onto the map, especially Shun. Maybe rethinking some of those engages here, but will not rethink going for the Scuttle Crab because aggression is the name of the game. As how got it? Oh, Shun got it. All right. Well, you know, you win some and you win some for Shun. At least the Scuttle Crab battles, but it is still neck and neck in this game, and I think that's something important. Even with the gold discrepancy, we have seen where FPX are starting to come to life. Picks will make a big difference in that, and if FPX can kind of stick together and maybe return to turtle form, things start working well for them.
Yeah, things can start working well. It's just about actually waiting for it to happen. They need one of those miracle fights. They need LWX to actually hit that Infinity Edge spike, and then they will have the damage they really need, in my mind, to step up to BLG.
That's just gonna be a Baron start.
Yeah, they don't want to wait for that spike to come in. They want to actually get this started now. Yagao can play bodyguard. On can always turn around with the tidal wave, and FPX. I mean, they know now. It's far too late.
I mean, Haya can go in, but yeah, it's better to, I guess, regroup and rethink of the next strategy in this situation, as Baron does go over to BLG. They have Dragon coming up in about 35 seconds, so they'll easily push out a lot of these waves, keep Bin as a constant pressure on the sideline with this Baron buff, and essentially just secure themselves a sole point.
Yep, pretty much. I think FPX... problem is, when you take a look at the inventories, the item breakpoints that are just kind of here right now, you know, item completions are so important in League of Legends. That's really how you track strength. It's not always about the gold. When you've got those sort of incremental 2,000-3,000 gold leads, obviously we're working with almost the 7,000 in this game, you always have to just look towards what items have actually been completed, because you can have a team be ahead in gold, but technically be behind an item just because of how cheap some can be. It's very rare, but it does happen. But in this case, you can just see BLG are just in front of the race on that side. Jungle, mid, top. AD is about even. Bottom side as well. On and Lilla.
18 stacks till, or I guess 17 now till we get the final evolution. Is it? It's 120, right, for Syndra?
Yes, I think it's 120. And that's
little
just
bit
a
off of that
15% increase in AP.
And the execution, or is the execution?
I think the execution is 100 on the ultimate. I have to read up on this. This is stuff that I should know. Oh,
Hey,
just
no, you're
say-
good, you're good. Yeah, you know, it's a new
Yeah,
season.
yeah,
So
yeah.
BLG are doing what they've done, I feel like, constantly and moving into the red buff of FPX. But how has Lulu on top of him, so now gets a little bit more even in these skirmishes. Has been continuously trying to push in this side lane here. It's just become a 4v4 and a 1v1 in the side. And who comes out on top will win this game. Yagal is positioning over here, but Hauya moving out, trying to clear some of this jungle vision from BLG as they just continue to oppress the side of the jungle of FPX.
Slow suffocation might be the death of
They got this
FPX. They actually-
touchdown. Oh my God! Power Unleashed as
Oh.
well will secure the kill, and now Hauya as well immediately gunned down by Elk in the line of duty. We also have Care maybe taken down here as double kill comes through for Yagao, who finds himself at 3-0. We also have been continuously pushing, like we had mentioned earlier, in the top side. And Shallow, who content with trying to push in the mid lane, looks like he will finally start backing, but the base is already destroyed. And Shallow, who, I don't know if you know that you are not backing, my friend. There you go. There you go.
You know, I said slow suffocation. It's looking like a quick suffocation at this rate. That was just a snap engage onto LWX, just rotating down. He just felt like he had the space. He didn't. Spoiler alert, that just gets one shot. And that's 2 inhibitors off the back of 1 pick. And now all of a sudden the game, which was slow and steady, but still tilting in the ways of BLG, feels all of a sudden even the more heavy-handed to try and pick up a win for LWX. Yeah, just a little bit disrespectful.
Oh,
The blue ward,
man.
if it just came in before the rotation, it would have been fine. But yeah, Syndra doesn't need that extra 15 stacks
Apparently.
to do that. And the backup that tried to save the FPX AD carry very quickly slaughtered BLG. One more inhibitor left. I really feel like they need to wait 2.5 minutes for either the Soul or the Baron, but they may just do just that. They are all ARMing in the mid lane for now, whilst Bin continues his charade on the side lane.
Yeah. I mean, they have a 10,000 gold lead at this point, so a lot of extra given over to BLG. Even though On takes a huge chunk of damage from the Ultra Shock Laser, it's hard for FPX to wrest control right now for BLG. And it's a bit unfortunate that this is like the culmination of the game, unless we get some crazy miracle comeback from FPX themselves as they get knocked back from that scout of the week, and Bin is just stacking up his Mega Gnar here. BLG have really turned it on to kind of clean up a lot of mistakes from earlier, and now Bin with his Mega Gnar up 3 back in the final chapter doesn't do enough. Tear also just bursted down by the culling. The cease and desist was left to the last moment, and more kills raining. A triple kill, a quadra kill for Yagao, and a showing from BLG to right all the wrongs, claim their first series win of Spring Split 2023, and make good on the promise that was this roster put together in the offseason.
That was the kind of performance in game number 3 we needed from BLG to reinstate a little bit of confidence in the lineup.
Yeah.
And that definitely is going to feel good going into the New Year break for BLG. Like you said, the rebuild of a potential super roster came very, very close in the JDG series. It could have gone either way, honestly. They fell short there. Didn't fall short here against FPX, who we will talk very briefly about. Give them credit where it is due. That's a complete rebuild on the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah,
of youth
exactly.
in that lineup. So to stand up to BLG for 3 games, bring it the distance, definitely credit to them. And definitely as the season go on, we'll expect them to continue to develop.
Care going toe to toe with the summer champ, finals MVP himself, Yagao in the mid lane. A lot of little interesting stories. How really turning it on in game number 2, even somewhat in game number 3 against a very aggressive Shun. And we said it going into this one, there's a very different approach, it feels like, this year for both these teams, and how they're structuring their teams and how they're kind of approaching talent for their teams. And we got the would-be super team established again for BLG with a couple different pieces here from other organizations, forming around Bin. And on the other side, FPX is holistically formed around LWX with the developmental roster that has been built up through the FPX plays system. And I think saying and seeing this kind of go through for BLG is rightfully so. I feel like on paper they should have won this one, but the way it happened, massive props to FPX. And I think that will be something to hold on to going into the offseason, although not having found a series win yet. But then turning attention, right? BLG, Bin, my man, he gets the win, deserved after that monumental performance against the JDG team and not coming away with the win of that one. Had even almost a solo carry performance in game 2 of this series, and the whole team's firing on all cylinders, maybe not every single one, maybe leaving 1 or 2 out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think to me, it's just about actually, again, confidence boost, re-confidence boost for BLG. And I think even though, yes, it wasn't the cleanest throughout a lot of the series, getting the result on the board is the important part, right? Actually making sure that you can go into the next challenging year without actually, being 0-2, being lossless. I think it's a big confidence boost. And even for FPX, I think this performance, sure, you didn't win, right? But you're playing against BLG. It's the roster that we're expecting to, be sort of top 3, top 4 at kind of the bare minimum with this rebuild. Those are the expectations set on them. FPX is not about that. It's about building through spring into summer, most likely. And coming out swinging in that game number 2, even game number 1 it had its moments. It was very close for them as well.
I'm just going to make a plea. I want to see Care on carry channel. I think the Galio was okay, right? I think it was okay. I think it was a vast difference from what we saw from Care besides that. But the Syndra pick for Yagao came through so clutch. 7-0-5, 100% KP. The man was popping off rightfully, like he is Yagao. And I think to give him that pick and to show him succeed and kind of pull up by the bootstraps the team was really big, because we have seen Yagao in more of a facilitating role, as well as Shun, right? To some extent, it's been about the bin carry show a lot of time, and to see him pull out the carry pants himself, really nice.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's just going to continue to build on the identity that they want to find for themselves as well. So all we can really say is it's development on both fronts, right? But just 2 different stories for both the teams, but very much excited to see where BLG will go after the break.
And speaking of, they're going to be facing Weibo on the other side of the break
in
week number 3. So that's going to be kind of a banger. I mean, like we said, Bin has just been incredible. He will be going against the Shy, the Trailblazer. And I think that we'll see the Shy for the first time next. But we'll see what he looks like in terms of that matchup, especially. And BLG have a lot to look forward to. It does sound like we have our interview ready to go. It sounds like we have Shun ready with Christina to talk about that series.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Xun, the jungler for BLG. Congratulations on getting your first victory. A little bit shaky, but eventually you won the 3rd game. How do you feel? 那么恭喜你们今天拿下了比赛的胜利。虽然说中间小失一城，但是好歹最后赢下了第3局。现在感觉怎么样呢？
就非常开心吧，然后能过个好年。
I'm very happy because of this win, maybe we can enjoy a very nice Chinese New Year. I have to start with the game 1. Your bot lane got a very big lead in very early game, but when you were pushing the mid tower with the Rift Hill, you just got engaged. So how do you guys handle with that pressure? I mean that engagement pressure, because their mid laner have stored your ultimate for so many times to engage Elk. 那么从第1局开始聊的时候，下路前期是取得了一个比较大的优势，但是在中路你们带着第1个峡谷先锋推1塔的时候，对面的猴子开到了你们，并且他们也是对面塞拉斯偷了好几次你的大招，直接激活 Elk。所以在当时那一波，你们可能是有什么样的沟通吗？或者是如何应对这种一直 AD 被集火的压力呢？
就当时我们只需要注意塞拉斯就偷了娃之后，我们可能需要拉扯的空间更长远吧，就是需要站的位置比较更远，然后需要有人去往前面站，然后给 AD 有数值空间，然后就应该就很好赢下比赛。
So in that team fight, the reason why we lose is just because Sarah stole my ultimate, and the only thing we need to do is to protect Elk and try to space to take a lot of range and just let Elk don't be engaged. And we also have to stand in front of him to protect him. Let's talk about game 2. Maybe did you make any adjustment or feedback after losing game 2? Because I saw Kassadin was banned in game 3. 那么在第2局小失一城之后。
后，你们做了哪些调整和改变呢？因为我们看到很明显的是，第3局上来就可能就把卡萨丁 ban 掉了。
就当时觉得他卡萨丁比较烦吧，所以就想ban掉，然后不让他们玩那种后期成长性比较高的，我们就做好自己，让他们就跟我们拼吧，就拉扯他们应该就很好赢。
So the reason why we banned Kasardin was just because he's so hard to deal with, so we just banned this champion. And I hope that if we can slow it down and slow the game tempo very down and try our best, we can win this game. Final question for you. This is LPL English. Any wishes for our overseas audience? 这是我们 LPL 英文的采访嘛？我们的这一个电竞春晚超级周这里的标志比赛已经结束了，有没有什么新年愿望给我们海外的观众朋友们？
就新年愿望吗？就进世界赛吧，祝福就希望大家新年快乐，然后身体健康吧，然后万事如意。
Happy Chinese New Year to all our fans. I hope that you can keep in good health. And by the way, Xun just said they hope they can make to the world. Let's looking forward to it. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢勋来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
To the moon, Shun! To the moon! You're gonna make it to Worlds, baby! Happy Chinese New Year to the man from BLG. Love to hear from him. I'm a little hyped, but love to see BLG righting the wrong. That was the game that barely slipped out of their hands against JDG in their first week, and to close it out strong. Great stuff from BLG as a whole, and kind of some takeaways going into the long break that will be is the fact that they're starting to find their foothold at least, and Yagao was a big part of that, winning the MVP of game number 3.
Yeah, Syndra not balanced. And he also
is that your official statement? Not balanced?
That's my official. Yeah, that's my official analysis. But also Yagao played it wonderfully. So many scatter the weeks just to poke down and interrupt so many engages throughout that game just made it so oppressive, man. And sort of get to see why it remains relatively close to permaban in so many different games.
Yeah.
Just the ability to remove somebody from a fight as early as level 6, 7 from 25% HP. It's such an absurd amount of power to have in a single button press. You can get near someone, and get near someone, it's pretty easy to do when you have such an excellent front line in front of you like Shun and like Bin when those fights come to it. And Bin as well also was pretty on form for a potential MVP pickup here in this game, but again it was all about Yagao finding all of that additional damage at the end, and he was very close, by the way, to getting a pentakill. This was pretty, like, if Elk left the kill, that was a pentakill for Yagao, I'm just saying. So
it's a
really
little interfighting.
Exactly. You stole my penta, why, man? Like, yeah, it's just how it is, but really solid performance from Yagao. I think that was also one of my minor criticisms for BLG out of their JDG series. It felt like he was a little bit quiet, perhaps also in many ways silenced by JDG, just sort of the might of Knight, really, and everything that is going on between himself and Kanavi in the JDG end. But here, definitely able to flourish a little bit more and actually show what we know him for in the LPL.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway, at least at this point for BLG. Is something to keep an eye out going forward for the squad. But that is it for our first series of the night. We got our final series before the Lunar New Year break. Our match of the week for week number 2, Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports. It's going to be a banger. Don't miss out.
Welcome back to the LPL, where over the years we've been taught to expect the unexpected. But every year there just seems to be a new curveball thrown our way.
I think we might get a very low kill game, but once a team fights come online, it'll be a long TN kind of forced off this one. Here's the level 6.
Harder just battered into TN's head and then taken down by rookie TN, desperately trying to survive and will be able to do so. Xiaohao out of damage here. And now the heal comes on through. It's a double kill for rookie. 5 on hands here, Jamada. As the root's going to come out from Xiaohao. Top Esports back away for now. TN the target, but he's tanky. More than willing to play for this one. ZDC on the front line trying to escape. Xiaohao chased down. As look at Chingtian just wailing on harder in the back line. Kazante falls, and Chingtian ain't stopping anytime soon. He's got a kitty on his shoulder, but Betty turning it around. Finds the ultimate. Can he find the Q? Chased down by Rookie instead.
Rookie, Jackie Love, The Shy. You know these names. I know these names. So what else needs to be said?
Back onto the turret. Cap's knocked up into the air. Going to be taking quite a lot of damage. Getting himself away for now. Ning goes in. Hextech ultimatum going to be used. Shelly's still on the front line, but Cap's going to be taken down in the back. Ning getting himself away. They might be able to bring him down if they can make that fire burn on the target correctly as Balon goes right back in. They're going to be looking to find yet another big fight. Brox is taken down, but the Fear Beyond Death will come in.
Brothers reunited, brothers at arms, and a matchup that's sure to deliver.
And you can really put some hurt down unexpectedly. This is a fight.
Yeah, there's big damage onto Xiao Hao. He can't move. Will ult over the wall here. Betty trying to 1v1 Jangalo, but there's a kitty on his shoulder. And here comes Harder up from the side. ZDZ in the middle of everything as well, but the solo laners just don't really have the damage. ZDZ taking down Sora has to flash, but Rookie flashes right after him. Stun doesn't land, but it won't matter. Top Esports decimating anyone's legend. What a way to enter the league here. And Rookie having a phenomenal debut game here on Top Esports.
World-class play, world championship players, and the world watching. This is our region. This is the LPL.
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fight. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fight. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
Fellas, 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 no need to be jealous. I've got lots of love to go around. No need to fuss and fight, 'cause I'll be here all night. And in the morning, I'll peel you off the ground. Oh, pick your job off the floor. Pray like you've never prayed before. Make it till you make it, and I deserve. You've got what it takes to rise above. Fellas, 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 only time will tell us who's about to be a lucky boy. Pull my heart out of your chest. No, I won't accept anything less. You've got to have some skin in the game. Show me you can remember your name. Fellas, 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 no need to be jealous. Love's a beast that we're about to tame. Heart out of your chest. No, I won't accept anything less. You've got to have some skin in the game. Show me you can remember your name.
As beautiful Shanghai extends before you, competition is on the horizon, and our match of the week, Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports. It's Weibo Gaming's first time to show themselves in the spring split. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada yet again, and we're ready for a best of three that will define the first 2 weeks of the LPL.
And what a massive matchup to have so early on in the split.
Had
right?
a lot of those,
Top
it
East-
feels like.
If we have already, right? It is really, really crazy to think how stacked the LPL is right now. But Top Esports, Weibo Gaming, debut, of course, for Weibo. They haven't played until now, so this will be their first game against Top Esports straight into the break, right? So a lot riding for them in this series where, you know, they're against a direct compare, someone that, you know, we're expecting Top Esports, top 1, top 2. Weibo shouldn't be far behind them. Getting that best of 1 is going to be super important because you never know. Those head-to-heads can always come into effect towards the end of the season.
And just a quick question, maybe you get this answer now, maybe we get the answer by the end of the series, but what do we do with all these world champions? We could literally make a roster of 5 out of this best of 3 right now, and it's incredible.
We were going through it. We were going through it before the day started. We were saying, all right, how many world champs are in this series? You've got top lane The Shy, jungle Tian, mid lane Rookie, AD carry Jackie. Like it's top 2 bottom, and there's also, of course, Crisp in the support role. So
yeah,
you know, it's just a casual 5 world champs in one series. Plus, I mean, Caster Xiaohu as well, MSI.
Yeah.
So it's just an insane series stacked with the peak of what we've seen come out of the LPL historically. I am super duper excited to see what these guys will give us, because the last time we saw Rookie versus The Shy as well, last split, V5, Weibo, that series was also a banger. Now we've got a full-on reunion tour between so many different teams and players.
So many different teams. We got World Champion renewing. You got Weibo coming out with their first series. It is the first time in over 1,100 days that Karsa and Xiaohu will be playing on the same team. The last game was facing Fnatic at Worlds, and being able to kind of bring that back, the reunion for Weibo Gaming as a whole. And love to see, the Shy, the Trailblazer kind of leading the charge here, the holdover for Weibo Gaming, and really something to build around here. It feels like that they have set up themselves for success to win, if not come very close to winning the Spring Split.
Yeah, and it's a lineup that just makes sense on paper as well. I feel like a lot of last year for Weibo, and specifically the Shy, who is of course the only remaining player from that summer split, it was a lot of time spent around the bottom side of mid lane and not really getting too far consistently, whereas the Shy was always individually getting his leads. Now he's got a jungler in Castle who will always be happy to play for him, and of course, let's not forget about Xiao, who will always play for the side lanes. So exciting lanes there, and of course we've seen the debut of Top Esports already, where Ching Tian is actually starting ahead of Wayward, and honestly, I don't mind the change. So far, it seems like he'll bring a little bit of stability to the lineup, something that Wayward wasn't always the best at bringing. So I think all in all, so far, the changes, of course, for Top Esports with Rookie coming in look excellent, and it's finally going to be tested against some proper iron here today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know you're going to call me cringe, but Rookie Love back together. The fact that they have Tien there as well, like that trio of literal world champions, again, theme of the day, is terrifying in its own right. Now, I really, really like to see kind of the duo carry. Like, we got an exceptional performance the last time we saw Top Esports, where Rookie took game number 1 and said, hey, here's my performance, see what you can do. And then Jackie Love was like, hey, hold my drink. I'm gonna show you what's real. And went on the Zeri and absolutely destroyed. So I think everything's looking up for Top Esports, and as Weibo comes into this series, a lot of question marks if Top Esports will be able to deal with these carries, or if Weibo will just be able to win through top, win through jungle, things along those lines.
Yeah, it's just one where I feel like we're going to have to just get into game and see, because we know the ceiling of this Top Esports roster already. They came in, they smashed it. Clearly kind of setting a precedent of, all right, we're here, we're not here to play around either. I think for Weibo, there might be a little bit of experimenting going on from the get-go. We'll have to see. But again, with, a very selfless mid-jungle, a bottom lane in my mind, which should be relatively self-sufficient, I just want to see the Shy played for. Simple as that.
Yeah,
and I think, we've seen a lot of it. And I think kind of in the similar vein to Bin, where Bin gets played around on BLG more often than not, I want to see that same repetition through the Shy, because we know what the Shy is capable of. Individually, last year, he was providing and getting lead for himself pretty much throughout the entire time. Give him resources to actually work with, and I think we can definitely see some carry performances throughout the entirety of spring.
Man, just think about the amount of just big brain going on in the conversations for Weibo Gaming. You have Xiaohu, who has won in both top and mid. You have the Shy, who is literally the trailblazer of the LPL, it feels like, and they are talking about these matchups and things. I think there's a lot of potential to pick apart the meta on this team for Weibo Gaming, and I actually want to see if they're comfortable with doing that, right? I think a big kicker to that will be Karsa coming off a really rough year on V5, and now getting kind of a redemption shot, it feels like a little bit, Jamada.
Yeah, but I think being paired back up with Xiaohu is probably going to be a pretty big boost in confidence, right?
Oh,
Again,
yeah.
I think these two players being so, utility focused in my mind, right? And a lot of people's minds, Xiaohu is literally known for, the Sandra Gallio style-esque gameplay. I think it should actually probably enable Karsa to find a little bit of footing in himself again, personally, so that we can actually get to see them flourish for these side lanes, and specifically, of course, for the Shy.
True that. We had to base you out. We had to get all the storylines set up, but we do have to take, unfortunately, a little break, as I'm sure there's some technical difficulties to get through. We will be back with your match of the week as soon as possible.
Hello， 江哥子，我是 JDG369。听说你换了新的队伍，开启了新的征程，这里我为你送上中国的特色礼物——编织盖伦。 剪纸是中国非常重要的非物质文化遗产之一，它经常用来赠予朋友。红色的剪纸象征着新的一年的开门红。在这新的赛季里，我希望你可以进入世界赛，拿到好成绩。新春快乐，新春快乐
Hello to all the LPL fans and new T69. I want to thank you for the special and exquisite gift. I think it looks very, very pretty, and I hope it will help me to have a strong season in my new team. You know, last year we met in River, we had a skirmish, I was the loser. If this year repeats itself and we meet again, I hope I can be the winner. But I wish you to win everything you can in LPL until you meet me. Besides that, I know Lunar New Year is coming, so I want to wish you T69, but also to all the Chinese and LPL fans, a very, very happy and strong 2023. A lot of happiness and see you.
Hello Rickus， 好久不见！听说你新赛季重新回到了 Fnatic， 这是我为你准备的特别的新年礼物——剪纸希维尔。红色在中国传统文化中的寓意是吉祥如意，这是你曾经在 Fnatic 创造精彩战绩的英雄。相信这个火红的剪纸也能给你带来力量。春节就要到了，希望你在 LEC 的赛场上手感火热，大放光彩。新赛季一切顺利。
Hello Jackie Love and all of LPL. This is Reckless from Fnatic. Chinese paper cutting of the Battle Mistress Silver. I guess I'm kind of known as a silver gamer. I've never heard of the paper cutting before, but now reading the letter and seeing this gift, it's warming my heart to hear that Jackie Love and the LPL consider me a friend or family. I know we have some history together, and it's really nice that even with how life has panned out for me, you guys still remember our times together and are excited for perhaps future endeavors later this year at Worlds or in future Worlds. Thank you very much, Jackie Love and LPL, for sending me this gift. I would like to wish you a happy Chinese Lunar New Year and best of luck in the new season. I hope to see you at Worlds 2023.
Hello Shoemaker 选手你好，新年快乐！上一次我玩刀妹的样子你还印象深刻吧？春节快到了，我特意为你准备了一份春节礼物——剪纸刀妹。这是中国非常有代表性的民间艺术形式，希望这个火红的刀妹见证你新赛季的红红火火，拿下开赛开门红，下次不要 no 刀妹了，要 yes 刀妹。最后祝你新年快乐，万事如意。
안녕하세요. 중국에 계신 LWX 선수 그리고 팬분들 안녕하세요. 플러스 기아의 미드라인을 맡고 있는 쇼메이커 선수라고 합니다. 이델리안이요? 나우메이인데 나우메이. 일단 제가 너구리 형이랑 이제 칸 형한테 LWX 선수 얘기를 많이 들었어가지고 솔랭에서도 이델리아를 되게 많이 하시는 거 알고 있고 또 되게 웃긴 선수라고 들었어가지고 이런 선물 주셔서 되게 감사드리고 새로운 시즌에는 새해 복도 많이 받으시고 점수도 많이 올리셔서 좋은 성적 거두셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Hello Pert， 好久不见！听说你安了全新的队友，还获得了新婚 buff， 相信他一定能给你带来好运的。今年我也要重新回到赛场，我们都要迎来一个人生的新阶段了。春节来临之际，我给你准备了一副特别的春节礼物——剪纸加疗。希望无论是生活还是赛场，它都能为你带来新一年的顺遂红火。也祝新赛季我们都能与新队友一起打出精彩表现，不留遗憾。祝我的老对手春节快乐！
Hello, Nate, my old friend. This is spiritual team vitality. I'm really grateful for this gift I got, for your paper cut gift and or the symbol of the gift. I heard you got back to competing. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the Rift this year. Hopefully we can meet at Worlds. And I want to wish you all a happy new Chinese Lunar Year and that you guys have all the best holidays and best time with your families, and hope I get to play international events next year.
你好 ，KJ， 我是 BLG 的中南牙膏，感谢你在 S12对我的高度评价，你在我心中也是非常厉害的辅助。新赛季我加入了新的战队，开启了新的旅程，而你作为 TL 的刘队元老也迎来了新的队友，希望我们有一个好的开始和结果。春节来临之际，我为你准备了一份特别的礼物，你的招牌英雄剪纸杰拉。 这是中国的传统工艺，希望这个礼物能给你带来好运。新赛季祝你鸿运满盈，红红火火，打出风采，新年快乐
！Hi, I'm Core JJ from Team Naked. I got the art of Jaira. It was amazing actually, and I love it. And thanks for choosing me to get this amazing gift. This year I'm gonna do really well. I'm gonna try really hard, and I'm also enjoying watching you play and watching your teams playing. I really wish we meet international stage this year. Congratulations on your 5-year anniversary, Yagao. Happy Lunar New Year, Yagao. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL, and love seeing the gifts and the love shared through all these professional players that we all know and love and keep close eyes on. So great to see that camaraderie, but we're right back into it. We're right back and ready to go for our match of the week of week number 2, Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports. We've already set up world champions abound in this series as a whole, but I think there's a couple big kicking matchups to look at, I would say. I'd say Rookie versus the Shy, or Rookie with the Shy on the other team, rather, is going to be really interesting. But Rookie versus Xiaohu in the mid lane will be a very strong fulcrum for this series as a whole.
Yeah, it definitely will be, with Rookie being such a lane-dominant player and Xiaohu historically being known, for leaving lane, roaming, going into enable his side lanes. We could see a bit of a, difference between the two mid lane styles actually clash in full capacity here, where you could see Rookie gaining a significant individual lead, whereas Xiaohu might be on a facilitator. He might still be on half a damage dealer, but still be able to actually get things done for his side lane, so he can also, rely on not just his own damage in his own right to get things done. It's going to be super exciting watching that mid lane matchup develop, because as we saw, Rookie on his first series, still very much capable and still very much one of the best lanes we have here in the LPL.
Absolutely, and paired up with Jackie Love, paired up with the rest of the team. It's wondering, does this team just continue to turn up aces? And I think that's the big question coming in tonight. If they can do this against Weibo's first showing, I mean, that's a huge start to your season, 2-0, right? We've talked about it before. You only get to see these teams once unless you make it to the postseason together. And so these are big wins back-to-back, for Top Esports. And I think when you're looking at Weibo, it is our first time seeing them, but the names on the roster just stand out at you. They jump out at you, rather. And does this top trio really work? How does it look on paper? How does it look in-game? I think are a couple of the big questions for both teams coming into this one.
Yeah, definitely. Again, touched on it briefly earlier, but the theory of it is bottom side of the map for Weibo should be self-sufficient, which means, to answer your question on the top side, Kasha and Xiaohu should be able to link up pretty much whenever they feel like it. And sure, if the bot side looks a little more lucrative in, what rewards you can reap from a roam down there, sure, but the Shy just needs a little bit more resources than what we saw out of him last year. I can't echo the sentiment enough. I will sound like a broken record until it happens. And on the opposite side, of course, for Top Esports, we know what we're about. We've seen it for a very long time. It's about, Qingtian and whether or not he can provide stability now into, who many people believe to be one of the most difficult top laners to lane against in the Shy.
Yeah, and I think his meta fits very well for the Shy. As we do get to our reveal of our teams, it's Weibo Gaming kicking it off. And already touched on a little bit the big pieces that are coming together on this Weibo roster, getting the Xiaohu with Karsa reunion, even bringing over Light from LNG, having all these pieces with Crisp as well coming over from BLG. There's a lot riding on this roster. Another super team in the LPL, and there's the super guy in the top lane, the trailblazer of the LPL, the Shy for Weibo Gaming. Wholesome as always, the beautiful smile, the fans cheering, everything along those lines. We have Karsa making his debut for another organization. Oh,
is he? I think he's also
that would have been funny. He went the wrong way. No, it's okay, Karsa. It's okay. We forgive you. You got a cool walkout. Now Xiaohu coming out of here, mid laner for Weibo Gaming, just giving a hello. Nice, how do you do? We got Light coming up next. Originally debuted on Snake Esports in 2017, newly acquired by Weibo Gaming. Junbi actually went off in his own stream talking about, now that they have Light, they have a ton of carry potential. And then Crisp, who found himself on the losing end of BLG's season last year, finds himself a new home with his superstar roster. And this Weibo Gaming squad is no joke, as we're going to see them hit the rip for the first time. And a nice little how do you do from the coach.
But, of course, other side of the matchup, Top Esports will be walking out next, of course. So much potential with this roster. I just can't wait to see it continue to develop. This is going to be the first big test. Of course, we haven't seen Weibo, so naturally it would have been the first big test anyway, but coming out against Top Esports will always be just that. But for Top Esports now, it is about showing your metal, what you're really made of.
Yeah.
Anyone's Legends was a bit of a walkover. Weibo, you can't expect to be the same caliber of team as Qingtian just gives us a brief little wave and see what Tien himself will also do it. I imagine it will be quite humble, quite the.
Yes, there's so many humble guys tonight. I don't like this. Where's my
Do you know
IG?
It's hold on,
Come
hold on.
Rookie.
Do you know who won't be? No, Rookie. What? Oh, he's
The Shy. Yo,
all right.
Ruthless, bro. Ruthless. Oh,
He
I want to
looks-
know who he was pointing at.
It's no one other than the
Shy.
Shy. It wouldn't have been anyone else. He wouldn't look at anyone else but
Oh
the Shy.
my God, I love it. And then you have Mark rounding it out. A lot of wholesome guys tonight, but a lot of fun coming out from Rookie. Made it all worth it. And that is the conversation tonight. All of these incredible matchups. You talk about these players, you know, in the history of the LPL, in the currency of the LPL, they are legends. They are incredible players in their own rights. We have Karsa versus Tien. We have Xiaohu versus Rookie. A little bit of a, you know, newer standout in Light versus Jackie Love. Classics in Crisp and Mark. You have the Shy, who will be up against Ching Tien. A possibility of Wayward coming in as well, but just so many hype names going against incredible matchups here, and it seems like everybody's ready to have a little bit of fun tonight, Jamada. And I think specifically look at these two guys on your screen going against each other once again after a long time teammates, winning a world championship together, and now they find themselves brothers at arms yet again.
Doesn't it just bring you joy seeing both of those two on the screen at the same time? And Rookie, you know, I was wondering, humble entrance, no humble entrance. After that, I'm kind of worried. I'm not sure whether Rookie's going to be taking any prisoners today. We'll see how he's feeling, but like you say, so many interesting matchups to, you know, deep dive into and to dissect, frankly, as we'll be able to get onto that once draft is here and once we're, of course, onto the Rift, which should be approaching ever so quickly. Man, I'm just so excited, Mazel. I don't even know where to start. Guide me a little bit, man.
All right, I got you. I was waiting. I was
me.
waiting for you to hand me the carrot on the stick because I got you. So, big questions for me in this one. Obviously, it's Weibo's first debut, but we know the Shy will carry if given the right resources. I think we didn't see that as much as we wanted to last year, and I think now, as this debut happens, how many resources are devoted to the Shy? How is the strategy devoted to this team? Do they actually focus full on into the Shy, or do we get a little bit of mismatch where last year we were seeing a lot more of supportive play from the Shy himself? And then on the other side, you know, where does Tien go? Where does his focus go with all of these incredible laners, all these incredible carry potentials as well?
Yeah, exactly right. There's so much focus to be had here as we are in 2 picks and bans for our match of the week. I think for Tien, right, it's one of two things. You play around Rookie, who you know is going to have a really solid laning phase, and you take that down towards Jackie Love, towards Mark, to get both of your core carries online, and you just hope that Ching Tien will be able to hold his own against the Shy, or you do the opposite. You just say, you know what, Jackie Love and Mark should be able to outdo Light and Crisp, and we're going to try and match the top side 3v3 to shut down the Shy, who we expect to be one of the vocal points for this Weibo lineup. I think both are very valuable paths to go down, and for Weibo, sure, you can definitely one-track mind it. Just say, you know what, the Shy, but at the same time, with a duo in the mid-jungle like Karsa and Xiaohu, you can always be versatile. You could even realistically play for the pair. It doesn't just have to be about only going towards the top side or just towards the bot side. So for now, we're through the bans. Not too much out of the ordinary, though. A very early Galio and Fiora ban towards Xiaohu and the Shy means that Yumi's up and available. It's the first pick here, and expect to see the same bot lane matchup we've been seeing all night, likely to continue unless it starts to catch bans.
I can't get upset. So I can't get upset. It is really interesting, though, in all actuality, for TES, who are coming in with, you know, only really changing out their mid laner. And I think Ching Tien brings a different style from Wayward into this season, and especially that he's getting the starts here. Maybe a little bit more stability in the top lane. I don't know how that's going to fare against the Shy, but in a conceptual way for TES, I think it enables the play of Rookie and Jackie Love, respectively.
Yeah, no, I think it does, right? When you know you're going to have such consistency coming out of Rookie at the very least. Jackie Love, I mean, actually, we had him say in the interview, if you were still sticking around after their series, he's saying, you know, I've been playing now 5, 6, 7 years professionally. I feel like I've matured a lot. No longer am I just consistently going forward a little bit senselessly. So even, you know, Jackie Love, as he's known for going forward a little bit too much, seems like he's grown self-aware and he knows that. And like you say, Ching Tien kind of brings the stability to the top side. It felt like Top Esports were lacking when Wayward was in the lineup. Weibo actually going to go a different route to what we've been seeing today. It won't be a Wukong. We're actually going to get Poppy out of Casa, so very much strong into the likes of the ByQ. Obviously, Lucian has a dash right now, so it can do a lot to try and shut down some of that engage. Top Esports just toying with the hovers. We know this will be Nami. It's about what the bans will come through with after the fact. Will Top Esports rather continue to ban away the mid lane facilitators now? It has to be the expectation.
I gotta go back though, because this jungle matchup is just getting the hairs on my arms standing up, right? Like the way that both these guys approach, we have seen them take priority. If there's an opening for a unique pathing early on, a lot of times they will take it, right? And they'll try to find an advantage early. And I think we've seen a lot of aggression from Buys already into the season. And Tien will be no slouch in that fashion. And Karsa has an answer in the Poppy. And I am so unbelievably excited to see what the first 3 levels, 4 levels, all the way to level 6 is going to be like. And what kind of advantages both junglers lend to their teams at this point. Because it does feel like it's going to be a lot of which jungler can help their team the most.
Yeah, definitely. And Tien, Karsa, pretty much known for doing just that, right? So I think with both these kind of champions, we've already seen a lot of Vi. We haven't seen too much Poppy throughout this season so far here in the LPL. So excited to see what Karsa will be able to do with it. You do feel at times that the Wukong can often provide a little bit more in the team fights, but for Poppy it can be about the early gank setup and a lot of the disengage that it can offer with the Keeper's Verdict. So Kennen also removed away from the Shire on top of Cassante, and it's Rookie that's eating some of the bans right now from Weibo. Do they go towards something like a LeBlanc just for the sake of it, or do they just keep it up because they know they will be pretty happy to take a Lissandra or something along those lines if we get to that point? Because I expect Top Esports will be going mid here and trying to put Tien in the most comfortable position he can be put in, because Rookie should almost always be having a comfortable time in the mid lane into Xiao Hu, as it will be that Jace ban. Finally, no, actually, toying with the idea of a top lane ban potentially through the hover, but I don't talk about hovers until it goes through. It will though, and it's going to be an Aatrox, which has been pretty, far and few between so far this season.
True. And I want to circle back to Weibo, who I believe are just going to lock in the Syndra as it is open, and they do for Xiao Hu. But I do wonder if this is a moment where Xiao Hu brings a lot of his, traditional style from RNG all those years over into Weibo, and that kind of moving out of mid lane, commanding out of mid lane works. But now with the Kassadin response from Rookie, I mean, this matchup in mid lane just got 1,000 times more hype.
My goodness. All right, so Rookie's just saying, you know what? I don't feel like you're going to be able to pressure me in time in this Syndra matchup. I'm going to just tank all of the pressure you can put down, and I'm going to scale. We've seen a Kassadin today already pretty much take in complete control of the game, and this time Top Esports have a draft entirely around the Kassadin, which will play as a bridge. You've got strong side lanes in the early stages through Aatrox, through Lucian and Nami. Team fighting in the mid game once you hit that level 11 is going to be absolutely monstrous for Top Esports. And on the opposite side for Weibo, it feels like it's a lot more about, scaling on the side of Light and on the side of Crisp through the Zeri Yuumi. Xiao Hu should have a pretty okay time finding priority, so I want to see what they can get done in the early stages, whilst Rookie is still weak on the Kassadin in the early levels.
Indeed, and I think that early level, exactly what you're talking about, is going to be really interesting to kind of pan out for both these squads. But it is an early Chinese Lunar New Year gift before the 22nd, because we have our match of the week before we take our 2-week break. Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports. 1-0 already in the season for Top Esports. Weibo, their first debut here in the spring split. Names that would rock your legends of League of Legends themselves. We have the Shy, we have Karsa, we have Xiao Hu, Light and Crisp for Weibo. We've got Tien, Rookie, Jackie Love, and Mark for Top Esports. It's your match of the week for week number 2, and it's time to get hype. Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports in your Gala Classic.
And it's a series with so much brimming history with all of the players, as I will let the crowd Jayo. So much excitement for the series, as you would expect.
Indeed there is, and I think it is all due here, as I'm sure it'll be a little bit of a calm start. No, we didn't get any crazy level 1s or anything like that, but it is where the macro, the team fights, those kinds of things are going to be such next level when you're approached with those kind of conversations and questions with the players that we're finding in front of us. And we've talked already about all the reunions across the board. It's really interesting. But again, I want to specifically talk about some of these matchups and why they can be important in this game. The Shy versus Qing Tian. We've said Qing Tian can be and has been a little bit more of a stable piece for Top Esports to play around the rest of the map. Does the Shy kind of up in that with the way that he's played? He's on the Gnar this time around, right? And we have seen Gnar kind of pop off. Speaking about Ben, who just came off the winning series. And I think that is specifically going to play a lot in the hands of the rest of the match.
Yep, strong LPL top laners picking Gnar and kind of 1v9ing for their team has been pretty much the MO for every Gnar pick we've seen so far. Most of them coming out of bin, so let's see if the Shy can match that level. I believe you said earlier, right? It's Weibo will be going up against BLG after the pick. That's the correct schedule in my mind, as Karsa is getting a little bit of early aggression down. He is going to be spotted though, so jungle matchup so important. And again, this is perfect information from Tien. So what's going to happen in the bottom side? Because you could see a wraparound and an immediate play in response.
It's actually kind of huge. I mean, we're getting the scuffle here brewing between Tien and Karsa. Just seeing their names together on my screen fills me with joy. But it's about to turn into heartache for one of them. It looks like, oh, Karsa? Okay.
Karsa got it.
He got it, and now he's in a 1v2 with no help nearby. Light comes over, Karsa flashes. Now Light is in trouble, but it looks like TES themselves will back away. And hey, you come away with a dub there for Karsa.
Yeah, I mean, lost his flash, but he's up a camp, so jungle diff, I guess. Else to say. At the end of the day, Poppy doesn't inherently need her flash. Hex flash, very, very powerful. Setting up ganks, alternative ganking routes as well. So I'm sure Karsa will feel okay with that, as Tien's level 3 is going to be heavily delayed. And not only that, you can see now there's perfect information on where exactly he is. He's going to need this blue buff to hit level 3 before he has access to the Vault Breaker. So honestly, not a terrible start. Even though he loses his flash, and it looks a little bit janky, slowing down Tien's early tempo is actually going to play out quite nicely and give them a little bit extra time to work with.
I think that being time of the essence, right, for both these teams. You have a lot of scaling, at least for Xiaohu on the Syndra, for Light on the Zeri, you can have the Yuumi for Chris, but on the other side you also have Rookie on Kassadin, and Kassadin have literally just ran away with games. But I think you have some safety if you're looking at that late game for Weibo, and that's where I want to see how, I guess, topsy-turvy this early part of the game is, or if both teams are kind of saying, you know, let's feel this first game out, see how mechanically everybody's performing, and let this go to late game.
Yeah, definitely. Weibo, a lot of pretty strong tools to deal with a Kassadin, right? Mega Gnar, Poppy, just point and click E, even if you might not necessarily always stun him. The displacement can at least buy you the crucial seconds you need to get the extra damage out or dissuade him from going forward. Particularly between level 11 and 15. Once he hits level 16, it's a different story. You have to be significantly more clinical, knocking down a Kassadin. But Karsa continues his escapades into the jungle of Tien. He's just about going to get that. He will.
Yep,
that first move from Xiaohu as well.
And Karsa's been doing really well with these aggressive little forays into the jungle of Tien, and Tien's feeling the hurt there for sure as we do get a pause. Maybe we have a little bit of an issue going on with somebody, but it is so far at least Karsa in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, definitely has been, and again, just consistently slowing down Tien when and where he can. So pretty decent start so far for Weibo, and leveraging the fact that there's a Kassadin in the mid lane as well. You always know Xiaohu is going to have the first move, even if that first invade was a little bit janky. He would have been there if it was drawn out long enough. And even Light on Yuumi was very much ready alongside Crisp to make that rotation happen. So early pause. I'm sure we'll get some information relatively soon. Good start.
Hopefully so.
Hopefully so.
It's yeah, so far so good I think on both fronts. And again, looking back at the holistic approach in this one for both the squads, right? And we're looking at Weibo. How does this top trio of carries and facilitators work in this new meta in this new year? And does Ricky Love still continue to just be dominant? And I do wonder this, pickup for at least Weibo in this one. I think it sets them up for success. We've already seen Karsa be very aggressive, and I think that was a big point coming into this one. How aggressive will the junglers look and be? And it does look like we actually do have some issues for the Shy. He's having some device problems, so I'm sure we'll get this solved as soon as possible. It's good to get this out of the way early to play your whole new series with at least some correctly functioning devices.
Yeah, device issue sounds to me like either a mouse or a keyboard thing. So hopefully we can get that sorted ASAP. And like you say, good to get out of the way early. Look, pauses aren't fun for anybody. It stops tempo for us here on the desk, but of course for the players, more importantly. Take you out of it a little bit. Fortunately, right at the start, right? So you're not like 20, 25 minutes into a tense game, which need your maximum attention. Of course, games need your attention from the beginning, but getting pulled out of that sort of middle of the moment situation can always be quite frustrating. But yeah, we'll see where we go. But I think for Weibo, positive start so far, getting to see Karsa, confidently stride into Tien's jungle quite consistently. And Tien hasn't really been able to answer it too much. I think a little more to do with the laners and just the matchups at hand. For now, and obviously the timing of that bottom side invade meant that couldn't actually have JackeyLove and Mark come over, but it looks like we are out of the pause.
Back into it, back on a Summoner's Rift where we belong, and right back to Weibo game versus Top Esports. Karsa finds himself back on the blue side, or back on his side of the map on the blue side. And it actually looks like he was trying to aggress into Tien. Xiaohu has now roamed up from mid. And Qing Tian gets the power unleashed, the damage down, and Xiaohu, it's right back to RNG. It seems like he has brought over the style, and it's working out for Weibo. First blood going over is actually huge. Maybe a follow-up for Top Esports. JackeyLove trying to play pretty aggressively against Light, but won't find it.
Barrier heal blown in defense there. Bubble sidestepped, and there you go. Xiaohu bringing that roaming style immediately to the Shy in the top side. No World Ender available for Qing Tian. Means no additional healing, no potential turnaround to throw out some abilities. They couldn't have even been on cooldown as timing's a bit awkward.
Yeah, I can't get it, but nice little poke from Light here. Tien showing up just in the nick of time. As Rookie was actually roaming down as well, will place that control ward in the transition from mid lane. Going right back there, and Tien just trying to play a little bit defensively so far, it seems like, and get as much of his map as he can, but as well as defending against the aggression that would be from Karsa.
Doing a pretty good job. Xiaohu gets hit up a little bit, but don't feel like much more will come of it than that. As Tien wants a little bit of revenge in the damage department.
See the Shy just taking those heavy trades. Xiaohu caught for a second time. He does have Flash. He does have Karsa right there. So luckily playing around these junglers has been very, very helpful for almost every member of the team so far. We will see Tien taking the Scuttle Crab here. Did miss the initial spawn, but you know what?
Nope, don't know what we're talking about. Didn't see it. Didn't see it. Nope.
Didn't happen. Didn't see it.
If I didn't see it, it didn't happen. That's how it usually works. Weibo, though, find their first blood from the top side, and again, Carson out will actually hover. The sweeper will time out, but he'll put a pink ward down there, so it's still going to deny vision and just build up pressure. Fortunately for him, Xiaohu on a reset, so he's not in fog, which would definitely make this kind of scenario sometimes scarier. I expect to see Weibo try and put a little bit of focus down on this Herald once it spawns up. It's a Cloud Dragon first, so it's not like you're fighting over the pretty strong scaling resists of a mountain or, of course, an Infernal Amp. Expect to see that one kind of be left to the wayside for a little bit. I think once Tien hits level 6, that's when he'll really be able to try and assist some of his lanes a little more amply. As again, he's been stalled out quite heavily by Karsa.
He really has.
Level 8
level 6 now.
Yeah.
The Shy just lost Meganar as well. Bubble connects on bottom lane onto Chris. Trying to get back into Light there, but taking a lot of damage in the end. Healed right back. Top lane. It's like we're starting to set up with Karsa having joined. The potential 2v2 here, at least, with Tien backing off, actually. Cullen coming through and taking a lot of it. Split damage, though. Nicely done from Weibo.
Nicely done. But you can start to see JackeyLove and Mark Really putting down the pressure here in the bottom side. They're actually
Tien
down a little bit of
knows.
CS, but it doesn't matter. But here is Xiaohu caster duo and Tien. Out of position technically, but I don't think he'll get pincered on, fortunately for himself. But what it does do is stop any kind of play going on towards the top side of Qingtian. Takes a knee, resets. I think they're actually on the Herald starting that one up, and Tien is just guarding potential re-rotation back towards the mid lane for now. But what this is going to do is give Rookie a little bit of time. If they want to rotate over to it, they can, but you look towards the bottom side. The first move would also be from Weibo at the moment, though. They take a step back looking at the minimap. The Herald will still go over to Weibo themselves as Tien is very patiently waiting here.
It really is. And rightfully so. I think not overextending yourself in a game where you're really just waiting for Rookie to do Rookie things on Kassadin. And I think you can buy that time, right? But the thing that's worrying me is a lot of the control in top lane, maybe even looking at how do they kind of dissuade that full-on push from the Shy, where he's found a pretty decent CS differential.
Also on the side lane will grow rather difficult in the mid game. Once
how does that match up in terms of what, because we've said we don't see the Aatrox as much as we maybe have before, right? But into the Gnar, is there a specific reason Qingtian, or is it just, I know it is comfort for Qingtian at least, but is there anything to work out late game?
It just seems more like a comfort thing. You know, Aatrox is always going to be bringing you that mid-game power, right? He's always going to bring you that punch in the mid-game where all it takes is one flank, one or two sweet spot Qs, and all of a sudden you change the scape of a game in a team fight. So I think that's what we're going to be looking at. But right here,
after flash, nice double root there, but can't fall off the damage because the culling is coming right back into the fold. Karsa will show his face, but can't really get anything done. Rookie was on his way as well, so if they overcommitted, it was going to be a response there. So nicely dissuaded from top esports, who find themselves at a small deficit, but not much to write home about. I will say, you know, the serrated Dirk definitely helping Jackie Love in the laning phase. It does look like actually Rookie opting in, obviously, to the Roa, but not the same for Xiaohu. He'll be going in for the crown, which just got completed there.
Yeah, very interesting itemization from Xiaohu. That says to me really that he doesn't want to get, you know, violeted into immediately blown up. Does offer you a lot less damage, of course, than going towards something like the Ludens, but I guess he just feels like Ludens isn't going to be giving him what he wants. I think he's more looking to play, again, into that utility style, Scatter the Weeks being, you know, the important part, and just adding damage to the pile on someone once they're right on top of him. So, don't mind it at all. We'll see how he gets on with it, but Haruki, of course, will be a little whiles away from that row up. Hopefully, for himself, he'll get that one stacking pretty soon. Of course, we had the discussion earlier about how strong Roa is as an item. We'll talk about it once it gets completed, of course. For now, though, a lot of eyes drawn towards the mid lane on both sides. But it seems like
they just
no
want to watch Xiaohu and Rookie play, which you know, I'm here for it. Like, I'm down. I'm doing that right now. Yeah, it's like, oh, so let's see. Oh, okay, the wave's going this way. Nah, it actually, yeah, it's just trying to wait out this rotation from Weibo. They find the cease and desist. Got to get over the wall, Rookie, and a lot of damage coming on Xiao, who doesn't really have much. The nice save from Crisp. Is it enough? He goes golden too! Top esports catastrophe at hand. It'll be a flash used by Rookie. A lot of utilization from Weibo in terms of their resources of that fight, but now Light's going over the wall. The lightning crashes, the flash from Karsa, and it's just a death train of pain, and Top esports are the ticket holder.
Oh my god, Weibo just rolled TSS over in that team fight right there. And it just starts with Tien going for the engage onto Xiaohu. They want the pick, but they just don't have the damage available to them just yet. Rookie doesn't have any AP items available to him. He's building Roa, he's got a Catalyst and a Tear. It's not really like he's offering too much. The flash is very early, and it repositions Xiaohu to get him closer to Karsa and the rest of the team coming in. And as you can see,
the save,
it's just a good save, double knock up. Xiaohu also has a stopwatch, I'd imagine from Runes. As I think that actually just ticks over, right? Because if I recall, the stopwatch actually enables itself at 12 minutes. So that's just really unlucky timing. As Karsa just finds a really nice angle. Yeah. And it's just a very easy double kill pickup. And Weibo, all of a sudden, running over it. For now, of course, you still have to take into consideration the scaling of a Kassadin. Kassadin alone can be enough to bring you back into a game. But right now, Weibo have full control. They're over 3,000 gold up. winning in the top side, winning in the bottom lane, and now they're also winning in the middle.
Yeah, and that's sub 14 minutes before plates have even fallen. You got 2-0 on Xiaohu, 2-0 on Light. Both carries in their own right, even with the crown start early on. Syndra is no joke. You see the player gold, top 3 players. Absolutely from Weibo Gaming. And I think next steps are crucial here. How do you utilize these resources that we've seen not necessarily given to the Shy, but now to these other 2 carries in the squad, and kind of pick apart top esports from top to bottom?
Yeah, and just to come back with the stopwatch point, if he had that from his runes, which I'm pretty sure he did, it comes online at 14 minutes by default, but he got the takedown, and that brings it down to a 12-minute activation time, which he was, of course, passed. So, cookie cutter stuff for Xiaohu. A little bit unfortunate on the TES side, but that can be League of Legends for you, and now they find themselves with a 3,000 gold lead. First move in the river. Light has that first item.
Light walking in the bush, calling on top, tidal wave. Karsa taking a lot of the damage. Light goes with the lightning crash. The bubble doesn't connect, but Light is no! Jackie Love goes down, and Weibo Gaming win another fight.
Oh my god, it's so close. He goes back in.
Just gives his life.
Oh my god. It's just so damn close. Literally single-digit HP, the difference between Jackie Love finding a kill, actually getting stuff started, and a potential snowball of the play. Shy's going to take a tower on the top side. He's more than comfortable up there. Let's take a look at this again. Shield bow, so important. Already having that item is crucial. Caster blocks so much of the damage. And you can see just barrier, the heal, everything comes into effect. The bubble just barely sidestepped. And it's so close. It's 28 HP is what he drops down to.
God.
Jackie Love just can't find the damage. As TN, could he have probably dashed away? Yeah, maybe, not sure. But just decides to go back in, see if he can find the trade kill. He doesn't. Donates it over. Weibo, 6 kills to 0 right now. Top esports being a little bit dismantled right now in the early stages. And it's where, you know, the strength of the composition kind of lies specifically from the jungle and from the bottom side. It's that skirmishing. They've not been able to find that so far. It's Weibo besting them with the scaling from the bottom side of the map. And they'll pick themselves up the second dragon.
Man, all I'm saying, I know ALCS has the cat for Kobe meme. I need a cat for TN. All right, we need Yumi for TN. Because, man, Crisp is just like sitting there nonchalantly carrying like a 1,000-pound weight with one arm. It's actually incredible, the little minute difference that Yumi's doing, even with, you know, the scaling not being online yet. Just absolutely clutch from Chris.
It is. And the champion is frustrating. It just provides so much extra scaling to compositions that sometimes you wouldn't even expect it to come out of. But in this case, you got Zeri giving Syndra all of the additional AP as well to remove someone. If you're sat on Xiaohu, is going to be pretty big. As a rookie make his exit from the bottom side, and as you saw on our screens very briefly, the Shy picked up the Rift Herald to himself, so he's now going to have that to pressure whip.
Quick question, Jabata. How good do you think that felt for Crisp taking down his previous World Championship teammate in TN? Do you think that felt pretty good to kind of clutch it out?
I think
just
he's
no big
probably
deal,
smiling
right?
to himself internally. I mean, I will say, sometimes players are pretty, you know, ice in the veins about this stuff. You and my old
They
teammate,
are.
yeah, don't care. You know, we used to play together 3-4 years ago. That is in the past. But of course, there is always going to be that little bit of pride.
Yeah, it's just so cool. I just keep going back to it. Just all the reunions, all the verses of previous teammates in this matchup specifically, in the LPL as a whole right now. And I just think it's so cool to see this kind of breaking down, right? I mean, TN again versus Crisp. You've got Xiaohu and Karsa reunited again. You've got, first of all, the Shy versus Rookie. You got Rookie back with Jackie Love. It's just all kinds of things that, you know, make you feel good about these matchups going into it. And the fact that we're kind of getting that back and forth so far, even though Weibo Gaming find themselves 6,000 in the lead, I think scaling still a potential if top esports want to find a way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sure, you know, there is, I don't know, stigma's a bit too strong of a word, but, you know, there is that air around Nami Lucian in the sense of they definitely don't scale as to higher ceiling as what something like a Zeri Yumi would, but they've always usually got the burst damage available to them, right? They're always going to be able to, you know, dash to the side, but kind of in and bring Light or Xiaohu down to a pretty sensible amount of HP to a point where they can't really contest anything. Because, yeah, Casa just being a nuisance with Crisp on his back. So, Jackie Love is always going to be able to offer something here. And at the end of the day, they haven't really put Rookie down too far behind, right?
True.
So, the scaling is still there. They're just in a 6,000 gold hole.
Yeah. The Shy got Rift Herald. I guess that's a positive for Weibo Gaming. They'll use it top side as a lot of focus did come up this way, though. It looks like Weibo are opting into the bot side tower, so should be able to get this tier 2 tower for themselves.
Yeah, and the Shy is in a 2v1.
Is not what you want to see. Maybe trying to just buy time so they can take down an inhib tower down here. He flashes out. Beautiful stuff from the Shy in the picture-in-picture. That's why they bring him in and keep him for Weibo Gaming into another year. Now the tower does end up going down here. I don't think they get the inhib, but at least the damage is done and the lane is open.
It is indeed. They'll be able to come back to that inhibitor likely at their leisure if this trajectory of gameplay carries on. And Weibo have just been clinical. Plain and simple. Top esports, besides the Dragon, practically been perfect game here so far. Need to find something. But the problem is, if they try, I feel like right now, the items as they are, Shadow Flames just come in. Ruin's Hurricane, actually, for Light, which could spell a potential kind of on-hit build with something like Titanic Hydra or Ravenous Hydra as his third item. We'll track that as it goes.
And I think those item completions is definitely important. We're at 7 stacks now for Rookie on the Roa, but the second item completion, looking at rapid fire second for Jackie Love, it just feels like it might not make it in time. And another Dragon on the table means that much more time bot if TES can grab it. But in the end, it should just be Weibo Gaming using the control they have through mid lane and trying to continue to secure these objectives, right? I don't think Baron is on the table for anybody just yet, as we see side lanes being kind of kept to here, and Dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
Yep. That should probably be going over to Weibo. Oh, Rookie's actually being forced. Oh, he's not being forced.
They're going to try to get the Shy again. All right, Rookie's coming for his revenge. He said, I got you at the beginning, and he's going to do just that. The Shy's about to get Meganar. He buys time. Get Rookie the kill. No way! He's right. Rookie wants it, and it's going to be Tien that gets the kill in the end. Power Unleashed doesn't kill Ching Tien as he's so low. Tidal Wave comes through, stops Karsa in his tracks, and Light is saved by Crisp. We're starting to get the drum up of chaos and the drum up of action here in our match of the week.
Rack your minds back to Top Esports versus V5 in summer, where the Shy was 2v1 versus Rookie. And I believe it was Carson in the jungle role. And he just wasn't able to kill him. It was the Shy that ends up 2v1ing them in the end. This time around, Rookie says, I'm bringing 3 members to the party.
There ain't no way he's walking away from that without the kill.
We're not failing this time around. As you just see, it's a nice teleport. I actually thought that Weibo were collapsing onto Rookie in the bottom lane, and perhaps they were, but the teleport comes down, slow comes in, but unfortunately they just don't have the burst damage to kill him before Mega comes through. It's so close on the transformation, the knock away into the massive crunch, but the flash forward comes in from Tien and from Rookie to secure that one. 650 gold, you would have loved to have seen that gone into the casted into Rookie's back pocket. It doesn't quite, but still, gold is gold at this stage in the game. The Dragon goes over to Weibo, whilst we was in the replay, but you can still see how much pressure Shy is putting down, and he's now only starting to buy resist. So the next time that play comes through, it's going to be so much harder to lock him down.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and I don't know if item differentials are really going to help that. Seraph's Embrace has been completed for Rookie. He's working on, or having completed a second item, about to get those 10 stacks here as well. We did have Jackie Love completing that second item. We're still waiting for both Ching Tian and Tien themselves, so they can maybe get a catch out here.
Xiaohu?
And they're split focus a little bit. Xiaohu gets engaged on, but then immediately saved by Karsa. Ching Tian goes in, heals so much, and the wham bam, thank you ma'am, is coming through, but Light, he's burning them down one by one, and there was no hope left for Top Esports. The ADC of Weibo Gaming makes sure that door is slammed shut.
There was too much split focus from Top Esports, and Light sees his opportunity to go forward and slaughters Top Esports in their jungle. And with no jungler available to Weibo, they're still going to go towards the Baron because Top do not have Tien. Rookie, the only member left available. You'll get to see in the replay, it's Tien going on to Xiaohu, which I feel is the right call, but Jackie Love is dumping his damage into Karsa. Keeper's Verdict does knock away the vibe, but again, the damage is just so split. If they can actually find one target, maybe they have an opportunity, but no one's focusing down Light. The focus is on Karsa. And after that, Light just says, open, says me.
That Runan.
And just knocks them all down. So much damage already at 2 items. And with no focus on him, he was so happy to just open up. And now he's got the Infinity Edge. It won't be the kind of lawnmower build we see, just raw damage. And now I actually don't have any idea what Top Esports have left in the tank besides a hope and a prayer that level 16 Kassadin can somehow give them some form of in a team fight, as it so often does, but almost 10,000 gold down.
Yeah.
You have to feel like the answer is almost a no.
And honestly, it's such big props due to Weibo for this one. I think from the start, we saw a lot of back and forth. Karsa had been just relentlessly picking out jungle, camps from Tien, and it paid off in the end. That pressure kept hold of the map, and a couple objectives later, a couple fights later, they find themselves this far ahead, taking down towers one by one in the side with the Shy in the mid lane as well. And so far, so good for Weibo Gaming, unless things start to take a downturn, which is not looking likely here.
That's cool, but okay, it's level 16 now. So perhaps they can play League of Legends.
TP flank, okay.
TP flank. And it's not on a control ward, so they don't actually know it's there, but
Vault
you can see
Breaker
Weibo are
is
looking for
gone.
something.
They got the Keeper's Verdict back. Nice little flash there from
Tien's
Tien,
dead.
but yeah, they're just getting picked apart. Like, Rookie hasn't even made it to the fight yet.
Oh,
and the
boy.
Shy's already taken out his teammates.
All right.
He's here now. Is this the moment? Is this
No.
Rookie's time to shine? He's all alone in a 4 members.
Oh!
He's cleaning them up, but the Shy says, I'll do you one better, bro. And he takes out TES, and that'll be game 1 of your match of the week to Weibo Gaming.
Unlike earlier where we saw Care on the Kassadin absolutely tear apart his opponents, Rookie finally gets there, but they're just too far behind, and the Shy in the backline is decimating Top Esports. It's gonna be Weibo taking game number 1, and Top completely dismantled in this opening game of your match of the week. And Weibo looking strong, opening out their game 1 of 2023.
Man, we got everything, Jamada. It was just beautiful. The whole feast of Weibo Gaming. Xiaohu brought his own dish in the style of RNG, going to the top lane early. You had Karsa with his early aggression into classic early aggressive jungler Tien. The Shy handling Ching Tien in the top side. Steady advantage in lane, and then was a menace in the side lane. Light and crisp. You can't say much more about them. They were dominant in the 2v2. They ended up winning these team fights holistically, and some great performances across the board, top to bottom for Weibo.
Yeah, definitely. It was top to bottom. I just feel like from the jump, really, Karsa had his number on Tien. He was constantly making sure Tien had no real ins to actually find some early pressure towards realistically the bottom side with his Nami Lucian, but it just wasn't really anything that Top could deal with. It felt like because they had Rookie on Kassadin in the early stages, it's just so hard to actually get favorable skirmishes going, and Karsa was very tempered about his invades as a whole. There was no real punishment on his end, and all it took was one roam from Xiaohu to the top side to set the Shy straight up there, and from that point, he was pretty much doing the jungler's role as well. He took the second Herald for himself. He was gaining his own lead, and even though Jackie Love and Mark were so close to finding the turnaround in the bottom side, it just doesn't turn up for them, and unfortunately, it just turns into a Weibo smacking where not even a level 16 Kassadin can get you out of that hole. Unfortunately, It was close, and if the gold lead was just a little bit smaller, maybe there was some hope, but Top Esports got snowballed on, plain and simple.
Yeah, I think it wasn't just the fact that the jungle matchup went the way it did, but it's a lot of the late game decision makings that looked really good, right? And I think like timing wise, that last effort from TES was actually really could have been really crucial in like prolonging the game to some extent, but the miscommunication or like mistiming was really rough. And that's something going into game 2 I don't expect to be a problem again for Top Esports, right? I don't expect the game to go so one-sided for a second time in a row, because we've already seen what Top Esports can do on carry champions, right? And I think we saw that late game opt-in from Top Esports. I want to see a little bit more skirmish heavy going into it, but all in all, like, look at this graph as a whole. The Shy, Light, Xiaohu, the members you needed to kind of show up and be the stabilization carries of this roster did just that.
Yeah, they did fulfilled their role perfectly. The Shy dominating 1v1. Yes, he had a lot of pressure up towards the top side to help him out as well, but he was still slowly garnering his own lead. And on the bottom side, Light and Crisp holding their own against a very tough lane. We always see, you know, these Lucian Namis come very close consistently to taking down the Zeri Yuumi, but it just feels like this game of cat and mouse where, unfortunately, it seems to be the Zeri Yuumi turning up the positive end of the early stages for some reason, despite it not necessarily being the way the theory of the lane should go. So I think if you're going to play into that lane again on the bottom side, right, we're going to just kind of leave the top lane alone for now, because I feel like after this one game, it seems to me that the Shy is probably just going to do something very similar unless he's shut down again. To me, I feel like
we see Wayward come in? Did we get the sub?
No, I don't think it happens. I don't think
stable
it happens.
is
If
the
it happens,
way to go.
it would be funny, but I just think for Top Esports, try and push Jackie Love and Mark over that edge so that they can actually be the bridge that we needed to see from them for Rookie to come online in the mid lane.
Well, we'll see how TES's bridge building just is, I guess, into the second game. See if we get our full 6 games of the night. Our match of the week continues right after this break.
Hello， 江哥子，我是 JDG369。听说你换了新的队伍，开启了新的征程，这里我为你送上中国的特色礼物——剪纸盖伦。剪纸是中国非常重要的非物质文化遗产之一，它经常用来赠予朋友。红色的剪纸象征着新的一年的开门红。在这新的赛季里，我希望你可以进入世界赛，拿到好成绩。新春快乐，新春快乐
Hello to all the LPL fans and UT69. I want to thank you for the special and exquisite gift. I think it looks very, very pretty, and I hope it will help me to have a strong season in my new team. You know, last year we met in River, we had a skirmish, I was the loser. If this year repeats itself and we meet again, I hope I can be the winner. But I wish you to win everything you can in LPL until you meet me. Besides that, I know Lunar New Year is coming, so I want to wish you UT69, but also to all the Chinese and LPL fans, a very, very happy and strong 2023. A lot of happiness and see you.
Hello Rickus， 好久不见！听说你新赛季重新回到了 Fnatic， 这是我为你准备的特别的新年礼物——剪纸希维尔。红色在中国传统文化中的寓意是吉祥如意，这是你曾经在 Fnatic 创造精彩战绩的英雄。相信这个火红的剪纸也能给你带来力量。春节就要到了，希望你在 LEC 的赛场上手感火热，大放光彩。新赛季一切顺利。
Hello, Jackie Love and all of LPL. This is Reckless from Fnatic. Chinese paper cutting of the Battle Mistress Silver. I guess I'm kind of known as a silver gamer. I've never heard of the paper cutting before, but now reading the letter and seeing this gift, it's warming my heart to hear that Jackie Love and the LPL consider me a friend or family. I know we have some history together, and it's really nice that even with how life has panned out for me, you guys still remember our times together and are excited for perhaps future endeavors later this year at Worlds or in future Worlds. Thank you very much, Jackie Love and LPL, for sending me this gift. I would like to wish you a happy Chinese Lunar New Year and best of luck in the new season. I hope to see you at Worlds 2023.
Hello Shoemaker 选手你好，新年快乐！上一次我玩刀妹的样子你还印象深刻吧？春节快到了，我特意为你准备了一份春节礼物——剪纸刀妹。这是中国非常有代表性的民间艺术形式，希望这个火红的刀妹见证你新赛季的红红火火，拿下开赛开门红。下次不要 no 刀妹了，要 yes 刀妹。最后祝你新年快乐，万事如意。
안녕하세요. 중국에 계신 WBG 선수 그리고 팬분들 안녕하세요. 플러스 기아의 미드라인을 맡고 있는 쇼메이커 호수라고 합니다. 이들리안요. 나오메이인데 나오메이. 일단 제가 너구리 형이랑 이제 칸 형한테 LWX 선수 얘기를 많이 들었어가지고 솔랭에서도 이렐리아를 되게 많이 하시는 거 알고 있고 또 되게 웃긴 선수라고 들었어가지고 이런 선물 주셔서 되게 감사드리고 새로운 시즌에는 새해 복도 많이 받으시고 점수도 많이 올려주셔서 좋은 성적 거두셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Hello Perk，好久不见！听说你来了全新的队友，还获得了新婚 buff，相信他一定能给你带来好运的。今年我也要重新回到赛场，我们都要迎来一个人生的新阶段了。春节来临之际，我给你准备了一副特别的春节礼物——减脂加疗。希望无论是生活还是赛场，它都能为你带来新一年的顺遂红火。也祝新赛季我们都能与新队友一起打出精彩表现，不留遗憾。祝我的老对手春节快乐！
Hello, Nate, my old friend. This is spiritual immortality. I'm really grateful for this gift I got, for your paper cut gift and or the symbol of the gift. I heard you got back to competing. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the Rift this year. Hopefully we can meet at Worlds. And I want to wish you all a happy new Chinese Lunar Year and that you guys have all the best holidays and best time with your families and hope I get to play international events next year.
你好，KZJ，我是 BLG 的中南牙膏，感谢你在 S12对我的高度评价，你在我心中也是非常厉害的辅助。新赛季我加入了新的战队，开启了新的旅程，而你作为 T2 的刘队元老也迎来了新的队友，希望我们有一个好的开始和结果。春节来临之际，我为你准备了一份特别的礼物，你的招牌英雄减脂节拉。这是中国的传统工艺，希望这个礼物能给你带来好运。新赛季祝你鸿运满盈，红红火火，打出风采，新年快乐
Hi, I'm Core JJ from Team Naked. I got the art of Jaira. It was amazing actually, and I love it. And thanks for choosing me to get this amazing gift. This year I'm gonna do really well. I'm gonna try really hard, and I'm also enjoying watching you play and watching your teams playing. I really wish we meet international stage this year. Congratulations on your 5-year anniversary, Yagao. Happy Lunar New Year, Yagao. Thank you.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional.
Another beautiful view of Shanghai as we crest into the second game of our match of the week here in the LPL Spring 2023 split. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and so far, so good on the Weibo front as they make their debut and outright destroy the super team of Top Esports.
Yep, absolutely decimated them. And it was kind of, you know, an expectation, bar set very high on Weibo's end, right? This was a complete rebuild around the Shy, and everyone was wondering, all right, Top Esports, we've already seen them be fielded once, and that was a smacking from them against AL. How will they look against a much stronger opponent in Weibo? And for Weibo, how they look coming in first series against such a tough opponent in Top Esports? Simple answer, complete one-sided domination from Weibo from start to finish. And there wasn't really much that Top Esports could do other than hope that Rookie would get to level 16 on the Kassadin and then potentially start to look for team fights. But the Shy was already individually winning his lane up in the top side. On the bottom lane, there was no punishment of the Zeri Yuumi. And of course, in the jungle role, Castle was absolutely dookie on Tien for the first 5-10 minutes of the game. There was no impact to be had for Tien.
And speaking of, Karsa himself gets the MVP for game number 1 off the back of that very early aggression on the Poppy, stealing away 1 camp, 2 camp, 3 camp from Tien, and then ending up being one of the main forces that drove Weibo Gaming to such a dominant victory on the Poppy as well.
Yeah, exactly right. I think denying Tien that early level 6 just by playing so much interrupt on his first couple of clears really didn't pay dividends, because it felt like there wasn't really too much in for Tien until he hit that level 6. And once he did, immediately forced towards the mid lane. The unfortunate scenario is Xiaohu has stopwatch, right? Getting that first takedown gave him the stopwatch, and then from there, the skirmish and turnaround off the back of it was simply too much for Top Esports to deal with. The immediate follow-up of preying on Mark and Jackie Love, who were trying to rotate up to it, was unfortunate for them, to say the least. And then next storm, they go down towards the bottom side, try and lock down Light. Unfortunately, Cuss already there, and not only that, Jackie Love goes forward, eats so much damage, and he's just not able to kill the Zeri there. I think 21 HP was the lowest that she dropped down to, and Tien also on the back end of it ends up donating another kill over. So it's just honestly quite unfortunate for Top Esports, but what a performance from Casa to provide so much for his laners so early on, so that Top Esports couldn't get to the point where Kassadin was online level 16 and a complete threat for more than just one team fight.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest questions for Weibo was, you know, how does this top trio work as they're bringing in such big names to back up the Shy on the top side? And I think we saw it work really well. Karsa is kind of the forward momentum, deciding a lot of where they're putting their aggression. Xiaohu able to facilitate that a lot out of the mid lane, even on the Syndra, and bounce between this mid and top side, because I think they're comfortable leaving bot side to its own devices, especially with the way that it kind of went this time around. And get a little fan side of the Shy, ready to beat down in this second game.
I think mimicking the showmaker of the classic punch off the webcam there. But do you know what I really want to see in general? I want to see a Yuumi.
I don't think you're going to get that.
I want to see Yuumi off. I really hope we do. I didn't actually quite catch who was on what side as I was returning from the break, so that could also play a pretty big part. But I just feel like that champion with Zeri has just been pretty much unlosable throughout a majority of the night. I think it's only lost 1 out of the 4 games we've seen them match up tonight. And I feel like just kind of taking it off the board could also kind of curb a lot of the sort of oppressive snowballing power that she seems to add to these champions, that, you know, when they get kind of ahead of curve, they just become even more oppressive. We saw just from that game alone, Light, you know, kind of to his own devices. I think even if he had, you know, no mage support, he probably would have done what he did at that 20-ish minute mark around the Baron, but it just feels oh so much worse when you're getting rooted up and kind of one-shotted as well by all the additional stuff that Yuumi provides. And it could also throw us off the Nami Lucian, which we've been seeing all night as well, which I feel like that shakeup could be a potential avenue. I feel like Top Esports as a whole, though, Jackie Love, Mark, their bot lane 2v2 was going okay. I wouldn't go as far as saying it was, you know, entirely successful, right? But I think it was doing what it had to do, but it wasn't actually facilitated enough because of the work that Casa was doing in the jungle to kind of hamper Tien's ability to get down there. So there are a lot more factors outside of just the 2v2 lane itself. Of course, the jungle intervention was quite heavy that game, but I would like to see that bottom lane matchup get shaken up.
And we'll see if we get that as we do go into our second picks and bans of this match of the week. We got Top Esports on the blue side, Weibo on the red side. The Fiora, the Zeri banned away, so we're actually getting that changed. Thank goodness. And the Rise and the Sejuani banned away by Weibo.
Now, what would actually make me kind of sad is if we get a Yuumi first pick into a Sivir. That would make me sad. Because then at that point it's
you're making it happen. You're putting it into the world and you're making it happen.
I've just manifested it, haven't I? Oh, goodness me. All right, let's see what the final ban is for Top Esports. It's going to be Maokai. Seen a lot of that so far. Rise, will the Syndra be let through on the Weibo side? Will they say, you know what, we think you'll first pick the Yuumi if we let it up, so we'll take Syndra very happily in the mid lane? Or will there be other trades they actually go towards the Vi instead? So I think, first game of the night that we won't see Vi present.
True. And I think something else to keep in mind here is we were talking about, how does the top trio work for Weibo? Well, it's really, where does TN give resources at this point on this roster for top esports? And especially looking at Rookie and Jackie Love, obvious big carry potentials, having good world champions with fellow top lane in the top side on the other team. But in all actuality, right, it's about giving these guys resources and things that can be, I feel like, proactive, at least for Rookie, in the early parts of the game to the mid game and bridge into the late game for Jackie Love.
Yeah, this is different, actually. We haven't seen too many Viegos throughout the course of the LPL so far in its opening 2 weeks. So excited to see what Castle will be able to achieve on this pick, as TN will answer with the Wukong. There's the Lucian, as we expected from the Nami first pick. Now, what will Light's pick be? Or will they actually pick up the Syndra, which hasn't been... See, I spoke it into existence, man.
You really did.
Well, I'm sorry, chat. Sorry, everyone at home watching.
Can't believe you've done this.
On the bright side, what it does mean is Weibo might actually eat a little bit more punishment in lane. I feel like this is a lane that doesn't stand up as well to the Nami Lucian, so maybe it means top esports actually have a little more explosiveness down towards the bottom side. But Jack's taken off the board, Gwen as well, probably more top laners to come. Could probably see something like the Camille also banned away. And I think for top esports, maybe a Cassante final ban, just so it's gone.
Yeah, I could see that, right? Just trying to take... Oh, it's the Kassadin. Okay. So don't want to give Rookie that option. Again, little smiles coming out from Rookie there, as well as the final ban comes through. It is the Gwen, as well as potential another top lane focus here for TES, and it is. It's the Gnar ban away.
Okay, so top side focus. Cassante is still available, and Gwen's off the board. Could see some of these champions show their head. Camille as well, like mentioned. But for now, I expect that Xiaohu will probably take up the mantle of Syndra if I had to wager a guess. It's just too strong, and it's still up and available. Now, what will Rookie actually want to take in response is my question.
I know I'm probably reading way too much into it, but Karsa was making a spear throwing animation there. And I'm just saying, that man the Shy in the season kickoff went grasp Italy. I mean, I'm not putting context to this.
I'm popping this balloon right now. I'm popping this opium balloon right now. It's probably going to be something that scales in the side lane, or maybe a true team fight. I mean, you can just pick tanks into Cassante and just kind of handshake the scaling.
Yeah.
So I guess it's really up to Weibo. Oh my god.
Let's go! Oh my god! Let's go! That's what I'm talking about, the Shy. Oh my god. Jamada, you doubted me, my bro. Doubted me.
I am sorry. I am sorry, Marcel. I bow down. My apologies. Apparently, the Shy is playing.
Dude, Carson gave the signal. That's all you gotta know.
It's gonna be cross penalty top. All right. Well, we'll talk about this as it happens, because I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I've seen a lot of middle top in recency.
We have one game.
I don't know what to make of this. This is gonna be really interesting to see, because it's into Cassante, arguably, for many, one of the most powerful champions in the top lane. So all I can say is, let's go Giga Shy, and let's see what you can get done on the Nidalee, because what the hell is going on?
Yo, I'm like a kid on Christmas right now. I'm smiling from ear to ear. I got real hype, and I'm sorry if I blew anybody's eardrums out, but that was great. And it is going to be an interesting match. But let's hone in on what we're actually talking about here for the second game. It was a domination from Weibo Gaming in game number 1. This is a chance for top esports to bring it back. They're on blue side. They've got rookies Azir. They're bringing in the Jackie Love, Mark, Lucian, Nami yet again. They've got to find ways to facilitate these carries through TN. And on the other side for Weibo, it's just all about the top side of the map. Who finds the biggest carry? And at this point, how many more trails does the Shy blaze when he's rocking the Nidalee top lane with grass?
Now, that's actually a big question. Does he actually have good? Yeah, he does. And he's got Ignite.
Of course he does.
All right. Well, again, we'll see how this pick turns out. I will preemptively apologize to everyone in solo queue on the Shy's behalf once this starts getting played.
At least it's not the Teemo Heartsteel grasp that we saw also in the show match. I mean, I'll take the Nidalee grasp over that.
True. But away from the Nidalee pick for a second, as I'm sure we're probably going to be looking at that a lot in this game because of the nature of it. I feel like mid-jungle 2v2 definitely leans in favor of Weibo, especially once you hit that level 6 mark. There's a lot of power obviously available to Xiaohu. I'm just very interested to see what exactly will come of the lane priority in the early stages. I haven't actually had too good a look at the Syndra Azir matchup since the Syndra changes. Of old, I'm told you that Azir takes priority quite easily and can kind of, you know, have a little bit of pressure on the Syndra until that level 6 mark comes in, and then you're more setting up for ganks and trying to avoid the scatter of the weak. Now, I'm actually not too sure, so we'll see how Karsa and Tien both interact with that mid lane matchup, as this is going to be happening a lot. See a lot of graph stacking from the Shy. I wonder if he is going to go hard
Love
still,
the trap
like he did
start
in the season kickoff event, because he ended up with a lot of HP. A lot of
He did.
HP.
It was
very
actually kind of dirty. But yeah, I do want to zone in on this bottom lane now, though. We have finally had a change at ADC. Nothing else has changed, but the Sivir comes in to kind of sub in for the Zeri. I feel like you get a lot of the same shtick with Sivir, where you're looking for that scaling aspect. Obviously different execution-wise, but you have that same concept for Light.
Yeah, definitely do. It's just about hitting that 2.5, 3 iron mark, and then really opening up on Sivir. Range of top esports is kind of limited, right? It's just kind of really the Azir. So he should, in theory, like have a lot of targets to focus on. It's a really early gank onto Rookie.
Scatter of the Week did not actually connect there to knock back Rookie. A lot of damage given back to Karsa here. Pokes down, Flash comes out, so jungle will no longer have Flash for Weibo. And a nice, at least defensive reprisal from Tien. Meanwhile, bot side Light, getting chunked down, but so is Jackie Love, and the ricochets are starting to come through here.
Yeah, and again, lane with a lot of war of attrition. We've seen it all night. But of course, the Sivir gets health back on the spell shield now, so we'll
so dirty.
Will very much.
I don't even want to look up here anymore, Jamada.
I mean, me neither. But hey, graph stacks. You know, see, because we don't get contact with the observers, I really want to know how many graph stacks he's going to have by the end of the day. I'm a bit of a grasp addict myself.
I see.
And
fellow grasp addict.
Fellow grasp enjoyer. And for those, of course, that aren't familiar with the rune, or just, you know, you might not play top, so you probably just don't see it too frequently. Every graph stack you get gives you permanent HP, and in theory, or not in theory, in working, eventually it just gives you more damage because it works off that. As Tien and Karsa will meet at the skull. Maybe Jungler actually has Smite, but his first move from top esports is Drake going forward here onto Light.
Light getting very low, but so is Jackie Love. This is close, and it's a kill trade between the ADCs, but Jackie Love is the one that gets the gold, so that's important as it's a 1-for-1 and bottom side.
Yeah, and in the river whilst that was all going on, it looks like Tien did secure the Skull Crab. Karsa, oh, he's playing real cheeky. But he would have seen Crisp jump on to Karsa in the fog. It's not something that's hidden. So a real nice attempt from Karsa to try and just get a little bit aggressive there. But like you mentioned, the kill goes into the back pocket of Jackie Love. It doesn't go into Light despite it being a 1-for-1 trade. We'll get a look at it again as does Light get a good spell shield off? Looks like he actually doesn't. So despite that, still managing to find the 2v2 down here. Flash forward from Light. Auto comes through. And it's actually the auto attack of Crisp that claims the kill. As we come out of the replay, and what's go? Oh no.
Dude, he's
not,
about to
right?
just execute him. I mean,
Surely
he's got
not.
so much damage here, and he's gonna run through, so Chinkan gets away. But I want to go back to that bottom lane, and the fact that we have seen this type of play twice in a row. Both Jackie Love and Light are willing to just throw themselves at each other for an advantage. Indeed, and I think that bot lane might take a little bit of a chill pill for a little bit longer now as Focus renews back onto the top side of the map as coming out of base is TN. Karsa already finding his way up there. Dragon is on the table here. An early Cloud Dragon would be available for either side, but we have kind of seen the dotting of objectives, and Light dodging out of the bubble here. We're going to get another 1v1, and Jackie Love, it's another trade! And this time, both ADCs get the gold, and we're left with some supportal combat in bottom lane.
Big supportal combat is what's going on. Like you said, this time both the AD carries actually get a kill credit. But again, I feel like for Jackie Love, it's one of those things. He's going to hit a power spike first, in theory, through champion, but Light is, of course, slowly but surely going to get his way to that 2-item, 3-item mark. As this time,
he also didn't dodge anything with the spell shield
again. So if spell shield came through, it definitely makes a difference. He could have potentially stayed alive a little bit longer. Doesn't quite end up coming to fruition. The Shy has a sheen, so every time we look up here, I'm just gonna talk about it because it's just happening, isn't it? So I really want to know what's he gonna do. Sunder for a little bit of healing on those procs. Could go with Frozen Fist, a little bit of tankiness. Triforce for the true Giga Chad damage. Well designed stuff.
Karsa will get spotted out in his lane gank here, so will not be duped is the TES bot lane. You also do have TN on his way here. Karsa, I feel like, does suspect. Yeah, I mean, the minion just like walked up to him in front of his face. TN will be making his way around just to kind of show some space and save some space for his teammates as Ching TN get a nice little engage on the Shy, and he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution, is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear, and the Shy, is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. Oh! The execution, and the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
He finds a solo kill onto Ching Tian. It was so close in the end. He misses the spear. He couldn't get the initial turnaround, but it's not quite enough. That's kind of the weak is so close to finding Rookie. The response won't be there, and the Shy finds himself a solo kill up in the top side. Immediate replay because we have to, and I think from the get-go you can kind of see Ching Tian, he's looking to try and ult the Shy backwards from the initial look of it, but then he just realizes he has the damage to actually find this kill out. And if he finds that Q3, that should be all the damage necessary to take the Shy down. But once the shield drops, that's it. It's the execution off the takedown that gives him that kill. He finds his solo kill. He's up CS. He's up a kill. And the Shy, he is making Nidalee work.
I'm glad we got through that boring early game in game number 1 to be delivered this incredibly chaotic trading style gameplay for both these rosters. 8.5 minutes in, we've had solo kill in top lane. We've had double trades in bot lane, and it is turning up here. I think Tien now getting active onto the map, feeling a lot more confident than I would say he did in game number 1. They will be getting more resources for Jackie Love and Mark in the bottom side as plates will be falling down to them, and Rift Herald secured by Karsa.
Yeah, and I think Caulfield's is confirmation that we'll be getting Sunder and Nidalee. Like you said, Rift Herald goes up to Karsa, but finally some leeway here in the bottom side of Top Esports. A couple of plates for their trouble, and pretty significant CS lead is building in the bottom side for Jackie Love onto Light. So still some Light in, no pun intended, in the
no, you intend those puns. All right, Jamada, you intend those puns.
No, I'm not a cringe lord. Not yet. I haven't got enough years under my belt to be
change
there
him.
No,
we will turn
I refuse. I refuse. But so there's some light down there for Top Esports, and again, kind of echoing on the points made as we was coming into this game number 2. Ricky
was tried for the little cheeky Sharima shuffle there. Tien will make his case known in top side. All out comes through, and the flash comes out from Tien as well. They will secure the Shy, and it's a redemption kill for Ching Tien.
Tien will find himself a kill with the help of Tien. So, at the very least, a little bit of pressure brought back. No teleport, remember, for the Shy, and the death timer is long enough that he should miss this entire wave. Ching Tien could also even pick up the plate. Maybe even 2 if he feels like going for the Platos. He's going for the 1. And he's going to go for the 2, because why not? I think he deserves it after what he's probably been having to go through inside of this lane. He'll find himself a little bit of gold back. At the very least, there's now Light. Eat a culling from Jackie Love. not too shabby, but there's Caster in the wings. Of course, still has the Rift Herald, so looking to probably give that over to Light to make up some of this gold differential that has been built up by Jackie Love and Mark. That's the Herald pop. At the very least, they'll pick up maybe, I don't even know if they'll get 2 plates actually. An auto attack needs to come down at least, otherwise it's just going to be 2.
One more, but the last last little bit will not
I
go, so
don't-
only 1 plate given.
I don't think that actually
my
went
God.
over to Light.
Oh, he actually
Ooh.
connected it. That was a nice little wait there, but now Xiaohu's about to just kill Tien. He does! It's a solo bolo with Rookie watching as Xiaohu takes his teammate out and puts him in the dirt. Now
Man,
we've got
Rookie-
Karsa connecting a stun onto Rookie, but I feel like Rookie should be able to just get out of here.
Yeah, you can't do anything but watch as his jungler's just executed in front of him by Xiaohu. Shuffle's good, but after that, there was just no real follow-up, unfortunately, that Rookie could offer. And Tien also, I believe, Scatter the Weak off, so really nice from Xiaohu to just walk that one out. And on the bottom side, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think Light actually picked up any gold. So you can see here, shuffle back into the soldiers, Scatter the Weak away from Tien. And Xiaohu realizes, wait, I deal a lot of damage.
So much.
And just removes him from the rift. Easy as you'd like. Really, really nice stuff from Xiaohu and Weibo. I feel like they're in a really good position despite the gold being just about even, really. Of
And
course,
indeed, I think that's the most important part for me is like, you're still seeing a decent amount of mobility coming out from TES, and they've been really consistent in terms of trying to find as many little pokes and prods as they can, and I would really like to see that kind of continue. We do have Weibo switching up lanes here now, as well as getting towards the later end of laning phase. Looks like Light actually moving back down towards bottom lane, maybe. I'm wondering if Dragon becomes the priority here for Weibo, right? We've already given one over to top esports. It looks like they're positioning to ensure that they can at least contest the second.
yeah, that's to be likely the port of call. As whilst we quickly look up here before the dragon actually spawns up, I really want to know what Shy is going to go after the Man Sunder. Because
Is he playing a mini game?
Yeah, he really is at this point. If it was like in his head, he's just like, how many grass stats can I
having
plausibly
fun.
get in a professional game and not get punished for it? Jack Show finished up for Jingtian, but he's not going to be involved in this fight that could break out in front of this dragon in front of us. And Weibo definitely don't want to give this one up, and they're looking for it now.
Light has a lot of AoE at this. I mean, he has Kraken Slayer completed. Gale Force is there for Jackie Love, baiting out Karsa. A lot of that damage going down in the jungle here. 2,000 health as Rookie is right around the side. Should be Dragon completed by Tien. It is taken and secured by Top Esports. Meanwhile, Karsa gives his life
no,
for it.
Rookie.
Rookie goes in. Nice flash from Light, but they do deliver Xiaohu to his death. Light should back out of there, no longer having any mana. And TES capitalize on a very interesting overextension for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're just not really in the position where they can find the burst damage. They do try and sort of duo up the damage with Xiaohu, Scatter the Weak, and the Smite, but they just don't have the timing on it. Tien secures it, and that's 2 dragons top esports now. Chemtech Soul will be what's on offer. I don't think it's the strongest soul in the world. It's one of those things where if you're ahead, how often are you going to fall below that 50% threshold for it to, you know, truly get the maximum use? But it is still, of course, very useful as Shy can get brought onto the tower.
Really good combos there from Ching Tian. He will be at half health now, trying to bait out a little bit more of a fight from the Shy. That should go both ways. A little bit of stalemate. Karsa is up this way, maybe trying to bait Ching Tian into taking that engagement. Will not be spotted in his lane gang, so one quick little maneuver from the Shy could bait Ching Tian into it.
Look at the map, though. You can actually see Mark and Tien both waiting in the wings. And Jackie Love also joins him as a trio. They're taking away some jungle camps right now, but the rotation is quite clear on terms of what could actually end up happening. But someone's got to go catch that mid wave, and it will be Jackie Love. We'll find that once again. So that play top lane fizzles. Now Ching Tian is kind of just top without his ultimate, and the Shy continues to just be a massive nuisance.
Oh, he's baiting out the Shy. Tien is behind him now. See what he can do here, as a lot of CC can be enabled. Cyclone is just now coming up very soon, as the Shy is just trying to bait him out as much as he can, I guess, and just trying to get those grass stacks in. He knows he's going to give his life.
He does so in the alcove of the top side. Jackie Love came just for some moral support, but that'll be a nice pickup kill for Top Esports.
It will be indeed. Top Esports now. Herald on the menu if they want it. Of course, Castle also dead. Wait, when did Castle die? Am I having a mind blank moment here? Did we see that?
That's a great question. You're making me second guess myself.
Did that happen off
We
screen?
do have
I
the
think
Rick Herald now, at least for TES. And we'll get a look back
Oh,
at
it
that
did.
play.
Okay, great. I was losing my mind.
Cool,
for a second.
cool. Just wanted to make sure we weren't actually going insane.
Okay, okay. So while
that's
that was
how
going
Jackie
on,
Love got there.
Right. Okay. Everything makes sense again. Herald picked up 2 kills. I was like, well, they definitely got the shot. Why is Castle there? Okay, cool. Scout of the week, very close. So yeah, TES looking a lot better now in terms of state of the game. 4 kills in Jackie Love's back pocket. And this is exactly what we asked for coming into game number 2. Give Jackie Love a lot more love, right? Get him ahead. Make sure he's on spike on this Nami Lucian. The change up of the bottom lane matchup as well, I think also crucial, right? It just feels like Zeri was so hard to move out of lane so frequently. We've had the matchup 4 times tonight. I'm not getting bored of it, I swear.
We do have about a minute and a half till next dragon spawns. Again, it's that Chemtech soul that you were talking about. But big portions here going into that one in a minute and a half is, you know, looking at those second item completions. We already have the rapid fire cannon there for Jackie Love. That'll be big. We get Rookie taking another side lane tower here for Top Esports before the objective starts. And I guess right now I'm really just looking at how do Light and Xiaohu navigate these team fights, because I don't feel like, you know, Nidalee is going to be the biggest influence in a team fight, but Light and Xiaohu definitely will.
Yeah, I mean,
We get the knockback. Does it connect? Final chapter comes through. The all-out brings him out of there, and Karsa delivered to the hands of Top Esports like a, you know, nice little welcoming gift.
Yeah, wrapped up nicely. And that's just the power of that ultimate. So obnoxious. You just get caught, clipped on the side of a wall, and that's it. You go into Brazil. That's how that ultimate works. Top Esports.
Is it Brazil every time?
It's Brazil or Nanya. You
Different locations?
Yeah. It's Brazil or Nanya.
Another tower does fall, though. So
they're gonna get
Rookie
3
haven't
charges
taken
out
the
of
side
this.
lane towers. Yeah, I mean, they do. Wow. Well, that's worth. Xiaohu trying not to get executed, or trying to get executed, does do that. So at least he won't give over the kill or the gold. But like you said, 3 charges in the mid lane. The Nexus tower is hurting. And there's not a lot of positives in sight for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah. This game went
Maybe
from
the Shy's grasp decks? I don't know.
Yeah, the game went from pretty okay to not looking so hot quite quickly. I think Weibo might have to go back to the drawing board with the Nidalee pick, having a little bit too much fun. Maybe they just wanted to give us a game 3. Maybe that's true. It's a game for the fans, right? Like,
It is our last game before last series, at
Champions
least,
League,
before
yes.
a big break.
I can see it.
Got to give the people what they want, Jamada.
Yeah, exactly. And what people want is always a game 3. Just maybe
It's,
not.
it's always a game 3.
It's always game 3. Is it always a shy Nidalee though? Top lane? I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm
not
here
saying
for
it's been
it.
bad.
I mean,
it's been quite. It's been very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I mean, 30 CS up, not bad in the matchup itself. But yeah, I definitely struggle to see, you know, how it's utilized in these team fights later on, right? Not just in the side lanes. I think that's going to be the biggest
you know
kicker
what?
here.
Just I've given up on the analysis. Just let him cook on the side lane. I think
Wait,
that's.
the TP. They got Ching Tian on the back end. Oh, he can't get the engage there. Maybe he finds Xiaohu still. Xiaohu doesn't have flash.
No.
Does have the help of Chris with the speed of the Zuni.
Yeah, too much speed available. Actually make it out. And shoving up in the mid lane. Rookie has the tower down. They don't actually have a wave to work with for another 15 seconds or so. So I'm not actually sure whether or not they'll be able to knock on this tier 3 tower too heavily, but they're definitely going to give it a good go. Wave clear is available.
Light has a decent amount of wave clear here as well. The setup, Karsa almost getting caught in the side. And Ching Tian is definitely a really rough point right now for Weibo to try to deal with. And I think he's enabling a lot of the backline carries for Top Esports here. Now there's Baron on the table. Don't know if Top Esports just want to go for it here. It does not seem like the prudent course of action. Just a little bit more map control should be the way to go. Oh no, the shot. Oh my god, he takes so much damage. Jackie Love is saying hello to his friend. And maybe in the crossfire light gets caught, and so does Chris. My goodness. Well, you gotta stay safe out there, everybody. You gotta stay safe. We'll see Karsa. We're getting dragged back here into the fight by Ching Tian, but not gonna find it there. Baron is pinged out by Top Esports, and looks like it started up.
That is the textbook definition of collateral damage, if I've ever seen it. As Top Esports are just going to start with the Baron. Tien is so tanky, it feels like 2v1.
No big deal, right?
Yeah, pretty good. Yep, seems
all
fine.
out, damage
Yep.
done. Ching Tian!
Right.
Ching Tian gets the 1-for-1 in a 2v1. You'll love to see it. He just bought time for Top Esports to take the bear. He said, I don't need my purple cloak. I got what I came for.
Seems fine, right? That's okay. Ching Tian takes 2v1, buys all the time for Top Esports to secure this Baron. And let's get a look how the Shy accidentally murdered his AD carry in support. As Jackie Love, I think the E just comes back on cooldown alongside Tien.
God.
And yeah. That's a lot of damage, Marcel. I don't think Light was expecting in the slightest. As, yeah, again, Jackie Love. Oh, that's an extended blast going, by the way. Hello.
It is, and it works real well. Mark's coming in here as well. Jackie Love gets the kill on the top laner for Weibo Gaming, the Shy. A little bit of revenge.
Little bit, as Light is chasing down Tien. But that's a lot of damage.
A lot of help taken out there. Mark coming over here with the tidal wave. Backing out of the fight is Wave.
Oh, whoa!
Okay. Look at that combo. That's an alley-oop if I've ever seen one. You got Ching Tian, rookie in the mid lane, pushing down for Top Esports as they have had an excruciatingly large gold lead. 9,000 in the deficit is Weibo, just under 23 minutes, and it's going to get even worse.
Yep, they're going to pick up this inhib, and you know what? I'm liking these new blast cones all of a sudden. You know, they're providing some entertainment for us here. As Top Esports continue their siege across the map, they'll pick up this tier 2 on the bottom side. Gonna look, need to reset. Gonna keep the pressure high. Don't see a need to right now, and we do have Chemtech Soul in just under 60 seconds time. So, do we do the professional thing and say, hey, how do Weibo come back into this game, or do we just let it happen? Because I think at this point
yeah, it's looking really rough. I just struggle to see conceptually how the Shy gets utilized in these team fights. I mean, a lot of the AoE, or I mean, not AoE, the auto attack damage is important. The spear's not doing as much, you know, if there was an AP, and a lot of questions in that regard, and especially when you just get caught out like this. I mean, there's not much to say. And Light just gonna get burned down as well. A double kill for Jackie Love, make it a triple kill. And quick finish for Top Esports as they took game number 1 to heart. I feel like they definitely were a little upset, and the Shy picking up Nidalee did not do Weibo Gaming any justice. That'll be a clean sweep of Weibo Gaming, and we got a series on our hands as we go to game 3 for our match of the week.
Game number 3, Jackie Love gets an unofficial pentakill as well. Unfortunately, the game didn't register it. But Weibo having a little bit too much fun, and Top Esports saying, don't play games. Don't be nonsense leaders with us.
Nidalee grasp. That's pretty much what I got from this one.
Yeah, gosh, I feel bad for the solo queue nonsense that's likely going to ensue because of this. But you can definitely see some of the pros of having it in lane. Out of lane, however, it wasn't really providing too much, but, you know, we won't talk about that. For Top Esports, it was a lot more of what we were expecting out of Game 1 to be actually matched from a Weibo that we saw in Game 1, and a lot less of what we got out of Game 2. So, very good to see that Top Esports are very much awake and they're alive, and they're not going to just, you know, roll over. And hopefully this Game 3 now spells a much more serious tone compared to Game 2, but also one where we actually get to see the mettle of these players tested, because it is now effectively just the best of one for the series.
Yeah, it really is. And seeing how Tien kind of adapted from Game 1 to Game 2 with Karsa's aggression, kind of answering it with some of his own, will be very pivotal in Game 3, especially the way that they were giving resources over to Rookie and Jackie Love. Even Ching Tian getting a little bit of love up there after you know, some fighting happened between him and his laner. He came down and said, I'm going to join team fights, and I'm going to be useful that way. And he was indeed. And I think that's something where into the next game, Weibo wipe the slate clean and come in with a I'm not going to say real composition, but maybe just
They're not going
find
to pick
something.
Nidalee top. They are not
Yeah,
going
I
to
would
pick
say.
Nidalee.
I will say Karsa seemed like he was the one that enabled that. So I love the fact that they
Yeah.
like trust each other, at least from an outside perspective. But yeah, not going to see that one again, I'm sure.
No. It was fun whilst it happened, but I'm sure we won't look back on it again. Is what I'm expecting to go down. But that does mean that likely the Shy is actually going to give us hopefully another dominant performance in lane, right? And this time around, maybe Weibo will continue to facilitate him as we've been seeing throughout this series so far. For top esports though, more of this. If Jackie Love and Mark feel like they're actually gonna be getting ahead of Light and Crisp, push that forward. It seems like in this series right now, Qingtian can do his best to actually, slow down the Shy, and he's doing a pretty good job of slowing him down, all things considered. But it's not enough to actually just put him in his place and say, yo, let's not, right? At least as far as laning is concerned, of course, the rest of the map is what kind of shut everything going on in the top side. So we need to see, for me, more of a push in that bottom side, like what we saw here. Get Jackie Love into a position where he can shut down Light and Crisp with Mark. Tien and Rookie doing wonderfully in this game as well to kind of facilitate that stuff.
And especially, seeing kind of how that early game went. And the fact that we were literally just getting 2 trades back and forth, giving the ADCs lives, and then, Jackie Love still wins out on top. And I think we've seen, a nice transition for Lucian to that very aggressive style into late game carries. And I'm wondering, who ends up getting the Lucian Nami in game number 3. Does Zeri get banned again? It's all things that we'll find out on the other side of a short little break as we have the culmination of this match of the week of week number 2 coming right up.
Hello， 江哥子，我是 JDG 369。听说你换了新的队伍，开启了新的征程，这里我为你送上中国的特色礼物——剪纸盖伦。剪纸是中国非常重要的非物质文化遗产之一，它经常用来赠予朋友。红色的剪纸象征着新的一年的开门红。在这新的赛季里，我希望你可以进入世界赛，拿到好成绩。新春快乐，新春快乐
Hello to all the LPL fans and UT69. I want to thank you for the special and exquisite gift. I think it looks very, very pretty, and I hope it will help me to have a strong season in my new team. Last year we met in River, we had a skirmish, I was the loser. If this year repeats itself and we meet again, I hope I can be the winner. But I wish you to win everything you can in LPL until you meet me. Besides that, I know Lunar New Year is coming, so I want to wish you UT69, but also to all the Chinese and LPL fans, a very, very happy and strong 2023. A lot of happiness and see you.
Hello Rickis， 好久不见！听说你新赛季重新回到了 Fnatic， 这是我为你准备的特别的新年礼物——剪纸希维尔。红色在中国传统文化中的寓意是吉祥如意，这是你曾经在 Fnatic 创造精彩战绩的英雄。相信这个火红的剪纸也能给你带来力量。春节就要到了，希望你在 LEC 的赛场上手感火热，大放光彩。新赛季一切顺利。
Hello Jackie Love and all of LPL. This is Reckless from Fnatic. Chinese paper cutting of the Battle Mistress Silver. I guess I'm kind of known as a silver gamer. I've never heard of the paper cutting before, but now reading the letter and seeing this gift, it's warming my heart to hear that Jackie Love and LPL consider me a friend or family. I know we have some history together, and it's really nice that even with how life has panned out for me, you guys still remember our times together and are excited for perhaps future endeavors later this year at Worlds or in future Worlds. Thank you very much, Jackie Love and LPL, for sending me this gift. I would like to wish you a happy Chinese Lunar New Year and best of luck in the new season. I hope to see you at Worlds 2023.
Hello, Shoemaker 选手你好，新年快乐！上一次我玩刀妹的样子你还印象深刻吧？春节快到了，我特意为你准备了一份春节礼物——剪纸刀妹。这是中国非常有代表性的民间艺术形式，希望这个火红的刀妹见证你新赛季的红红火火，拿下开赛开门红。下次不要 no 刀妹了，要 yes 刀妹。最后祝你新年快乐，万事如意。
안녕하세요. 중국에 계신 WBG 선수 그리고 팬분들 안녕하세요. 플러스 기아의 미드라인을 맡고 있는 슈메이커 호수라고 합니다. 이들이라네요. 나우메이인데 나우메이. 일단 제가 너구리 형이랑 이제 칸 형한테 LWX 선수 얘기를 많이 들었어가지고 솔랭에서도 이렐리아를 되게 많이 하시는 걸 알고 있고 또 되게 웃긴 선수라고 들었어가지고 이런 선물 주셔서 되게 감사드리고 새로운 시즌에는 새해 복도 많이 받으시고 점수도 많이 올리셔서 좋은 성적 거두셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Hello Perk， 好久不见！听说你爱了全新的队友，还获得了新婚 buff， 相信他一定能给你带来好运的。今年我也要重新回到赛场，我们都要迎来一个人生的新阶段了。春节来临之际，我给你准备了一副特别的春节礼物——减脂加疗。希望无论是生活还是赛场，它都能为你带来新一年的顺遂红火。也祝新赛季我们都能与新队友一起打出精彩表现，不留遗憾。祝我的老对手春节快乐！
Hello, Nate, my old friend. This is spiritual team vitality. I'm really grateful for this gift I got, for your paper cut gift and or the symbol of the gift. I heard you got back to competing. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the Rift this year. Hopefully we can meet at Worlds. And I want to wish you all a happy new Chinese Lunar Year and that you guys have all the best holidays and best time with your families and hope I get to play international events next year.
你好，COJ， 我是 BLG 的中南牙膏，感谢你在 S12对我的高度评价，你在我心中也是非常厉害的辅助。新赛季我加入了新的战队，开启了新的旅程，而你作为 TL 的刘队元老也迎来了新的队友，希望我们有一个好的开始和结果。春节来临之际，我为你准备了一份特别的礼物，你的招牌英雄减脂节拉。这是中国的传统工艺，希望这个礼物能给你带来好运。新赛季祝你鸿运满盈，红红火火，打出风采，新年快乐
Hi, I'm JJ from Team Naked. I got the art of Jaira. It was amazing actually, and I love it. And thanks for choosing me to get this amazing gift. This year I'm gonna do really well. I'm gonna try really hard, and I'm also enjoying watching you play and watching your teams playing. I really wish we meet international stage this year. Congratulations on your 5-year anniversary, Yagao. Happy Lunar New Year, Yagao. Thank you.
Nobody cries when they mumble, so come mumble, my dear. Nobody cries when they mumble, you can't mumble in tears. Nobody cries when they mumble, so come pick up your heels. Nobody cries when they mumble, you can't mumble in tears. You can weep all you want, you can wallow and pout. A good mumble will work it all out. You can't wiggle your hips with a frown on your lips. Come mumble away all your doubts. Nobody cries when they mumble, so come mumble, my dear. Nobody cries when they mumble, you can't mumble in tears. Nobody cries when they mumble, so come pick up your heels. Nobody cries when they mumble, you can't mumble in tears. You've tried drinking all day and sleeping it away, but the doctor says mumble today. Take your broken heart and tell the band to stop and mumble your troubles away. Nobody cries when they mumble, so come mumble, my dear. Nobody cries when they mumble, you can't mumble in tears. Nobody cries when they mumble, so come pick up your heels. Nobody cries when they mumble, you can't mumble in tears.
Welcome back to the final game of week number 2. Before we take our long Chinese Lunar New Year break, we are in our match of the week. Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports, and we've gone the distance, Jamada. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada, as I just said, and we are getting ready and raring to go for game number 3 of this pivotal series for both these two teams. First of all, the first showing of Weibo, and TES want to start with a 2-0 strong start to their spring split.
Yeah, a manufactured by Weibo, specifically the Shy game number 3, which I'm totally down for, so let's go. Yeah, don't think we're seeing Nidalee again. There's a lot to take away, though, from that game number 2, at least from the perspective of Top Esports. Very much being able to say, all right, Zeri removed, we can actually play this Nami Lucian lane out pretty damn well. So I suspect that will remain the case. Weibo will be on red side still, so we'll see exactly what answers will come out, if anything will change, whether we'll see, you know, a Lucian ban / Nami ban, because either or kind of just removes the champion entirely, and whether or not we're going to see our 6th game of Yumi tonight. Those are the big questions, at least draft side.
I gotta put it into existence, Jabati. It was Jackie Love who got MVP for game number 2. I think deservedly so. And on the Lucian was looking mighty fine. A whopping 40% damage percentage on the Lucian itself, and 11-3 as the KDA.
40%. That is a lot of damage.
My God.
Holy moly. I made the reference earlier. I'll say again. That's what I like to call like Juggermore levels of percent of your damage as Jackie
And it's
Love.
Lucian.
And it's
Against
Lucian
the
as well.
Sivir.
Yeah, that's tough.
LPL, I'll still say it probably every time I broadcast at this point if we're going to get Lucian, but LPL Lucian is just built different.
It is very much built different. It's a lot stronger than just about everywhere else you'll see it. And yeah, Jackie Love demonstrating why it's still meta, of course, and why we've been having the pick show up all night long.
True that, but we're getting ready and ready to go, as we said, for game number 3 of this series. I think as a whole, we made a meme of it earlier. We've talked about a decent amount. There's a lot of experience on both these rosters. We said 5 world champions across both teams in this final best of 3, and to say that experience matters in a moment like this is, maybe a little bit underselling it, because I think it matters a lot, especially with the development over time. I think this is where both teams are going to be like, all right, we're locked in. We had some fun, maybe game 1, maybe game 2. Now let's see what happens game 3. And with the, accolades that these teams should achieve this year with the rosters they have, I would say we're going to get a bloodbath for this last one. I hope we just get clinical, great gameplay and a very close game for it.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I'm hoping we get game 2 top esports and game 1 Weibo, and it's just a complete banger for 40 minutes, because we've actually had pretty short games today. All things considered, it's just been loads of games. So let's see whether or not we can actually get some of that ceiling shown from both sides, as very clearly Weibo seem to have their stuff together, and top esports, when they're firing on all cylinders, like we saw in game number 2 and like we saw in their series against Anyone's Legend, are very clearly some of the cream of the crop of the LPL. Hopefully this game 3 will demonstrate exactly why, and as you said, 5 world champions. There's just so much going on in this one particular series alone, as Shy being demonstrated as an angel. Wait, he's just that strong.
Yeah, it looks like it. I will say though, like going into this, we had some questions for Weibo, and like, how do the 3 of these top side players work in this situation? I think we've kind of learned, at least in game number 1, it is led a lot by Karsa's proactivity and kind of falling behind that in some extent kind of doesn't work out for Weibo a lot of the time, at least in that last game. And then on the other side for top esports, right, that resource management from Tien, delivering those resources to his carries, Rookie and Jackie Love. How does he work in that sense, and how does he work in his own proactive sense against Karsa? That's the most beautiful thing about this jungle matchup. Is so pivotal, but it's also so interesting because it feels like both these players pretty big brain in their own right.
Yeah, definitely are, and they always like to get involved in the lanes early, and that's why we highlighted the matchup so much, even though there is of course a lot going on in just about every single lane, as Lucian will be removed away. Yumi is still going to be first picked. Smile. So let's see what Weibo will have to offer. Seems as they were the ones that banned away the Lucian, so I didn't want to deal with that on the other end from Jackie Love and Mark. So now, how will they answer it, having that pick itself removed from the table? They could just go towards something entirely different, away from the bottom side. No, take it back. They're going to go Caitlyn, and probably something pretty aggressive. I was going to actually highlight something different, but we get the Lux. So Weibo are now effectively saying, you know what, go play the youth, go ahead, right? We are going to absolutely smash the bot lane 2v2, even if top esports decide to go towards the Sivir again, which probably makes the most sense in this spot. We're still going to have a powerful lane with a lot of poke and a lot of presence, and we're going to unlock Karsa through the bottom side as well. most comfortably, as I expect Top Esports will probably put TN on the Wukong, though the Vi is actually on. So I feel like if they take, I guess it's kind of their choice. I would imagine TN probably leans more on the Vi out of either of these two champions. But they probably want to have Weibo on it because they're the ones with the Civic. So Wukong could come out. Oh, the Jack.
Oh my god, I forgot about this. This is, like, we just have kind of taken it off our radar because it's been banned like every single game, but it actually makes it through, and Cheng Tian will be the one piloting the Jax.
That's a big gauntlet to throw down into none other than the Shy. As Elise from Casa
So
is
if
gonna
I'm not
be our
mistaken,
jungle.
if I'm not mistaken, PCS in their show match played the Elise. I don't know if it's been played since the season kicked off, but this is a pick for Karsa, and I'm excited. But we've had Spice, we've had everything nice, and now we get a little bit of evil in the jungle.
Yeah, so I expect Renekton will be removed away here from the Top Esports side just so they don't have to deal with it. LPL Renekton, very much an infamous thing, so take that one away. Besides that, you could maybe angle at something like an Elise Talia as well from the mid lane, so maybe you want that gone just because it's a very strong duo in its own right as well. But another jungle ban will certainly follow. You probably just want Wukong gone for the sake of it. Very telegraphed, but what will Top Esports ban as their second ban here? You have to just imagine it's stuff that the Shy should look pretty favorably on into the Jax. Again, the other thing on my mind is definitely that Talia for Xiaohu as well. That would definitely be my other secondary ban.
The throwback for Karsa himself picking up the Italy, something he has a pretty decent track record on in the past. He's got to bring it into the meta fold this time around. I'm stuck on that one, but we do got to move on to what these solo laners will look like for Weibo, which has been so pivotal in every other game so far.
He has. We're going to get the Shy on Cassante. Okay, so reverse role swapped there. Not too bad at all. And now will Top Esports try and answer with, we've seen the Viego already this series. Could be pretty fun. As a whole bunch of champions being hovered. I'm more interested in what we're actually going to get out of the mid lane, to be honest with you, as it seems like Tian might actually end up landing on something like the Poppy. It's going to be Syndra, of course. That's still up and available. So why did I even bother pondering the question? As Tian, a lot of different answers now. It's about what Xiaohu wants, because if you don't lock in something pretty high in the aggression side of things for the jungle role, I can very easily see the Castle coming in at R5 here, just for the sake of it. But
I
Poppy
just love
comes through.
Yeah, I love the fact that we do get like these very standout solo laners in the meta, at least right now. The Jax and Syndra coming through, and an answer in Victor is an interesting one for Weibo.
Definitely, it's a lot less about roaming towards sides or getting to that level 16 mark. Of course, a lot more mid-game punch with the Victor, and of course, late-game scaling is also very much in his kit. So for Weibo, we've got a strong early ganking jungler, and of course a bot lane that is looking to strip away as many bottom side plates as possible. So for Top Esports, it's going to be about, in my mind, trying to slow down that process and trying to get Jackie Love to that point where he's, 3 items very comfortably, and you try and put light behind curve so that all of a sudden this team composition, which has very strong team fighting assets, can actually shine and thrive in the mid game. Whereas on the opposite side, it feels like you want to just try and smash the early stages, use the Caitlyn Lux to take as many tower plates as you can. That is usually the name of the game, and then get to a point where you can just set up in the river, be first to the objective all the time, and force Top Esports to try and walk into you, because their range of engage is very, very limited on the Top Esports side. In fact, it's limited on the Weibo side as well. So being first to objective is going to be super important, and I think for Weibo, they can use the bottom lane to unlock that factor.
And that unlocking is going to be key on both sides, to be honest. And there might be so many crowns filling this arena right now between these two teams, but there is only one team that can walk away with this victory. Will it be Top Esports riding off into the Lunar New Year sunset at 2-0, or will Weibo make a splash in their first entrance into the spring split for the LPL? You've got names like Karsa, Tien, Rookie, Jackie Love, and the Shy himself. It is a bloodbath waiting to happen, and it's TES versus Weibo Gaming.
Everything on the line for game number 3. And like you say, it's set up to be a bit of a bloodbath. feel like Weibo wanted game 3. To be entirely honest with you.
The Shy's just sitting there secretly like, you know, let's see how many stacks I can get of the
Guys,
grass.
just let me
Why
do
the
it
question has
once.
never been answered, guys.
So, let's see.
It is the grasp Cassante. Interesting. Is that normal?
Yeah, that's normal. It's
Okay,
actually the flash on the Shy.
Oh,
Which
true,
is
actually.
slightly different to what we've seen out of a lot of Cassantes, and that'll definitely be interesting to see whether or not he can get a little bit more leverage. Of course, flash can be used really aggressively in lane. If you step too far forward, right? If you imagine the top lane in like sort of thirds, and you sort of pie it off in thirds, if you step into that third quadrant towards the tower as Qing Tian, if you get Q3'd, all of a sudden you're getting W'd backwards, you're getting O'd backwards, or the flash can just come out and that combo can just happen anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited to see that one come through.
Something actually that I want to kind of touch on, and it's leading into that kind of, we've already talked so much about how crucial jungle is into this one, and I think this matchup in particular is going to be a really interesting one. Did get a shout out from Nymera saying that actually in the LCK, Canyon played Elise today and actually got a win on it. So wondering if a little bit of inspiration comes from that one, but it is a tried and true Karsa champion back in the past.
For sure.
So I'm very, very interested at what kind of microaggressions we get early on, because that has been kind of the name of the game between these junglers early.
Definitely. A champion like Elise, 3 camp into a gank, very possible, and actually taking a look at the minimap. He's on Gromp, so he's definitely going to be eyeing that one up, as Tien, having cleared all the camps on his side of map, will hit level 3 now, and I think he wants to try and alleviate some of this pressure. What you'll always see against Caitlyn Lux lanes very early is a gank to try and dissuade this consistent pushing. Tien takes a back seat, so doesn't want to go for it. Just says, you know what, the ward's here. I'm kind of frightened. Perhaps Karsa could be very close, but because he's had this brief moment of hesitation,
Mind
Karsa's
games,
actually
man.
now available to potentially counter gank this.
And Tien pretended like he walked away. I mean, I don't know if Weibo fell for it. I mean, maybe Light has. He's just sitting there trying to farm up as much more. But I love that Tien's trying to play a little mind game. He's like, maybe they just have another
maybe
ward.
if
We'll
he
see.
steps up forward again, okay.
One more time. The third time's the charm, and it might just be that. Flash, exhaust, light, first blood for Top Esports.
All right. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth time's the charm. You know, eventually Tien's going to get the gank in. And both summoners were expended by Light in the mid lane as we pan up. Xiaohu's getting the better of Rookie in these trades here. Now Karsa's looking for the Scuttle Crab. He was always kind of in the wings, but never quite had it as the binding connects. Let's see a bit of damage.
Here comes a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Spiderlings. You did have the follow-up of Jackie Love and Mark right there to save the day, though. We have very low health bars on the top side of the map. Qing Tian and the Shy just throwing that gauntlet down that you had mentioned earlier. It's just the back and forth we'll continue to see. Qing Tian tries to go for one more. The Shy doesn't have much mana.
Yeah, and one of the actually pretty big things about some of the Jax changes that came through on this patch was the fact that the E got changed to percent HP damage. So, or to offer, additionally, max HP damage. So, actually there was a lot more damage in the early stages than it used to. And that can definitely catch you off guard a little bit. But it also makes itemizing against Jax just a touch more irritating, to be honest with you. Especially because his ultimate also now gives that burst of damage, which also happens to be magic. So, the Shy, probably very much aware and comfortable with the matchup anyway. Jax, a champion he is more than familiar with. That's actually going to be Qing Tian. That takes the reset first.
And I think top lane has been a little bit volatile this series so far.
To say the least.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure we'll continue to get that. I do want to look back at mid lane, though, and look at the style for both these mid laners. When we came into this one, we were saying, you know, they definitely have different focuses going into a laning phase. But now that we've kind of gone through the trials of a best of 3 and we've gotten to the mountaintop that is here, we have 2 very heavy scaling mid laners. Do we see just a full commit into mid lane? In terms of like just focusing on the lane.
Yeah, definitely could. As see Jackie Love, Civet,
Easy,
Spell Shield.
easy, no problem.
Easy stuff, but look at the wave that's being pressured, and this is exactly what
that
you want for
might
a
not
Caitlyn
be
lane.
as easy.
That's not as easy to deal with at all. And you see, Tien wasn't actually in position initially to come and stop this from happening, so now has 2 plates gone over. Even though it's split between 3 members, the damage is still done. And the XP was definitely missed by Jackie Love as soon as he returns, he just eats more damage.
That feels a little bad, and you get a decent amount of gold given as an advantage. to Weibo. Not much in this early game, besides that first blood for top esports. And just see Karsa committing to stealing away the Krug there. So nicely done from Karsa. Trying to keep the oppression up as JackeyLove taking a lot of damage under tower there.
This tower has lost 3 plates in around 60 seconds. Now Tien wrapping around, keeping my eyes on the mid lane as well, but I don't think either Xiaohu nor Rookie
Hex Flash.
going to be moving to this Hex Flash
Karsa
yet.
sees it at the last second. Tien knows. He's like, I immediately have to back out. Flash light binding does not connect, but the cocoon and the damage! Weibo get the response kill to Tien.
Too much CC between this trio of champions on Weibo and Top Esports. Honestly, I think you have to abandon this for a little while now. Because if one bit of CC connects, I mean, you saw what just happened to Tien, didn't you? Cocoon, trap, you're not moving for 3 seconds, and you're going to die. It's that simple.
And that was with the light binding missing, so
yes, exactly.
It's not looking great, and it's a really good capitalization on the compositional strength of Weibo Gaming. I think in execution, right, off that second game, happy to see this coming through. Also, Xiaohu's going to be pretty happy throwing the thumbs up to Rookie as he almost takes him out mid lane. We get the all out by the Shy under tower. Ching Tien flashing out of harm's way. The Shy not able to get it just yet. The knockback, though, a lot of damage here. Ching Tien does jump to the minion and makes it out.
Yeah, that's one of those plays where if Shy had Q3, as soon as he had him underneath the tower there, that becomes a much more perilous retreat for watching Tien. But that's what I was talking about with the flash. It becomes so much easier if you're in that third quadrant against Cassante to kind of just get shoved underneath the tower and immediately focus down by it. But flash exchange from both sides. The Shy's actually up a fair amount of CS as well in this lane. 15, so he's not doing too bad. And of course, we saw what was happening with JackeyLove and Mark on the bottom side, where Castle was there for so long. Now it's Tien's go to be the third support in this bottom side.
I think that's like the bottom side focus right now, at least for Light and Crisp, is looking really, really nice. They've got a CS differential. Honestly, for Weibo, in a lot of positions. I mean, you're looking at mid lane, not as much, but jungle is in a decent position. Top lane, obviously, in a good position. Bot lane, in a good position. I think this is where Top Esports maybe needing to find a couple ways to stop some of the leaks going on. And I think opting into those carries of, obviously, JackeyLove and Rookie is going to be the way. And getting Tien not only in play to kind of deflect against Karsa's aggression, but being maybe even in places to be proactive.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I just feel like if you play into the 3v3, you just lose. The champions are much stronger.
At this point,
right?
yeah.
Like, and doubly so, yeah, at this point, right? After everything that just went down. So, you know, I mean, the Shy just lost his flash. Go up there, maybe try punish, get the Jax ahead. The Jax will outscale Cassante on the side lane, I'll tell you that much. So that could definitely be your avenue. You have Poppy and Syndra. It's a pretty good setup as well for the mid lane. So maybe just try and attack the solo lanes, right? I think you've lost this battle now on the bottom side. It's not too far gone in the game overall to try and swap game plans, but also, do you want to let your late game win condition fall too far behind, right? That's always the question that's going to be looming in the back of your mind. And it's likely why Tien, you know, he had to go bot to try and stop that from happening, but unfortunately he was of no help in that particular instance. And now, I guess the questions are to be asked of Weibo, where they will go with this lead. After stripping away so many tower plates, will they try and move the Caitlyn Lux around whilst the plate's still up? Will they try and prioritize Herald, which has been up for about a minute now? Seeing what the responses be from top as well.
And just how gifted are we again? Just taking stock of the moment and just seeing these guys' faces on our screens. The Karsa Tien matchup again after so much time away from like the spotlight, I guess, and having a bit of a downtrodden year last year for Karsa himself coming in here with this new reinvigorated roster. You got to see Rookie and Xiaohu there. Obviously, a lot of accolades in their own right. Xiaohu winning in both top and mid. You know, no big deal, no flex there. But Rookie himself, world champion, and it might just be fighting for best laner in the LPL. Has been best laner in the LPL. So a lot to be thankful for as this final game is taking a little bit to get back underway. I'm sure we're just having some device difficulties maybe again, but as a whole, I think second game maybe a little bit of a dark mark on the series, but both game 1 and now game 3 have been pretty nice so far in terms of like execution-wise and not throwing away too many advantages. And it does look like, actually, it looks like maybe it was Xiaohu this time. Had a mouse delivered to him. So he might be ready to go.
He was laning too hard.
He's not roaming, he's laning too hard. It's just, he's gotta, you know.
On that island that has been mid lane this game, he looks like he right-clicked a little bit too hard. We'll see. Could have been anything, really, of course. Just joking, but hopefully that means if a mouse has been delivered to him, he'll get all the settings sorted out ASAP, and we can be back into game shortly.
Delivering a little bit on what we've seen so far, it's definitely been a lot of butting heads between Karsa and Tien, and I still think this bot lane focus for Weibo will actually lead out to a lot of really positive things in these next couple minutes. Right, I think that like getting 3 plates this early on already is just incredible, but then the amount of pressure they're able to put with the combo of Tien visiting, I think is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think more for me will be what will come of the top lane as well, whilst all of the shenaniganery has been going on, like you say, around the rest of the map. Because we haven't seen a Jax all day, and it's into a pretty, like, Jax favored matchup, shall we say.
True.
Where Jax, you know, against a tank is kind of where he's very comfortable, going Sundra, going Blade, and then going Bonk on a side lane tower. So there is that for top esports to work with as well. Seriously aggressive bonking going on towers.
Yeah, the Jax has always interested me, especially when it has been, you know, comboed very heavily with the Syndra, because both getting kind of the mid-scope reasons. Oh, we're back into game!
Big.
Not too long. We got the mouse, everything's ready to go, and just catching everybody back up. We do have the Elise in the jungle for Karsa, and oppression being laid down in the bot lane for Weibo Gaming. Top esports in mid lanes in a little bit of trouble as Rookie, half health, the Chaos Storm there, still has the power unleashed, ready to redefend mid lane, as we do have objectives onto the map, both sides of the objectives, and maybe it's Karsa looking for Dragon first.
Karsa's looking for Dragon. Tien is still here, but the issue is he should always have first move from Light and Crisp. So for Tien, if he contests this, it's going to be pretty problematic. Xiaohu also has mid priority, so that should just be no contest, and it will be. And even if they try to go up to Herald quite quickly, the result remains the same. I know, a bit of an annoying reset. The result remains the same, because Light and Crisp can just go back down to the bottom side, reshove that lane, and all of a sudden the Herald isn't so free. So top esports in a bit of an objective hole.
Question for you, I'm just noticing something, and maybe it's just that I don't pay attention to boots enough. The entire team of Weibo have bought their upgraded boots except for Crisp at this point.
Yeah.
I like it. Hey, mobility is king in League of Legends, some may say.
Yeah, they need the drip. They need their Crips.
They need the shoes.
Yeah, so I guess Crisp didn't get the memo.
Yeah, he definitely didn't. Maybe he's waiting. He's waiting for the really nice ones. It is another tower plate in the bottom side going down, so even more gold over. Power Unleashed in mid lane. Not going to have enough damage, though. Rookie wanted the solo bolo, but the damage calculation does not make it so.
Yeah, and he didn't want to commit to try and get Xiaohu's flash, because it would have likely meant that he would have had to have lost his flash as well. This tower is almost certainly going to drop after the next wave.
Preemptive move, though, here.
What will they get, right, from the Herald itself? They get the split gold, that's nice. But will they be able to actually get some gold back into Jackie Love's pocket? I would say to bring him back to parry, but I think I'll be fooling myself.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
Just to get him back in the game, right? Because right now, he's around the level down, and he's down over 30 CS. So he needs a pick-me-up, Mazel. He needs it fast, because as things are, he's not going to be making it to that 3-iron mark, as the Shy is behind Tien. Nothing's going to come of it. But at the very least, top esports still showing that they're willing to be proactive on the map and pick up that Herald. As to be honest with you, Weibo
look at that gold.
certainly had the power as that's nasty. He is 2,000 gold, more or less, above Jackie Love right now. Jackie Love has the second lowest amount of gold in the game.
Yeah, I do want to see how this early break of the laning phase in bot lane is going to affect the map status, right? We do have no objectives on the map for a little while, but it will lead to, as we see here, mid being taken over by the bot lane duos. And that leads to more cohesion between supports and jungles. And I think for Crisp, that's going to be a big setup potential with Karsa. We already seen how much the CC affects these little picks that Weibo are going for.
So much CC, and it just takes one bit to land, right? Light binding, boom, you got a trap on them. You boom, you've been cocooned. Like, there is not a lot of mercy, and immediately you see one wave goes under, almost 2 plates drop from Weibo. So very merciless on their tower pushes, and you can expect this to continue as don't get caught by a battle of fog. That would be pretty disappointing. All right, well,
final spark. Pilt over Peacemaker. Doesn't piece in that.
Oh!
Oh! Nice little stop there. The steadfast presence. You have Ching Tian coming over here as well. The flash from Tian. He's trying to mechanically outplay, but after everything is used, Karsa saved the flash. Easy peasy.
All right. Problem. Does expend it in the end. But you can tell the mid lane priority now that Light and Crisp will bring is going to feel pretty obnoxious to deal with, and probably you'd expect to see at the very least that one plate be chipped off. You could get 2 in the next 90 seconds or so, but it'll definitely be a bit of a hard task. And the pressure continues to mount for Top Esports, right? I still think you've got a bit of an in up here in the top side of the map. It's getting it all out.
Yeah, we're getting the full-on 1v1 experience up here at the Shy. Might be getting baited into it as Tian comes by. Steadfast presence in the wall. Doesn't get the stun, but Ching Tian comes in and swings his lamppost to get the kill. Karsa wants to chase it down, misses the cocoon. As the repel needs to get in there. Crisp on his way here, baiting in the fight, but he's stunned. Karsa gets the kill though. Can he survive against Tian here? Crisp saves the day. And at the end, Tian might just be sacrificed. Crisp needs to land one more ability here. Flashes for it just to make sure. And Weibo back on the board here, finding themselves at a positive.
Oh, Top Esports thought they found their pick. The thumbs down as well from Crisp. He wasn't a fan of that play from Top Esports at all. They find the 2 return kills off the back what could have been a very positive play. Top Esports, it starts off with the 1v1. And Tian just gets knocked back a couple times. And once the Ultima gets popped, the Shy just says, all right, you know what? I'm going to go all out myself. Almost finds the kill, but then you see the Hex flash over the wall. The Shy was looking for it. He finds the Q3, but the Counter-Strike's up and available. Good flash, but unfortunately, too much burst damage. Didn't actually drop the all-out form to maybe get away with regaining his resists as Karsa comes in with the bait of the Sentry. Ching Tian
somehow
the entire
finds a way.
It just does, unfortunately, for the side of Top Esports. And a nice Q flash secures that kill, and of course the thumbs down after, as the Herald's been popped by Top Esports. So I think they've very much recognized, all right, you know what? Sure, this play didn't go well in the top side of the map, but right now, Light is so far ahead, we don't know if we can actually have a window to give Jackie Love any gold back into it. We'll give Ching Tian some gold, some resources in a matchup, and in a side lane, which he should, and technically kind of already is outscaling in with his Divine Sunder. As you can see, that's a lot of damage, and there's no flash.
He's whittling away at the Shy, and these little progressive taps from Ching Tian. Is he going to solo the Trailblazer? He needs one more hit, and he does. Solo for TES top laner Ching Tian.
All right, solo bolo, and not only that, a breath of fresh air for Top Esports to potentially play through. Weibo don't have the winning topside matchup in this game. That could be their way in, as Mark is now also going to join the side laner in giving this top tier 2 a good bonk. And that should be 2 towers as well. And that's objective bounties as well.
Wow.
That's a massive influx of gold back into the pockets of Top Esports. Over 1,200 gold. If I'm to
Dragon
not be mistaken by that tower. And Dragon did
at least Weibo are able to start like stacking up dragons to some extent. I think that is going to be something they can hold dear. They were trying to actually look for a play on the rookie of bot lane, but didn't find it in the end. And I think this will just reset for Weibo, and damage done in the top lane here, Jamada. I think it's going to be difficult to play without having to keep it a second eye on Ching Tian in the side lane up here.
Yep, no, absolutely. And I think now the game becomes a lot different. Even though there's a 3k gold lead and there's a massive Caitlyn wandering around on this map, I think Top Esports can actually put Ching Tian in a position where he's always going to be threatening side lane pressure. Weibo always have to be looking over their back because no one, in theory, should be able to match Jax after 3 items. You can, of course, you know, send Xiaohu down there to wave clear, but then perhaps he's missing from places that he wants to be with the rest of Weibo. And honestly, Jax could get to a point where he might just take 1 or 2 trades and just go, you know what, I might be able to just dive this out, right? And not give up my life for it. So, pseudo ticking time bomb in the bottom side of the map. Right now, Qingtian lies as the Shy is trying to answer it, but Tian is actually a bit early on the smite, and we'll donate that drop over to the Shy, but still shadowing to again get more towers on the board for Top Esports to bring this one back.
Yeah, just trying to stack up as much gold as possible. Karsa will get another objective for Weibo. It'll be his first Rift Herald for Weibo as Top Esports got the first one. But it will be pretty strong objective control so far from Weibo Gaming, and I think Top Esports themselves were looking bot side of the map to try to find something out, but didn't find anything there. We do have pretty much item completions across the board. We had the non-mythic first item for Tien, but it is getting to that point where we'll have second items coming across for primary carries, and wonder how the Shy does with an all-out engage onto Cheng Tien. Getting a lot of his health bar taken out, but the Shy starts getting cooldowns back. He's going out though. The Shy, he gets the return, and his revenge is sweet.
He comes back with his own solo kill. It's just so the Shy, ain't it, to come back from that deficit. And now all of a sudden, the side lane, lead that Top Esports had has definitely been narrowed a little bit. You have to imagine Jax will still feel very comfortable in the side lane, but until he hits that balk, all of a sudden it's not as simple as just sending the Jax to the side lane to just win.
That's going to be a massive play for the redemption in terms of this 1v1 matchup. And the Shy able to just utilize the spacing from Asante so well, and the CC chains as well.
Yeah, so many tower shots taken to help him out. And I mean, in the pure 1v1, you can definitely tell, Qingtian, champion to champion, would be winning. But the Shy just outplays him. Simple as that. Gets the all-out backwards, gets the Q3 backwards, and just makes him take 2-3 tower shots more than he had to. And that gives Weibo a little bit of breathing room on the side lane for a couple of minutes to try and get Light and Crisp around the map even more, put down more pressure to try and secure an even larger lead. It's only a Cloud, Soul and Rift. We haven't spoken about too much this game. It's not the likes of a Mountain, a Hex, Infernal even. So the pressure, it doesn't really feel like it's inherently there for Top Esports on that front. And they can kind of sit comfortably trying to scale up the best they can, as you'll see Qingtian really hop onto the Shy quite frequently down here. But, Karsa is here.
So he's committing here to some extent, trying to get Qingtian in the side lane. As nothing's really on the map. We have Dragon spawning now, Baron spawning in just a little bit. And it looks like Weibo Gaming will put a lot more resources into that Soul Point Dragon.
They will. They'll pick up that Cloud Dragon on spawn. As I'm not sure if Crisp actually got the little ones. I'm pretty sure he did. As he throws the thumbs down again. And you just very quietly hear the crowd cheer the emote Thor up as well. Also will pick up the Cloud Dragon, and now they're one away from Soul.
The Soul, I feel like not necessarily the biggest deal for Top Esports to give away. I think, general control from Weibo is still something to be scared about, and they are 5,000 gold in the lead, so I think that is another thing to kind of be a bit worried for. But it is still, working towards a goal for Top Esports. They need to scale up. They need to get this side lane going for Qingtian and wait for Rookie and Jackie Love to be fully online.
Rookie should, in theory, always have a target to one-shot. Shirelli is on Crisp, means that he's definitely going to be a target. I think Crown would have been a quite smart adaptation with that in mind, but it's alright. Of course, just trying to facilitate the rest of his moderately immobile champions on his team, to ensure that they don't get run down. So once Rookie hits 2.5, it could be good. Qingtian
play. Gonna go for it. They're gonna commit the TP in as well. Qingtian's trying to take a 1v3 at this point. And guess who comes to clean him up? It's Xiao.
And this is just Top Esports not protecting their, strong side, what should be strong side and win condition on a side lane for now, and Weibo just punishing it excellently. Got the Herald down here. They could get in here, to be entirely honest with you, if they want to stick around for it. There's the tower.
One more auto attack. There you go. You got at least the tower. Not going to get the inhib just yet. But I think opening that in the first place is going to be very big for Weibo in terms of how they can play the rest of this out. And with the timer set on a Dragon Soul for Weibo, I think they have the time to reset, get back out on the map, and kind of set up vision around this pit or either of the objectives as TS just try to recoup gold on the map.
TES go now though, because I feel like obviously when you're behind in League of Legends, especially in pro play, it can be pretty hard to find yourself in proactive situations. An attempt was made onto Light, but I feel like they had the opportunity with Qingtian to just provide him with a little bit of resources that they just never ended up doing. As this is a angle from Castle, which isn't going to be used. What's going on back here?
Finds himself on the wrong side of dodge. Does have Mark there to save his life with a lot of healing, and there's Flash to save the day. But that is a pretty big resource utilized for Tien in terms of the next setup here. And actually Weibo positioning around this Baron just to get some vision down here. And actually really interested to see maybe if we get a replay of that one, how that panned out. We get the TP bot lane for the Shy, try to save the tower. And right now, again, TES struggling to find a steady hold onto the map, but looking at Jackie Love stacking up, I mean, he's still an item behind Light. That is, I feel like, the big potential, though, still. And if they can navigate these team sides back and forth, and especially front to back, rather, do TS have a chance if they don't get caught out here, Jamada? But it might not matter, I guess.
No. I think their chances just dwindled quite heftily. With
Stonks
Tien
are
getting
going
caught in
down,
front of that.
Jamada. Stonks are going down.
Don't invest. Don't invest. pull out as Weibo. They're on the Baron. There's no jungler. I just don't think they have the damage available to them. Qingtian will win this 1v1. The issue is, I don't think he's going to have the time to do it, albeit it's not 1v1 anymore.
He gets the all-out from the Shy. Final chapter comes out, or rather, as well as the final spark, and it's a trade, 1-for-1, but Light is the one that picks up the kill. Ace in the hole, not going to get the damage on Rookie. As the scat of the week does not either. Light flashing forward, secures the double, and takes down Rookie, the mid laner here. One of the 5 world champions here in this matchup. And it's Weibo Gaming pushing down mid lane yet again, getting another tower for themselves. 6-2 in total. And now the Shy actually might be able to survive this. He has the rest of the team coming, and Tien, one headshot does so much damage to an even tanky Tien.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news. However, Top Esports aren't looking so hot right now, as they were just trying to clear vision in the river and the Baron, but unfortunately Black Cocoon seals Tien's fate, and there's just not really too much that Top Esports can do. Maybe if Jax was able to get into the pit, but 5 versus 4, the rest of the team not really being able to offer too much damage, I feel like it's just too much. And with Blade, you can definitely see the damage is there and available for Qingtian, but unfortunately it very quickly turns into a situation where he has to overcommit just to find himself a 1-for-1. And now Weibo, when you come out of the replay, will pick up the Cloud Soul, and that's just going to make things a little bit more oppressive, getting around the map even faster, as Dragon got pulled out, so poor Castle can't go with the repel. AD carries
Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
Sabotaging the jungler.
At least communication and every other aspect work between the team. If it's only that's the matter, you know, maybe it's okay. Xiaohu wants to get his own claim to fame this game, maybe his own little solo bolo, does get the burst out on Qingtian, but won't find the kill.
Yep. Damage available to Xiaohu, who's at 2 items as well. Very, very powerful right now. So if we ever do see a true 5v5 front to back, I have a feeling that he might actually play a pretty big part in one-shotting somebody, and so will Light, as he's got an Infinity Edge and a BF Sword and a critical on top of those 3 items. So to say he is fed, would be nothing short of an understatement.
Yeah.
And I think
I mean,
Weibo
it's
are just
almost
going
a 10,000
everything.
gold lead.
Yeah, it's almost 10,000 gold. It's not that big. you know.
Nothing important, right? Nothing important. Another tower goes down, though, and that is kind of important as they're now moving on to the inhib towers here across the board with only 2 of them left, and Light doing so much damage to them, it might not even be for long. As another one falls, the trap setup is too clean, and now Weibo are actually looking to take a little bit more of the cookie jar here by going for the inhibs. But Light has transitioned to mid lane now, and that's perfect timing to burn down the last inhib tower that TES have claim to.
Yeah, go. No more inhibitor towers available. It's just inhibs. Open as a slow advance of Weibo and the march to a week 2 victory, their first series victory. It's looming heavily as, well, Tien's looking for a flank, but he's very far away, and everyone on Weibo knows where he is.
Yeah, I mean, they've just had complete control, right? Like, they have the soul. They're going in here now, as well as Tien trying to find the backline access. They got Light, and they're now separating the fight from Weibo. They actually killed, in the end, just one. It's a bit of a trade. Power unleashed back, though. Okay, so it is just a 1-for-1 for now, as I think Weibo Gaming will realize they've probably taken a little bit too much time here and will back away.
Okay. Copium. Top Esports just need to do that like 4 more times.
Scaling? Scaling?
and they might have a chance. Might. Yeah, okay. Well, World's longest flank actually ends up working out quite nicely, as the follow-up is pretty instant with the Yumi Ultimate as well. Counter-Strike's done. There's not really much that poor Light can do in that situation. And in the backside, the stopwatch buys a lot of time on Xing Tian's end, and no one can actually kill the Shy, even though he's in all out. Jackie Love tries to, but there was no answer to be had on either side after the initial dive. So it's just a bit of delaying. I don't want to add the inevitable to the end of that sentence, but you know, again, 10,000 gold leads. So let's see whether or not TES can make miracles happen twice, and 3 times, and maybe 4.
Hey, don't say. Well, I guess the question is, you're saying there's a chance. Because
so you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, exactly. A small one, But we're looking at 4th item completion for Jackie Love to be another, power point. But I think Light having already completed that and well and above Jackie Love right now is a big difference in these fights. But if you get a big flank like Tian did last time, you catch out Light, that's a big percentage of their damage out the window. I mean, but then it's about execution team fight, right? Next target, Xiaohu, looking at that, looking at Karsa as well, who can actually have a pretty decent amount of burst damage in his own right. It becomes a little bit more difficult. You knock over one domino, what does the other domino do? And does it not fall over just as easy as the previous one? I think Jackie Love taking half of his health and damage there probably dissuades a little bit of that want to engage. Jamada, I don't know what you think. Another big percentage of health. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, just a.
Oh my God! It just almost also just did so much damage to Xing Tian. I mean, he isn't tanky, and that just means Weibo, having done all that damage in just the poke, they're gonna do Baron.
Yeah. Caitlin's pretty cool when she's fed up. Weibo, free Baron. Like you said, all the poke just culminates in that. There is nothing Top could do other than just sit about a screen and a half further away back. So, unfortunately, Top now have to deal with Baron and an open base and an open inhibitor. And I'd love to say that they'll be able to defend it, but if the poke from Light was anything to go by, I feel like we already know the answer to that one as well.
Very true. And unfortunate to say, we did not get the scrappy back and forth that we wanted for this 3rd game, but it is a clean and wholesome Weibo win. At least it feels like it to this point. There is the turtle position that TES can assume, but it's right now all inhibs taken down. Baron still up for another 2 minutes, and let the siege begin, Jamada.
Oh, let's see. Well, see, a siege implies that it will take long, Mazel, and as you can see, the top Nexus Tower's already lost half his health on 1 wave, and they're going to be here for the next 2 minutes, unless they really want to go back to Elder and turn this into that game, but I feel like they don't have to, and they can just wait for these supers. As the Shy goes to collect the top side wave, mid side wave is on its way, and there's also a bottom side wave, I think, already there. They just need to Baron it up. So again, Siege, normally a long hand thing.
Oh my goodness.
The first Nexus tower is gone.
Yeah, Light decided, all right, well, towers don't exist anymore when they exist in my presence. And now just damage spread across the entirety of Top Esports. This is a fitting end to a beautiful showing for Weibo Gaming. And it will be a 1-0 start to the 2023 spring campaign.
Everyone saw this roster get put together and thought to themselves, yep, top 2. Top 3. And when everyone saw Rookie join Top Esports, they said, yep, top 2, top 3. But Weibo, let's be real, in the 2 games where it seemed like they're actually trying, kinda just took Top Esports apart as smiles all around as ex-teammates, ex-world champions shake hands with one another. And what a strong first outing for Weibo Gaming. With expectations incredibly high, I think they pretty much leapt over that bar 2 or 3-fold.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely did. They had been warming up, apparently, and it's looking really good. The fact that we do see the enableization of the Shy to pick maybe some wacky picks to see how it goes, but Xiaohu being a carryover from RNG, feeling like he's much the same in the way he approaches the game, enabling Karsa as well. Even then, in the 3rd game, saying, no, let's buckle down and focus on mid lane and change up that style. Big shout outs to Light and Crisp, who just toe-to-toe with Jackie Love and Mark. Like, I there's no words to really describe how incredible, like, that combo of Light and Crisp is potentially panning out to be. I love the aggression, sometimes a little too wanton, but there were so many clutch moments within little minute differences that Crisp, Light, they did make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely they did. And I think also not only that, the pairing of Xiaohu and Karsa seems to be one that met all expectations. And even though, you know, the early theory crafting was, look, the Shy is top lane, you have a jungler who's willing to just let everything go for his laners, and of course Xiaohu is as selfless as Karsa is. It wasn't really about the Shy tonight. It was really about a group effort, and specifically,
it was about
of course,
for maybe 15 minutes of the second game.
about that much. And after that, there wasn't really you know, that true top lane focus that I thought, and many of us thought, was actually going to get for the Shy. So that's super exciting to see, because from the get-go, chances are they probably have that in their locker. They probably can play towards the Shy. But coming out swinging into Top Esports, a roster who everyone, you know, is expecting to be the, you know, one of the big bad bosses at the end of the season, to dismantle them like that in the 2 games where, you know, it seemed like, again, they were trying game 2. You know, it kind of didn't happen. It looks like Weibo just wanted to give us a game 3. Phenomenal stuff from Weibo.
I think that's just such a proud point for Weibo to come in here, get this showing, have a little bit of a break, build off of it as well against the top team who they won't have to face again unless they meet up in the playoffs. And maybe for TES, trying to find a formula that maybe feels more consistent would be important, and especially looking at how they opt into the bot lane matchup, how that stability in the top lane is kind of won through draft, and approaching it that way might help TES kind of shore things up. But they are 1-1, right? It's the beginning of the season. I think they'll have a lot to pour through over this next 2 weeks.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Mazel, I liked your analysis there. I think that was a really good read on the series. Like, to me, no problem. Like, I think for Top Esports, there was kind of a lack of identity throughout those games, right? I think, obviously, game 2 was, you know, take whatever read you want away from it. It felt like, again, they weren't necessarily opting into the bot lane matchup that they perhaps wanted, per se. And I think, especially once the Lucian was banned away on 3rd ban there, for Weibo, and you go the Yuumi first pick, you have to be expecting Caitlyn to come in as the answer. So yeah, kind of a bit of a head scratcher. I feel like Weibo definitely put them in a pretty big hole from the draft, from the beginning, and there was just no answer for Top Esports. Yeah, the Elise pick as well.
It's 2-0 on the day. Apparently Canyon won on it earlier in the LCK, and now Karsa whips out his, and does so well. I mean, the in-game bot lane, the early pressure that the Elise needs to have was definitely there.
Yeah, 100%, right? When you play the Elise, sometimes it isn't always about just, you know, running to lane to gank. If you can just sit around the lane, which is already winning and high in pressure, just to ensure that it can continue doing that on a stacked wave or 2 waves, you can see the kind of yields it can provide. And honestly, junglers
Yeah.
who like playing your picks like Olaf, your Lee Sin, your Elise, watch that game back. That's a case study for looking at your side lanes and going, yo, stacked wave here, time to go and ensure that this side laner doesn't get to play the game.
Well, I did hear we have our interview ready with Christina and Light from Weibo.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Light, AD carry for WBG. Congratulations on your today's victory. Before this match, a lot of people predict it must be 3 games today. Did everything goes as your expectations? 欢迎我Light选手来到我们的赛后访问。那么在今天这一场比赛之前呢，很多人都会预计说一定会拉满这一场 BO3。所以在赛前，你们有没有预测过赛果是怎么样的？
赛前其实感觉大概率是我们自己能拿下吧，但就没有预测到是3场还是会2场。
Actually, before the matchup, we think that we have a better chance of winning this matchup, but actually we don't predict the specific result of maybe 2 games or 3 games. Let's talk about game 1. I think game 1 is a pretty one-sided game. Without leaking any details, could you tell me your general strategies in very early game? Did you saw the Kassadin there, so you don't want to start the game into a very late stage? 那么从第一局说起，可以看出 WBG 是一个非常快前中期起势的一边倒的局势，是不是因为对面看到对面有卡塞丁，所以不想把游戏拖到很后期？在不泄露到具体的战术内容下，可不可以跟我们分享一下，大概你们是怎么样在前中期就掌控比赛局势的？
其实我们是利用了下路的，因为哲理和猫打卢锡安娜美是优势嘛，所以我们中间有一波在下河道找到了很大的优势。其实那一波打完之后，我们就可以很快的运营结束掉游戏。
So actually, I think our bot lane got advantage because I think our bot lane is a good counter pick into our opponents, and we find a good opportunity in the river after that team fight. Actually, we can control the whole game. And why did you pick Kathleen and Lux this combination who don't have a very high win rate or high priority currently in LPL stage? And how did you farm so pretty good and utilize your own leads into the whole game？ 那么第3局的时候，还是说到咱们下路是选出了一个女警和拉克斯的体系，但是看起来好像这个组合胜率并不是特别高，所以为什么还会选出来？并且你们是怎么样利用下路自己女警发育的特别好，然后辐射到了全局？
这个其实在我们训练的时候，其实有3、4天应该是魔鬼训练的一个状态吧，就跟别人互相学习。就学到了女警这一套，感觉对于我们来说很舒服的一套体系，所以我们今天比赛的时候，第3把就决定拿出来试一下。
The reason why we pick Kathleen and Lux this combination is just because we have practiced this combination for so many times in scrims, and maybe just like 3 or 4 days scrims, actually we practiced it a lot. Final question for you. I think this year is a good start for you, a new challenge, a new team, and we also see there are so many very strong players in WBG. So who is the main shot caller in your team, and what is your goal for this season? 那么最后一个问题，今年 Light 也是来到了我们 WBG 新队伍，然后呢 WBG 里面也是有非常多强劲的选手，很多人都看好这支队伍。那么可不可以问一下，在这样有很多强力选手的情况下，谁来做队内的主 call， 以及你们作为队伍整体今年的目标是什么呢？
我们其实队伍就是每个位置的人都是实力非常强的嘛，然后其实对于我们来说，指挥的话可能就是边带人会给我们一些信息，我们会去做法会很明确。然后我们的目标的话，其实就是拿最好的成绩吧。
So in terms of our roster, actually everyone in our team is pretty strong. And in terms of the shot call, maybe the side lane players will give us, and we can share all of information to make some crucial call. In terms of our result and our goal for the decision is just getting the best result as we can. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's get back to the casters. Happy Chinese New Year again.
Thank you so much, Christina, and thank you so much, Light, getting to hear from them, and happy Chinese New Year to you as well. It's so exciting to hear kind of the positives and some of the growth, at least from Light, and some of the words he says in terms of how the team is coming together, who's the shot caller, and things along those lines, Jamada.
Yeah, and also very clearly feeling very confident in his team and the players around him, right? That's really big for so early on in the split as well. So very happy to hear those words coming out of Light, and it seems like, you know, development is still going to be ongoing, even with such a strong roster on the board from the get-go.
Well, he came out with a powerful comfort pick, and it did so well, and he did well enough to earn himself an MVP. Karsa will be the one getting MVP for game number 3 on the Elise. Only 1 kill, but so much done. That went under the radar here, Jamada.
Yeah, just a little bit. But I think what went under the radar was kind of the mid-game stuff. The early game stuff, however, was very much on the radar. And he was more or less the reason why Light was so damn far ahead to begin with, because Karsa was just kind of ahead of the curve on TN, honestly, throughout a majority of the series. Even in the second game, where clearly Weibo had different ideas on how they wanted to play comparatively to game number 1 and 3. Just his work and movement around the map procured Weibo massive leads that were pretty much insurmountable for Top Esports to come back from.
The way he was like willing to put the risk on the line, at least in a lot of these situations, to try to come out on top, and the Elise just looked great as an answer into Tien. I think the just straight up damage that was coming through from the Elise as a whole, supplemented with the Caitlyn Lux, with Xiaohu on the Victor, it was something just very difficult once the lead got ahead of Top Esports.
Yeah, and it's just to echo the point, really, because there's not much to add. Karsa was everywhere he needed to be, and when you have a Caitlyn that fed, at that point, she becomes the person that you just have to sit near, and as long as you can lay the pressure down, land the cocoon, or just simply ward off any engagers, your job's done, and Karsa was doing more than his fair share of his job this series.
Well, Tien will lose to Crisp, his previous teammate. We also get, the Shy winning out over his previous teammates. So a lot of fun stories there as well. And it's been a fun night of games. We had some bangers to start it off, as we had BLG versus FPX. And that one, if you didn't tune in, was very fun. Shun to the Moon, I guess, is the only part that I brought away from. But today's games were definitely a lot of fun. And I think it was a long day, but it was a very fun one. And as we said, we had the match of the week. We had BLG 2-1. The match of the week, Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports 2-1 as well.
Yeah, we got ourselves a good old 6-game day. And honestly, what a pleasant way to end out before we go on our break for Chinese New Year. Like I said, BLG took it 2-1. It wasn't as clean as perhaps you would have liked for BLG, but to be honest with you, positive takeaways despite that for BLG, but also for FPX, who are certainly going to be on a development run throughout the majority of spring. And of course, this Weibo Top Esports series was a complete and utter banger, where it seems like Weibo are really damn strong. Top Esports, you have to wonder if they feel a little bit toyed with because of that game too. But of course, next matches, LGD, OMG, RA, and NIP once we return in a few weeks' time.
And that will be on the 30th of January, as we say goodbye to the league for just under 2 weeks. We will be back right after Chinese Lunar New Year. So it's been a really fun start and kickoff to the season so far. Even though it was a quick, short couple weeks, we had a lot of really interesting stuff in terms of the metas, things we've seen develop, a lot of the big names coming to boot and actually showing up in those fashions, and some of the developing players, which, kind part of my heart, getting to see a lot of the pop-offs from the call-up players that are getting these shots is incredible in its own right. So just want to say a huge thank you to you, Jamada, for joining me on the day. It was a long one. So happy we got to kick off the season together with the match of the week. And want to have any last thoughts before we go into our long break here?
Shun to the Moon. I'm on board with you now.
Yes, let's go one by one.
One by one. And the Shy's Nidalee maybe needs to stay on the bench. And the Weibo might be the best team in the league, and they're probably going to go to Worlds and win.
Alrighty, well, thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you to our production staff for making us look so darn good, and to all the players who make this even possible. It's been an incredible first couple weeks of the LPL, and we bid you a happy Chinese Lunar New Year, and we'll see you on January 30th and on Summoner's Rift.